Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Limington Town Meeting of March, I believe it's the 7th, 2026. First order of business is for Troop 315 to present the flag and to do the salute to the flag. So we should all stand, please.
Color Guard, advance the colors. Scout salute. Everybody place their hand out on their hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may post the colors. Color Guard dismissed. Super job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The first order of business is to vote on non-residents who are going to be speaking. And I would ask all non-residents to please sit in the back. Your vote will not be counted if you're seated in the back. So, Sarah, you might want to come down into the audience so you can be counted. So we do not have any state senator or state rep here this morning, but our town manager, Matt Castriata, doesn't live in town. Neither does Madison Moody, our rec director, Craig Gallerano, our CEO. And there are two extra speakers this morning. One is Christopher Haywood from Town Cloud, and the other is David Blaze from Blaze Media. So is there a motion to allow these people to speak at the appropriate time? And the other thing that Patty asked me to do is that when you do move, when you raise your hand, if you would please state your name, because Christy is trying to learn all of us, and as am I. So,
Chris Small.
Chris Small. Is there a second? Matt, thank you very much. This needs a 2/3 vote. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Also, before we get into the first article, the announcement for who won the elections. On the Select Board of Assessors and Board of Overseers, Tammy Ramsdale, 69 votes, Michael Barden, 2 votes, and Jason Smith, 1 vote. For trustee of the Davis Memorial Library, Amanda Gardner, 47 votes, Emil Bradley, 1 vote, and Phil Amentino, 1 vote. So that is the results of the election the other day. I will be using the main moderator's guide that's put out by the MMA for the rules of this meeting today. I would ask everyone to mute your cell phones, except for emergency personnel. Obviously they need to keep theirs on. When you're recognized, please go to the mic, and we do have 2 mics, 1 on each side. State your name and your street clearly, and I ask everyone to be respectful at all times. I have a very heavy hand with the gavel, so I'm not afraid to use it. And only comments concerning the article under discussion will be allowed. If there's one speaker speaks and then they want to speak again, all the people who have not yet spoken will speak before the second time around. I said all unregistered voters at the back of the room. If you must have conversations, please go out into the lobby. Makes it very difficult to hear. And all questions will come through the moderator. I understand that's kind of flexible. So the first article, before we get to the first article, Matt is going to just give a presentation on some of the changes in the budget articles, I believe. So Matt?
First of all, good morning, and thank you all for coming to this year's annual town meeting. Your presence here this morning says that you care about your town and you want your voice to be heard. So good for you and good for Limington. Before I get into the budget, I do want to just give a few shout outs. We have a number of new employees working for the town. I believe that Christy is the only one present this morning. And I just want to say that all our new employees are bringing really good energy to the job and working really hard for you, the taxpayers. I want to give a shout out to our department heads who do amazing work every day. I've enjoyed working with all of them. They work hard, they think outside the box, and they're always very professional. I want to give a shout out to the Financial Advisory Committee for their input on the budget this year. The way I look at it, the more eyes on the budget, the better. I think it serves the taxpayers well. A shout out to the Select Board. Jason, Tammy, David, I think that those folks sitting in those seats serve you well. It's not an easy job. I was a selectman for 15 years, not 50. And I know it's a hard job, but they serve you well. They don't always agree, and we don't always agree, but that's okay. As long as the discourse and the debate is respectful, that serves the town well. I also want to give it a shout out to Bev Foss, who's not here today. Bev is semi-retired. She's going down to part-time in the town clerk's office. She's worked hard for the town for 29 years. One of the first things she said to me when I met her was, "I love my customers." And it really shows, I'll tell you. The way she interacts with people, she really does love and care for all the people that she works for. 29 years working for the town. Let's give Bev a round of applause. And speaking of lots of years, Patty Ramsdell, this is year number 30. 30 years serving you and working hard every day. And I want to thank her for the patience she's had with me and the wisdom that she's shared with me to help me get up the learning curve my first 8 months. But 30 years, not many people stay in the same job for 30 years, but Patty, you've done it, and you've done it with class, and we thank you.
I love my people too.
And she's told me that too. Okay, so the budget that we're putting together, that we put together, takes into consideration the fact that, as I've said many times, what happens, we don't operate in a vacuum in Limington. What happens in Washington, D.C., what happens in Augusta can impact us here in Limington. And we need to remember that, because with a war in Iran now, and with the big beautiful bill, with unfunded mandates that come down once in a while, those things do eventually impact us. So we would be wise in making smart decisions on how we spend our money, because you never know what might be coming down the pike. So keeping that in mind, and given these challenges, fuel and material costs continue to rise, waste disposal and recycling costs continue to rise, health insurance costs continue to rise, providing competitive compensation to attract and retain staff is always a challenge, maintaining required training, licensing, and certifications for various positions is a must, and we need to continuously update financial, personnel, and workplace policies. So, keeping this in mind, and given these challenges, together, we're presenting a budget today that only has a 1.9% increase over last year. And I think that's quite remarkable considering of inflation and all the other costs that keep going up. The budget, if you would, all turn to page 42. And you look at the last number on page 42, you'll see there's the 1.9% increase over last year. The budget looks a little different this year, okay? First off, a shout out to David Salzar. When I put the budget together and I had the explanation line on the right-hand side, David said, wouldn't it be great if we put that in the town report? Okay, excellent idea. We want to make this as transparent as possible, so now you have an explanation for some of the changes in the line item budget. If you go to page 23, you'll see we have a new section for utilities. What we've done is we've cobbled together the utility costs in all the departments into one section now, so you can see what the utilities cost across the town, all departments. If you turn to page 33, you'll see we have our new buildings and grounds cleaning and maintenance section of the budget. We have a new tech who takes care of those things, so all of his expenses are cobbled together there. So any building expense from other departments, now all of those now come together in that section. And page 35, you'll see fleet maintenance. All the town's vehicles, fire, rescue, DPW, Parks and Rec, all town vehicles are now in that section of the budget. Parts, supplies, labor, fuel are all cobbled together right there. And we do have a part-time mechanic now whose hours can be tracked to the vehicles that he's working on. Okay? So just to point out a couple highlights. The municipal office staff has been reduced by one full-time employee through restructuring. The newly established building maintenance and grounds tech will protect the taxpayer's investment in town property. The position is paid for through cost savings across the municipal operating budget. The newly established part-time mechanic position will allow the town's fleet of vehicles to be properly maintained. This position is paid for through cost savings in the DPW budget. The Public Works is fully staffed to maintain roads year-round. The Fire EMS Department will continue to offer 24/7 service. The Recreation Department will continue to offer a variety of programs for all ages. The town website will be upgraded pending a vote here this morning, and the computer network is secured, and important capital investments are funded. So with those things said, if there are no questions about the general structure of the budget, we will now move to, is it?
Right, the next
Parks
order of
and Rec?
business, no, the next order of business is Tammy. Tammy would like to make a brief statement about our oldest citizen in town.
Thank you, Joyce. The Boston Post-Cane plaque is going to be given to Marion Grover this coming week, as our town's oldest citizen. We want to extend our condolences to the Jean Ann Mayo family. We lost her a couple of weeks ago at 103. So she held this position for quite some time. And so now it's time to pass it on. And this plaque will be presented to her hopefully next Thursday night as our newest town oldest citizen. So.
Thank you, Tammy. And I understand that because Madison has to go to a special class, there's going to be a motion to move a couple of articles out of order. And I believe Emil is going to make that motion. It requires a 2/3 vote, and it requires a second. So Emil?
Yeah, so I'd like to move that we take Article 8, Article 10, and Article 14 out of order and address those first.
Is there a second to that motion? State your name, please. Howard Allen, seconded. Are there any, would you like to speak to that more than what I said? Is
You
it?
kind of did, but
Yeah.
the sole reason is just so that Madison can leave early to get to his class.
Okay, so we will begin with Article 8. Oh, I beg your pardon, Patty keeps me in line. So is there any discussion, any questions about this movement? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous vote, okay? So we'll turn to Article 8. Article 8 is leisure services, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $462,069, said funds to be allocated as follows. And I'm not going to, unless you want me to, I will not read through every one of those because of the time factor. I'll turn it over to Madison to address the article. Oh, God. I didn't have my coffee this morning. So is there a motion for Article 8 to be discussed? Steve, and is there a second? Chris?
Chris Small.
Okay. Now, Madison.
Good morning. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Just real quick, the budget looks quite different, obviously. Historically, I've had Parks and Recreation, Moima Deo, and the Old Town Hall all separate. Those are all lumped together under Recreation now. So if you're looking at Parks and Recreation, the total budget now is $384,909. 38,270 of that has come over from Moima Deo. 2,500 of that has come over from the Old Town Hall budget, for a total of 40,770. So while it says an 18% increase, that's partly because two budgets have been put under Recreation. $56,447 from those other two budgets have been moved to fleet maintenance, buildings and grounds, and utilities. Thank you, utilities. So the real increase here with the Recreation Department is $19,751 for a 6% increase. Those are primarily increases with wages. Our current child care coordinator position, I'd like to bump that to an assistant director position. So that would be an increase of hours as well as an increase in pay for a CDL certification, so that we're driving our own bus. Jamie and I have both gotten our CDLs. We'll be driving our own bus going forward, which is a big savings for us. We're not paying mileage and fuel to lease a Bonnie Eagle bus, and we're not paying a driver just to come to be a driver. Those are the majority of the increases. Yeah, that increase, 23,880 is for wages and benefits, and then the other 9,000 is small increases in other budget lines. As far as revenues for this past year, I had estimated that we bring in $236,500. We brought in $241,041, and I'm projecting $272,000 for 2026. If there's any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Howard, you raised your hand first.
I owe those to you.
Oh, thank you.
Howard Allen, 178 Secocas Avenue, Limington, Maine. Question is, for the Momodeo Camp and the Momodeo Beach operations, are these self-supporting? Outside of
Outside of
your,
the changes,
your salary?
outside of my salary?
Yep.
Yeah, so I've got it right here for you, Howard. We budgeted 55,470 this past year. We actually spent 13,749, and we brought in $32,138. So, although we budgeted way more than we ended up using, it did pay for itself.
So that's for camp operation or the beach
That's the
operation?
beach operations. The camp, I think we spent about 70,000. The camp brought in 95,000.
Okay, so both of those operations bring in a net
Yes.
income to the town? Thank you.
Yes.
Good job.
Bonnie, yes.
Bonnie Lord Laughlin, Cape Road. I too am somebody who thinks the rec department's doing a great
Is your
job.
mic on, Bonnie?
I don't know.
Can you tap the end of it, please?
Yep.
Yes, you sound a little,
I have a question. I hope you heard me say thank you for everything you're doing,
did.
Madison. I have a question about the budget of this that's reflected in this article, and it kind of goes to some of the other articles. When we come to town meeting or try to stay on top of things best we can, and we look to see the column that shows the 2025 budget, meaning not this one going forward, but the one in the past.
Yep.
And then we look at our town report from last year, where the column shows the 2025 budget. So we see budget. In other words, this year, what's being proposed, 2026 and 2025, and last year, what was proposed then is what I think it means. Then we look at the town report from 2025, from year ending 2024 that was given to us a year ago. So all I'm saying is all these lines are the same except for one, Old Town Hall. The 2025 budget in last year's town report was $29,800. When we see the 2025 budget in this year's town report, 2025 again, it says $25,800. So I'm at a very basic level here, just the budget as the column was shown to us one year, and now
There was a motion
it's...
made last year to lower that, so that's why.
Okay, so did that happen at town meeting?
oh, yeah, I had to. Yeah,
And it's not as dramatic here as it is in other articles. I know we're only talking about the article at hand.
yes.
But when we see that without an explanation, that would be really great to have an explanation, because we can't always remember. And there might have been a special
You
town...
didn't write it in your book?
Pardon me?
I said, you didn't write it in your book?
That was, Patty, that was phones and cameras, right? Was
Yes.
that- Yeah. Yeah.
If you're going to speak,
think
you
we
have to come
voted-
to the mic so everybody can hear.
We voted to reduce
Right.
the cost of phone and cameras out of the budget last year.
I appreciate that there are, okay, so maybe what you just described to us, Matt, in the detail now, because of, you acknowledge David for giving us the idea to reflect why changes were made. So I'm catching up to that. Is that explanation given under this article then, in the detail?
No, because it's only for new changes for this year.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
So I hope you can appreciate what I'm saying. I look at the budget as it said last year, and it isn't quite the same as it's copied for what it was last year.
Because it
And I'm
was
sorry
amended at
that-
town meeting.
Pardon me?
Because it was amended at town meeting last
Right,
year.
right, in this case. But if you look at Article 3, which we're going to get to after Madison, after we're giving him his time here,
That had drastic amendments.
there are drastic changes in there that don't reflect what they were given to us last year. Am I making myself clear? The copy isn't the same copy. Number two thing, $10,000 for fireworks. I'm probably in the minority, and it's, please don't throw ripe tomatoes at me. But I know there are at least a few other people in town, whether they're here today or not, who feel the following about the fireworks, that our small town, with our budget and our taxes that we offer, with the increase in the fireworks that we spend, the money that we spend for fireworks going up, 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 my feeling is this: 20 minutes of blowing something up in smoke, yes, they're beautiful, yes, kids love them, but we're a small town. It terrifies the wildlife, it traumatizes the dogs. Those of us who work second shift or third shift don't get to sleep that night. The whole $10,000 expenditure to me is not something that I wish our town was spending $10,000 on. Thank you.
So Bonnie, I'm actually going to agree with you. I think 10,000, like, thinking about the show we got last year, it was hard for me to choke down $10,000 for this show. And that's not on the 4th of July. If we want a show on the 4th of July, it was $15,000. So 10,000 is for in the area of 4th of July, 15,000 for on the 4th of July, because we're considering moving everything to fall on the 4th of July. In the future, not this year. But for a show this year on the 4th of July, it was $15,000. So 10,000's for the day before. And I think, thinking about the show we got last year, but I also do not want to be the one that's canceling the fireworks. So I'm just going to let the town decide.
Now on the 250th.
Yeah, on the 200, right.
Everyone knows where you live, Madison?
Okay, all right, let's keep to the article.
One
keep to the
follow-up
article.
question, please. To your point and my point, in the treasurer's report, which in our town report this year is on page 49. This shows the money that came in, and then the total expenditures, and then over there on the right-hand column at the bottom, these are some designated fund balances. Celebration donation account. Everybody see that one? Yep. $2,654.71. Is that an amount of money that's in a designated fund that can be used for celebrations such as a $10,000 or whatever it's going to become expenditure and reduce that amount? Otherwise, why is that money living in a celebration donation account, would be my question.
Do you have the answer to that, Madison?
Patty, was that for the parade originally?
Yeah, the parade and that 250th celebration we had was combined, our 225th celebration.
So that
Yeah,
could be used for the fireworks?
yeah, whatever
Or-
you recommend it's used for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only 9,200 now.
Yeah, we're getting there. Going in the right direction.
Okay, let's keep,
But before we
Is-
spend all that on fireworks, do we need it for the parade?
Yeah.
Is this could I make a motion that's to
you can make a
the,
motion if you'd like.
to the extent of move that we change we change this appropriation of this article down $2,000, $2,500?
What is your motion?
My motion to the question. I move that we change the appropriation of this article from, thank you so much. Financial advisory sitting right next to me. From $462,069 to $59,569.
Say that amount again.
4,059. 459,569. Is that 2,500?
Is there a second to Bonnie's motion?
And use that money from the celebration donation account that's already a designated fund. I should say that along with the motion.
So
And use the $2,500 that we just changed
Yep.
from, apply from the designated fund celebration donation account.
So Bonnie is moving that $2,500 be moved from the celebration account, reducing the total budget line for leisure in Article 8 to $459,569. Is that your motion, Bonnie?
Yes.
Is there a second to Bonnie's motion? Seeing no second, the motion does not move forward. Is there any more discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Addie Trevero, 105 Moody Road. Bonnie, I just wanted to provide some reassurance because I'm involved in the group, and I know you and I cooked burgers together last year and had a blast in the food booth. I think that a lot of that appropriation, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is looking at the entire day as well. So not just the actual fireworks show, but we are trying to build upon the community event and engagement for that day. So I would love to make burgers with you again and invite you to come hang out with me after the parade.
Thank you. Are there any more comments on Article 8? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I was just,
Could you state your name and where you live?
Tim Foley, 1093 Cape Road. Madison, you want to have the rec director right there increase their salary, or assistant rec director, excuse me, from the child care coordinator, right?
Yes.
So what, can you talk about like the difference in hours, the difference in pay, the impact that would have for the rec department?
Yep. Yeah, so currently, the child care coordinator right now is supposed to be geared towards all of our child care. So our before and after care program and summer camp. And we have way more programs now. So she's already helping with other programs. She's been a huge help with basketball. So the average hours for that position would go to from 33 to 40. There's already benefits for that position. There's slight increases for that with the change in hours, but the benefits are already there. We had budgeted
There's a lot of
37,000.
hand motion going on. Let's concentrate on Madison.
37,205 last year. That bumps up to 48,526 for this year.
So,
And that person's also going to be driving
Can
the
you
bus.
hear, can you hear Madison okay? Or does he need to put, oh, you can, okay.
so about a 10,000 increase, give or take?
Yes.
Okay, and so what do we get for our $10,000?
We get to cover all the programs we have currently. I'm not spread so thin, and we can increase our programs.
So increasing the programs would increase revenue probably?
Yes.
Okay, so that $10,000 would bring in a lot.
Pay for itself, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on Article 8? Yes, ma'am.
Rachel Delcourt, 271 Boothby Road. I don't necessarily have a question. I am the secretary of the Limington Cranker Snowmobile Club. And first and foremost, thank you to all of our landowners who allow your access to your land. Snowmobiling is sadly a dying sport in our area. As you can see on page 14, under the leisure services, the Cranker Snowmobile Club, we're the only ones who we haven't increased. We get the same amount. We've gotten the same amount for many, many years. As you've addressed, town manager, that, costs of everything are increasing. We're losing access to land because costs are increasing and we only get so much to help out. So I guess this is more a comment versus a question, but thank you to all of our landowners and allowing access because it's important to us. We're a small village, and we wouldn't be able to do it without the access to your land, and we're doing our best to make sure that we protect your land the best that we can with the resources that we're given.
Thank you.
The small village that we have, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to address Article 8? If not, all in favor of Article 8 to see if the town will raise and appropriate $462,069 for leisure services, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Unanimous vote. Thank you. You moved all of them, right, to move? So Article 10, we're moving on to Article 10, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $20,000 for Parks and Recreation Department to come out of the Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following: irrigation of the ball field. Any funds spent less than $20,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. Is there a motion? Yes, state your name, please.
Howard Allen?
Howard, is there a second?
Chris Small.
Moved and seconded.
Yeah, so the $20,000 we're looking to get for this capital improvement article is to do irrigation across the street at the ball fields. We had a big volunteer effort to try to redo outfield to field 2 this past fall. So we actually have grass to play on for soccer season, and then baseball and softball in the spring. We don't currently have any irrigation. We were trying to use a bunch of donated sprinklers, which is hugely time consuming. I was looking at in-ground irrigation, and you're talking $50,000 or more, especially with both fields. So I'm looking at a Kifco water wheel. It's an extendable water wheel with a adjustable sprinkler head that reels itself back in. So we can run that out on field 2, it retracts, we can move it over to field 1, pull it out, and it retracts. It will water both fields for us. The quote I have from Site 1 is from October. I'm sure it's changed a little bit, but for the water wheel itself, it's $10,494, and then we would have some plumbing costs to make sure we can hook this up on both fields as well. So I don't think it's going to cost quite $20,000, but I want to have the wiggle room to make sure the plumbing's set up correctly so that we can get that water wheel out to both fields.
Are there any comments? Yes, Howard.
Howard Allen, 178 Secaucus Avenue. Do I have to keep saying that, by the way?
I'll give you you can just say your name.
Madison, how much use do the ball fields get?
So this past fall, we had 94 kids playing soccer on 11 different teams for 8 weeks.
Wow, that's great.
So
And then in the springtime, we had rugby, we
Yep.
had a softball clinic, we had 4 t-ball teams, and then Bonnie Eagle Little League uses both fields as well.
Okay, so the irrigation system would benefit all of those programs?
Yes,
Right?
so that we
Okay.
have grass,
Where does the water come from?
a well,
Is it a dug well, drilled well?
drilled well.
Drilled well?
Yeah.
Is there any concern does that well service any other needs in that area?
So that feeds our 2 bathrooms at the field house and our concession stand.
Okay, so irrigation takes a lot of water, especially in a dry summer like we just had.
Yep.
Is there any concern that well will not support that?
So in the middle of our end of summer, I wish Jake was here because he was going to remember the numbers better than me, but we did check the well and it was right where we needed it to be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Any other comments on Article 10? Yes, ma'am.
Brittany Kerrigan, 16 Wardens Way. With that cost, with the Little League using, they also chip in for, they will pay our town to use that field, right?
So
So
this-
some of that money will be coming in to help.
Historically, they have not paid to use our fields. They do a cleanup and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Bonnie Eagle Little League, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
as
okay.
they state they pay to
Yes.
use fields.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Tammy?
Tammy Pike, 71 Secaucus. Madison, I'm assuming that this is a one-time...
Can you speak into the mic, please, Tammy?
Sorry.
You have to be
Tammy
up a little
Pike,
bit closer.
71 Secaucus. I'm assuming that this is a one-time thing. Next year, it will not be on the ballot or in the town report?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on Article 10? Yes, Emil?
I would just, where that was a question, just point out that the capital item questions are funded through the capital reserve account, which we fund annually for things like this. So this doesn't have a direct impact to the tax, other than what the people vote to fund the reserve account at. So all the capital questions are going forward don't impact this year's taxes per se.
Any other comments? If not, we're ready to vote to see if the town will vote to approve $20,000 for Parks and Recreation Department to come out of the Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following: irrigation for the ball field. Any funds spent less than $20,000 will be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Unanimous vote, thank you. I believe the next one is Article 14. Article 14 on page 15, to see if the town will vote to approve a $6,100 for the Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: mower for all town property. Any funds less than $6,100 will be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. Is there a motion? Howard moved. Is there a second? Chris seconded. Any discussion? Is this Madison? Did you want to speak?
So I'll start with an explanation.
What's that?
It's fire department. So this affects Madison in that he had it in his plan for the last few years in the capital plan. It's been moved out at least once, I think twice. And so now that Public Works is responsible for buildings and grounds maintenance, we just put it under the Public Works. And so towards the end of the budget year, we had approached the select board about spending the $6,000 for a lawnmower. Jake, who's not here right now, he's on a rescue call, but had done some research trying to find a new lawnmower that met what Madison was looking for, but also would serve all of his needs as the buildings and grounds tech now. He had found one originally through Tractor Supply, but found it offered at another location. But it comes in at $6,049. It's a 60-inch mower deck, and I forget the amount of horsepower. So as you'll see, and I respect the fact that the select board is not in favor of this, and the response was, correct me if I'm wrong, but because it's more of a knockoff, right? It's a no-name lawnmower versus, like John Deere or something.
With that being said, Jake advised me yesterday that he found a John Deere.
Correct, and that's what I was going to say. So Jake went back and did some more research and found a quote for $5,800 for a John Deere lawnmower, 0-turn, 24 horse. It just goes from 60-inch down to 54-inch for the mower deck, and so that's kind of where we're at with that. I don't know if Madison wants to speak on why he had it in his plan in the first place.
So, yeah, the biggest reason I had this in my capital plan to begin with is just, if we have a grounds and maintenance tech now. If that hadn't happened, my plan was to have a seasonal maintenance position to help both at Moimedeo and the ball field. So we'd have a mower for that person to use so that we can effectively and quickly mow the fields and not have 4 people mowing them all day long. And then same with down at Moimedeo, we'd have a better mower to mow the whole facility. Just to add to that too, Jake got our town a source well number? Yep. Source well number, which helps municipalities get a discount on equipment like mowers. So that was included for the mower cost. And then I haven't checked with the site, going back to the previous article, just so everybody knows. The original quote for that water wheel, I think that might help with the cost as well.
Any other questions? Yes, Bonnie?
Bonnie Laughlin, Cape Road. So now that all select board was opposed to this article, now that a John Deere has been found for $5,800, is the select board in favor? We the voters would like to know what your recommendation is.
I'll go first. I was more worried about the knockoff, chintzy mower. I don't want to see Jake going across and it split in half, because they won't take the abuse. But if it's a quality John Deere or that type, I'm more apt to be in favor of it, honestly. I just didn't want to see something the town's money was being spent on that was gonna not last too long. Because we have currently John Deere's down back. The two that we have are John Deere, the regular mowers, so.
David, did you have a comment? Tammy?
Want
I
me,
can.
want me to respond to the obvious question as a result of that?
Well, you want to wait
Mine
for
was
us to?
not the brand of the mower itself. Mine was that we have two John Deere's down at the Public Works Department that work. The argument was that we were going with the bigger deck to save time, but now that we're going with the smaller deck, how much more time is that going to save us with the same size mowers down at the bottom?
They're not.
Or still.
Emil?
So the only thing the same about it is the brand. We go from a 42-inch deck now. Yes, we have two, which equal 84, but we still only have one person to operate them. And so we'd go from 42 to 54. And they're what I consider the traditional riding lawnmower, which are slower. Zero turns, operate at a faster speed, and still work efficiently. And so, like Madison had said, the Public Works Department used to mow and weed whack all the town properties, and they don't do that anymore. We have one person to do that. And so the $500 John Deere mowers that we have now worked fine for two people to run them while somebody was weed whacking, but we have one person to do that now, so.
Sir, state your name again, please.
Tim Foley, 1093 Cape Road.
Mhm.
So I'm hearing you say that we only have one person to run the mower at any time anyway, right?
That's correct. So with the changes in Public Works in 2025, we have one person designated for property maintenance.
So can we sell the other two and get some money back?
So that's a conversation that's come up between Jake and Madison, and I think Madison needs to speak on that.
So I think that is definitely an option. We've also considered moving one of those mowers down to Moy-Madeo, so that there's always a mower there, just in case. We still have a beach host that could mow if we needed to. Right now, there's just a push mower down there. There's a Kubota mower that's been down there, but that does not mow. That just rakes the beach.
So we could make mowing the responsibility of the person who runs the beach?
It's been part of their responsibilities,
Oh,
but
okay.
they haven't had a
So then we have-
ride-on mower to do
Yeah, so
much
we have
down there
two
as far as
people
mowing.
on the-
So they would be one there, and then we could still keep one at the ball field just to have one there. Jake's gonna have to take this mower. He's responsible for every property in town, not just the ball fields
Right.
in Moy-Madeo, so.
Okay, but there's options to recoup money.
Yes, or reuse those
Or
mowers
reuse
at
those
different
mowers
places.
To
Yeah,
save time.
right.
So, okay.
Any more questions? Giselle?
Chris,
Oh,
145
Chris, yes.
Doles Ridge. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I actually have two questions. One is, what are the town properties we're mowing?
You want me to answer that now, or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So we do the transfer station, the little bit of the old town hall, Davis Memorial Library, Coventry Station periodically, the municipal complex.
That was one reason I was asking, because
Yep.
Coventry doesn't seem to get mowed very often, and if we're paying somebody to do this job, it would be nice that all of our town properties actually get done.
Which is actually the purpose in creating the position. Some of the buildings and ground stuff was like the afterthought with DPW when they weren't doing the other projects. Obviously prioritizing the work. And so this puts one person who makes all of that the priority, and Coventry is one of those reasons, so.
And how are we moving said mower? Because I believe we sold all the trailers last year.
Well, fortunately, we didn't. There was one bid on that trailer that was ridiculously low, and so the select board rejected that bid.
Okay, so the town owns a trailer. We're not gonna be coming back in 6 months going, hey, we gotta have a trailer.
We
to
still have the
move
enclosed
said
trailer.
Mower.
Yep.
And then my last question is, great, it's a John Deere, but is it a Home Depot John Deere or is it a John Deere? Because there's a big difference between a box store John Deere is just a John Deere name thrown on a mower.
So that was through United.
Okay.
And it's classified as the residential top grade. So we didn't feel we needed commercial because it's not like a landscaping company that will be on it, 8 hours a day, every single day. So
But it won't be the box store cheaper
Correct.
that actually has a Craftsman or a lower brand
Yep.
engine in it that isn't gonna last.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, ma'am.
Sherry Beatty, 17 Samville Road. The two mowers that we have now, how old are they, and in what condition are they in?
So they're in functioning condition. They're not rotted out or anything like that. They are bought used. Most, well, maybe not most anymore, but a lot of people in town know Earl Maxwell. He did grounds maintenance for residents throughout town for a number of years. And he would traditionally buy a new lawnmower for his business, and the town would buy his old one for $500. So I don't know if that answers your question.
So they're more than 5 years old?
I would say yes.
So this is something that we are possibly looking at down the road to do anyways because of the age of these lawnmowers?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Bonnie?
Bonnie Laughlin, Cape Road. I would just like to take this opportunity to recommend to the people who mow that they consider strongly leaving that beautiful swath of grass from the entrance to the transfer station to the attendant's house at the transfer station unmowed so we can have pollinators there. It's like a beautiful big field. Mow a little bit so close to the pavement there isn't grass right there, but I don't see why that whole big piece of field has to be mowed, and I think it would be great for our friends, the birds and the bees and like that.
So that hill portion of the transfer station doesn't get mowed every week like the rest of the properties traditionally do. It gets done to maintain the growth, and I can't tell you how many times it gets done, maybe once a month or something like that. But I guess that would come up to the board, what they want us to do on behalf of the people. But
Okay. Any comment? Just take it, that will be addressed in the season, I guess, is the right answer. Any more questions on Article 14? If not, we'll vote to see if the town will vote to approve up to $6,100 for the Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: mower for all town property. Any funds spent less than $6,100 to be returned to Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Keep them up, keep the opposed up, please.
Oh, I'm still opposed.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Okay, thank you very much. The article did pass. All right, now that, Madison, thank you for sticking around. We will now go back to the...
Joyce?
Yes,
May I make a motion?
yes.
I make a motion that we take Article 20 out of order, only because we have a gentleman here sitting through our meeting who doesn't really need to be here. If we
Oh,
could
okay.
get him to speak.
Okay, let's see, hold on just a moment. Let's get to Article 20, which is on
I
page...
need a second.
Well, I'm trying to find it here. Article, which is on page 16. Patty has made a motion to take Article 20 out of order. Is there a second? Chris Smalls has seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Then Article 20, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $8,325 for a 3-year upgrade package for the town website. These upgrades will allow better two-way communication between the town departments and residents. And the speaker is Christopher Hayward, whom we've already voted on. He's obviously not from Limington. Mr. Hayward, if you'd like to come up here, please. Is this going to be using the screen here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll direct your attention to the screen on the wall.
Did we put the article on the floor? Did I miss that?
No, so we voted, yes, we voted to...
Take it out of order, but did we vote to put it on the floor?
Who did that? I missed it.
I sure did. Thank you.
We've voted to,
I move we take Article 20 for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
all in favor of taking it for consideration, yes?
Put the article on the floor. We motioned to take it out of order, but I didn't hear the motion to put it on the floor.
Okay.
I took it all as one, which I,
I'm sorry.
that's okay, sorry. Okay, Mr. Hayward.
Good morning. Would like to thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. I need to speak into the microphone. Okay.
You can pull it a little closer. I think
okay,
it will
great.
reach more. There you go.
And I'd like to thank Matt for inviting me to come, share with you for just a few minutes what we do and, how we, would like to be able to help the town. We've been working with the town since 2022. Originally spoke with Betsy when you guys were in the process of looking to upgrade your website. And so we were able to help with that. In fact, we were able to get all of the content moved over from the old website in a day. And then we were able to, quickly get you guys up and running on the new website. Matt and I were speaking last, I think, December, and, just talking about some changes that needed to be made to the website. And, I was sharing with him some of the other things that we do. And so we talked about the, this proposal with some upgrades that, we think would be beneficial to the town. So I'd just like to give you a quick look at, how those work and, how these might be beneficial to you. And, hopefully it's something that you guys all like. So just a quick little bit of intro about who we are and what we do. So TownCloud is our company. I'm one of the co-founders. My other partner, my co-founder, is in the back, Dennis. And the team that we have assembled for this company has really been serving municipal governments since the early 1980s. So this is really what we're passionate about, and it's what we do. And we formed TownCloud about 10 years ago to specifically provide better alternatives for small towns. Now, we live here in Maine, and so while we do serve customers across the country, we've taken a special interest in trying to make sure that we can help towns here in Maine, and we've done a lot, for that. So everything that we do, we build. It's built in the U.S., it's hosted in the U.S. We're completely focused on making sure that our customers are happy, and when we think of our customers, we think not only of the staff that run the towns and run the software that we make, but also people like yourselves, who are, really the town's customers. So everything that we do, it's built to be modern, user-friendly, and, works across the entire country. Just to let you know a little bit about what we do, what we're talking about today is what we call our Engage Suite. So it's really just anything that helps to facilitate engagement between the town and the community, and there's a couple different ways that this can help you. We also provide financial management software, and we are rolling out a brand new set of applications specifically to help the clerks as well, and that's something that we built, an investment that we made just for the state of Maine. And then, we do, so everything is modern, designed to make it very, very easy to get to your data. Everything's very transparent, user-friendly, doesn't require lots of training. You don't have to go buy servers and maintain them and pay people to maintain them. You log in, just like you do any cloud account that you have now. So in Maine, we have over 50 customers. So like I said, we are, coast to coast. We're actually in 45 states, but in Maine, we have quite a few customers, and all of them are working with us on various applications, whether that is, the website or agenda that we'll talk about, or 311, or financials, or clerk suite, and so on. So just a little bit about the software itself. It's brand new software. So we don't go and buy someone else's software and then kind of roll it up into, our company. Everything is built from scratch so that it's affordable, it's user-friendly, it's easy to support, it meets the modern standards. So for instance, like, responsive, ADA, SEO for the website, and accessibility, and transparency for all of the data inside of it.
And that's true for our financial application. It's the first new fund accounting system in 25 years, as well as the things that we're talking about today, like the website that you have and the things that we're going to be doing to improve it, with your permission. Everything that we do, we only charge a subscription price for the application. So you just pay for the use of it. So you can think of it like renting or leasing a car or something like that. So we include at no cost the training, the support, for instance, the changes that we had talked about with the website. There's no change orders from TownCloud. So that's something that we do, and we can do that because we've made it easy to use. It's actually not hard to do these things, but also because we believe that if it's set up correctly, that it will actually be in the benefit of both of us in the long run. So everything is included, and we really focus on making sure that you guys are benefiting from the software. So everything is designed to be you can basically be up and running. I mean, like for instance, if you guys approve the proposal that we have here, we can have the agenda up and running and the 3-in-1 ready before the next select board meeting. I mean, it's really, we can move as fast as you guys would like to move. So you're in the driver's seat as far as adoption, but we can be that responsive. Okay, so that's my little 5-minute overview. I'll just show you a couple of things about the applications. I'm going to focus on the public-facing side so you kind of understand the benefit that you'll have, and then I can actually kind of touch on how this helps the town as well. So the first application that we're talking about is the agenda application. And so this is designed to help cut down the time that it takes for the town staff to get ready for meetings, but it also is designed to make the information easier to access for the board members, whether we're talking about select board or any of the boards, as well as for you, the public. So, like you, I'm a resident here. Sometimes I can't always attend every single meeting, but it's nice to know what's going on. So this provides a very streamlined and simple way to access the information. So what you're looking at here is a list of the meetings in the agenda application. And if you want to print a copy, we provide PDF because that's the easiest way to print consistently. This is just my demo environment. I'll show you some of our actual customer environment so that you can see all that. And but this is tailored to your meeting outline. So it won't be generic, it'll be your specific format. The packet contains the agenda plus any supporting information that is being discussed at the meeting. So when we, whether we're talking about the town meeting or whether we're talking about a select board meeting, if you have an ordinance, if you have minutes to approve, if you have your warrants, any of the information can be, all included in this packet. And it's generated with a single click by the staff. So it actually cuts down the time. A lot of times, when I work with people, in towns like Limington every day of the year, and everyone is going through, most people, before they're using something like this, they're going through a very manual process. And so, it's laying it out on the table and collating it and dropping it in the scanner and putting together the binders. You can just attach files like you would to an email. You can drag and drop, or you can upload them. You click a button, it makes the packet. So it saves staff quite a bit of time. And then anyone that wants a copy, you can literally click print once you have the whole thing. However, in addition to the printable documents like the agenda minutes and packet that you've probably seen on many municipal websites, you can also view this electronically. And so if you click on the link, you're now looking at a responsive page. Okay, so when I say responsive, what I mean is it's going to adapt to fit the screen. So whether or not, whether I'm looking at, the information on this screen or on this screen, and for the benefit of the television here, I'm going to just simulate an iPhone, right? So you can see how this will adapt to fit the screen, and then you have your links right here. Now this is helpful in a couple of different ways. The first way is, if I'm a board member, this link goes out via an email, I can start preparing for the meeting. I could be sitting, having lunch, drinking my coffee, or at home, and I can, come to the meeting, and I have, typically, it been better prepared because it's easier to access the information. Don't have to have someone drive around the files. If there's a change, like, hey, we got an update to one of the reports, it's instantly available because there's one version of it. So that's something that's a benefit. For you, anyone that wants to understand what's going on at a particular meeting, you can easily pull this up. If you're on your phone, your tablet, your desktop, it's linked right from the website. I'll show you what this looks like for our other municipal sites. And you can actually drill into the documents. And of course, these are only public-facing documents, so we're not talking about anything that's private. So that's the agenda piece. When you publish the minutes, so that's, kind of prior to the meeting, once the minutes are published, you'll see that the link lights up. And so, you have the outline of the meeting along with the discussion. When was the meeting called to order? Who was present at the meeting? What was the, what were the votes? What was the motion, the second, any discussion that took place? You may have a link, right? I see we have recording. So if you have it on a YouTube channel, you can embed the YouTube link. Again, these are things that we work out with the town, but all options for you. When you're viewing this online, this is actually going to show you everything in a combined view. And so what that means is that you have the agenda item, you have the attachments, and you have the minutes, the vote result, all in one spot. So you don't have to go hopping back and forth. And again, this is helpful because, as you all know, you have things that carry over from one meeting to the next. You may want to go back and say, well, what did we decide 6 months ago, or what was the original presentation? And so this is all available very conveniently, and everything on this page is searchable. So you can search on a keyword, you can narrow down by date range, and there's no extra work for the staff. It's all handled through the application. Okay? So this is all kind of the public-facing side. If we say, well, how does that look with our website? Well, it's integrated automatically. So the nice thing is, as soon as we turn it on, you begin getting that history linked right in. So I'll show you a couple of our other customers that are using this today. One is the town of Paris. So we can go to their agendas. And you can see here we have a page that shows us all of the meetings in chronological order. If I want to narrow this down and say, I only want to see the select board, I only want to see special meeting, I only want to see planning board, you simply click the link and you can see. Once the minutes are published, this is the same information. It's connected to the website, so it automatically updates the website. It's literally instant. As soon as they change the status, it's on the website. So this is another benefit. Many towns that we work with, there's a significant lag between when the meeting happens and when you can actually see the minutes. So as soon as the minutes are typed up, they're available on the website to you and to the board and so on. And so if I click on the document, you're going to see I'm bringing up the document just as we saw on my sandbox site, but this is a real production site. So one click from the home page to the agendas. We can also display these right on the home page. It's an option. We can turn it on or off, and you can easily access this information. Again, it's designed to work well on a mobile device. So it's not like there's a limited function version on the mobile device. It works every bit as well on a phone as it does a desktop, and it's no extra work for staff. So just to show you another couple examples, here's one from Bethel. And so we can come in here, see the planning board, we'll click on the minutes. You can see what took place there. And again, you can drill into any of the attachments. I can even show you, like a little more involved agenda. We don't do the website for the town of Gray, but we do support them with the agenda. And so you can see when you have multiple attachments here, some of our customers, many of our customers' packets are very concise, maybe 15, 20 pages. I do have some customers that have 1,500 page packets. And, you can incorporate, there's, everything from the warrants to the minutes to memos to plats and drawings. So any of the information that might be helpful as you're, getting ready for the meeting, that's all available and linked through the application. Okay. So I mentioned that this is easy for staff. It's, everything is basically done in a, drag and drop format. So their view is similar to yours, but we can come into the meeting. If they want to add something to the agenda, say we have a contract, we simply choose where we want to insert it. Maybe we have I'll just make something up, a paving contract. They can add that in. If they want to change it around, they can drag and drop to change the order of the agenda. They can, move it up or down. They can indent. They can add, multiple attachments to any item. And so they can, just drag files right on here. Once they're ready, they've made their changes, they simply click one button and it updates all of those documents that we talked about. So it really does free up a lot of staff time. And as we know, Limington, I think, is no different than most of my customers. Everybody's wearing about 20 different hats. And if you had a few extra hours in the week, that's a benefit to everybody. So that is on the agenda side. The other thing that we've included in the proposal, again, with my discussions with Matt, that we thought would be helpful for you all is what we call 311. And this allows you to, really specifically you all as residents, to have a more convenient way of communicating issues that need to be addressed. And so that's done, again, mobile or desktop. But you can, what I like to say about this is that you can report your concerns in 30 seconds or less. So the town will define a number of different, whatever types of issues they may be, want to have listed based on the services provided by the town. And you can choose to either set up an account if you want to report an issue and then track it and see the follow-up and resolution. Or if you just want to report the issue, kind of step away from it, say, I'll just trust somebody's handling this. I don't really care. I don't want to take the time to set up an account. You can do it with no account. They define these issues. So, could be a road concern. It could be that there's a flooding, a spot that's flooded. It could be that there's a tree that's down on the road. It could be something to do with one of the parks or the beach, or, whatever the categories are. You simply click that. Again, if I'm on mobile, it works exactly the same way. Just format it to fit the screen. You can upload one or multiple pictures that go with it. So if you say, hey, I'm complaining about a pothole, we'll put that pothole in there. I've got a few. we could go with this one. It's a little more entertaining. So yeah, we've got this. The whole road's gone, right? And then here we can say where it is. So this will be zoomed in, kind of center of town sort of thing. You drag it to the spot on the map. You can zoom in. We'll have a nice, helpful description. So we'll just say it swallowed my car. Please help. Okay, and then we'll give them something, who to follow up with, right? And that's it. So it's that easy. You can report it. What's going to happen? There's going to be an email that's automatically fired off. They can click a link. They can come right in. What does that look like for the town? Well, they've got a dashboard. They'll be able to see the status of things. How are we being responsive to these things? How are we getting them closed out? They can break it down by issue. It'll come right in there. And you can see it's actually automatically tried to find the nearest address. You didn't have to type that in. You didn't have to say, oh, it's at the corner of such and such. You just drug the map to the right spot. Or you hit the button that said GPS, and you use your GPS right on your phone, so it zooms into that spot. Then that sends the email. We have the issue. They can come in and they can start, following up on this item. And so then I'll show you, if you did want to see the follow-up, you have an account. This is what your screen looks like as a resident. And you can go and see, like, okay, well, hey, I reported some of these before. Did, whatever happened to this? And then you can come in, click the details. You can see, yep, somebody said we're going to send somebody out to look at it. Actually, multiple people reported the same thing, so we flagged there's some duplicates, and then we noted the resolution. It was pretty impressive because the whole thing got taken care of in 2 minutes. So that's just how efficient the town is. So that's kind of the idea, though, is to, really like what ends up happening. I mean, and again, I can't speak to the current process here, but what I hear, anecdotally from the literally hundreds of towns that I talk to, everyone is working very hard to be responsive, but there's a lot of emails and sticky notes and phone calls and text messages that sort of glue it all together. The idea with this is it's very lightweight and simple, but just kind of organizes everything into one spot and makes it very, very easy, for everybody to, get the job done. So those are the two applications that we're talking about. These are upgrades to the website. Again, what that looks like. For instance, I showed you the agenda already. I can show you, one of our customers that has 311, simply a new link from your site, and you can go right from that to reporting an issue or creating your account. So 2 clicks off the homepage. So, very, very easy to get the benefit from that.
Okay. Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for the gentleman? Yes. You know what? I want you to sit, please, and raise your hand. But no, you're fine. And then we'll take people in order, okay? So if you could sit, sir, and then...
Sorry, Tim. Addie Trevero, 105 Moody Road. Does the bundle that we are looking at, this is more a point of clarification, is that including the finance
No.
software for the admin?
No.
No, this is just the public side for the actual website.
Correct. This
Okay.
adds the agenda and then the reporting, what we call 311.
Okay, and it's a 3-year contract
Yep.
with support and training for
It's all
staff.
inclusive.
Beautiful, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment, so I know 311 sounds enticing to the general public here. It does not replace 911.
No.
So a car in a
No.
hole, that is an emergency.
Yes,
So
non-emergency.
if you're posting emergencies at 311, you're not going the right way.
Correct.
So-
Yeah. Thank you. Good
It
point.
sounds great, but
Yes, sir.
Tim Foley, 1093 Cape Road. So how do you cross-reference agenda, like how do you search, I guess is my question.
Well, it's really simple. If you wanted to search, it's a simple search. It's a keyword search.
Okay, okay, I see.
And you can narrow it down by date range, or you can search any of the text of the agendas or minutes.
Okay. And you said you lived in Limington, right?
I live in Maine.
Maine. He's a resident of Maine.
I'm not a resident in Limington.
Okay. I was looking for a hometown discount.
Well, actually, we are providing a 25% discount.
Okay.
So,
Donna?
yeah, and no setup fees.
Donna Sawyer,
Yeah,
Shaving
speak
Hill.
into the mic, Donna, we can't hear you, your voice is very low.
Donna Sawyer, Shaving Hill Road. I think this is a wonderful presentation. My question is, I work for the planning board. When I look at this, it seems like everybody on the board needs to have their own iPad to keep up. I'm an old woman. Everybody knows I'm an old woman in town. I have a smartphone for old ladies. I can't pull up that on my phone. So do I see in the future, the town's going to have to buy everybody an iPhone, everybody's got to have an iPad, and somebody's going to sit there and be the 911 operator in the town and look at all the potholes, and somebody's got to address it immediately? Could you explain how we use that in actuality at a planning board meeting? Thank you very much.
Absolutely. No, it's a valid question, and it's actually something that comes up in most of the municipalities that we work with. Because, everyone, candidly, everyone's needs are different. So our approach is you can have your cake and eat it too. Everything that I just showed you about the conveniences of being able to view it online and search and everything, that doesn't take away the ability to have the paper copy in your hand. So the PDF packet has the agenda plus all of the attachments. The reason that we do that, and some people do it for accessibility, so that, say, hey, I want to be able to have a paper copy. Some people do it for archival purposes. They still want to have, something in the vault. But there's not only is there not extra work, there's less work for the staff, but you actually can have the paper copy and the electronic copy. So what I see, from my desk, is that some of my customers are 100% electronic. Some of my customers use this to create the agendas, but they're 100% paper during the meetings. Many of my customers, it's split. If you want the paper copy, the town continues to print it, hand it to you, or some people print it themselves, and then some members do paper, some electronic, and you can start one or the other. We're agnostic about it. So you can use the approach that works the best for you. You're not forced to go buy hardware. But it does bring up another good point. Because this is designed to run in a web browser, it doesn't require that the town go out and buy a specific type of hardware. So I have customers that run this on simple iPads, iPad Air. I have customers that run this on iPad Pros. I have customers that run this on, brand new Surface laptops. I have one town that we work with that needed to be very, they had a very limited budget for this sort of thing. They got surplus laptops from the state. The fire chief installed Chrome OS on them, and for $200, every board member had a workstation that they could come and use. The point is, it's very, very flexible. So to be direct in the answer to you. If you want to stay on paper, no one changes that. This is what I'm showing you is what the software can do. The town and yourself, I mean, you all make the decision about how you use it. So paper's an option, inexpensive hardware is an option, expensive hardware is an option. You can make those technology decisions absolutely independently, and you can start with one and you can change with the other, and not everyone on the board has to do the same thing.
Yes, wait a minute, just a minute.
I just want to add something to it.
Okay. All right, quickly.
Now that I'm listening to what you're telling me, could you ask for voice recognition, and it will take care of the minutes, and I won't have to type minutes for the planning board? Is that a capability that anybody uses, or is it something you could add to it? Thank you.
Not a current capability, is something that we're looking at.
How quickly is it going to fit into our budget here?
I don't know. Not yet.
My job could be eliminated.
I haven't found that anyone's jobs tend to get eliminated, but usually there's more time to focus on the things that need human beings.
So no town is using it right now?
Transcription, what you're talking about. No, I don't have that today.
But you are considering it?
Considering it, yes.
Thank you.
No, hundreds of towns, over 400 towns across the country.
Howard?
I hate the town website.
I'm glad you finished that.
It does nothing that I want it to do. And since I use software every day of my life in my job, I listen to what this guy's talking about, and yeah, I recognize a lot of the stuff he's talking about. I don't know if everybody else is a software conversant, but it's not an easy task to present what he just presented in a way that's understandable for the general audience. I agree we need to upgrade the website. However, having written software requirements myself, I find that a lot of times people forget to ask the users what they want. And so they end up buying software that does half the job, or 3/4 of the job, or 1/4 of the job, and nobody's happy. So the question to the select board is, how much time, effort, energy did you put into asking the people in this room what they want from the town website? If you ask anybody in this room, they'll all have a different answer as to what they want. I want online payments for taxes. I want online payments for the summer camp program. I want a live feed from the meetings that this town has, a la Teams. Okay? I want to have live zoning maps so I can see in real time what those are. Meeting minutes. I stopped using the website because the meeting minutes weren't showing up on the website anymore. Don't know why. Data protection. What kind of protection is there for the data that is being created and stored? We all have cases where there's been, data breaches. Everybody heard that word, right? Hospital I went to last year in Lewiston, data breach, so all my stuff is out there. Is that going to be protected by any software that we purchase? So before we jump into spending money for this software, I'd like to ask the selectmen to reconsider and put together a roadmap for what the website should look like and what we really want from the website. I agree we should spend money, and I like what some of the features that this program has, and I suspect from looking at that pie chart, or turtle chart, I guess, and turtle diagram, that there were other options that eventually we could look into that might do some of this stuff. But I'm used to Donna's point, At work, I work from home. I use Teams, okay? Teams has the ability to broadcast live. It also has the ability to record meetings. It also has the ability to transcribe those meetings and put them out as a summary of the meetings. So, I mean, there's software out there that can do a lot of stuff, whether it's this one or another. So that would be my request. Let's spend the money, but let's spend it wisely.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay, go.
It's more a point of-
No, up to the mic, please.
Addie Trefero, 105 Moody Road. Howard, point of clarification, my Limington rec, you can make the payments for summer camp and all of those. He's got a separate portal set up for that. There are links going from the main website currently to allow for those types of, I know, well, that's why I stood up to just let you know. I paid for camp just the other day. And all of his programming, you can do payments and manage your portfolios through that. But yes, taxes online would be great.
I saw another hand. Yes, ma'am.
After the Brittany Kerrigan, 16 Wardens Way. After the 3 years, what is the cost?
We've never raised our prices.
After the 3 years, what is the cost?
Well-
Because I just Googled, so what would be the cost after 3 years? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this, there's always the possibility that server costs dramatically go up or something like that. But our standard policy and what we just did with the town on the website is, as long as you're an active customer, we renew at the same rate that you buy. So that would be what I would anticipate.
Yeah, Emil.
To Howard's point, I agree with him 100% as far as wanting to know what the people want. I think the select board would agree with me when I say the people need to show up and tell them what they want. For years, select boards have asked for people to participate in their own government, and people just don't do it. So I don't think I'm going to vote on this one way or the other, but having the opportunity to communicate through the website might actually be able to get some feedback from the people to tell the board what they want.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Again,
Yes, ma'am.
Brittany Kerrigan, 16 Wardens Way. So I'm just confused because online it does state that you are billed for what you are used and how you use it.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
They're saying 8,000 now for the 3 years, but after the 3 years, we would be billed by how we use your program, not just by 8,000.
It's the same. It's just a subscription. So there's a set rate based on the number of applications. So for instance, Limington is not using every application that we have. So if you're using the same applications, then I'm saying the cost is the same.
So it would change as we change our needs.
If that changes.
Thank
But
you.
You're in the driver's seat.
Just for example, just David Salazar, Wellback Road. If we decide to go with the clerk's portion of it, obviously the payment would go up, right? If we add different add-ons to it from this base rate, I believe, from the town manager, this would change. So, but we currently use Town Cloud, right?
For the website.
For the website, so that rate has not changed, as long as we're current, so.
Okay. Yes, Bonnie.
Bonnie Laughlin, Cape Road. So please help me understand, if after 3 years, we would have the chance to renew this or not to renew it after 3 years, right? This is for a 3-year time. To Brittany's point, I think, a moment ago, we aren't getting ourselves into a recurring situation here, or at least some part of it is always recurring if we want to continue to have our website.
No.
Yes, it's only for 3 years.
Correct.
And the subscription rate that you referred to, I have this on because I was trying to follow you with your Paris, Maine example. The subscription rate of the 8,000, et cetera, money, help me know what part of that is a subscription rate, or is it all the subscription rate?
It's all the subscription.
That is it for 3 years?
That's it. And that subscription, here's the thing, and this differentiates us from just about every other company. We don't charge for customer support. We don't charge for training. And even to the concerns about the website, you know, Matt and I've had a few conversations, because we understand that there are some, you know, desired, you know, changes and, you know, improvements. If we're talking about like, hey, the town calls me up and says, hey, I need to reorganize things. You know, we recently went through this at the town of Bethel, you know, last year. The person that we originally built the website with left. New town manager came in, and she wanted it organized differently. We actually reorganized all of the content. We didn't charge them a penny. We did it at our cost. And our cost on the website even is dramatically lower than the standard rate in the industry. So we try to be very, very sensitive to the money that the town's spending. And, you know, and again, we try to focus on getting you guys results.
Well, this may be the conversation that Howard was talking about. You know, for some of us, we are talking about what we'd like with the website, but it may be that we really need to talk about that a little more. I'm not really sure. I know for me, I like to see minutes on the website. It's a process of the minutes have to be put on the website. And I looked at Paris and I couldn't find them until last November, but I guess that's because they just haven't loaded them on, right?
I don't control who puts what on there.
Right.
But what this program does is it makes it dramatically faster for the towns to create the minutes, because they do it right through the program. And as soon as I have some customers, I could show you other customers as well, that have the minutes published within 24 hours of the meeting. That's a process question, right? As far as, you know, how you want to do that. We don't dictate the process to the town, but the software does make it a lot less work, and it provides it in one platform. Because the key difference is this: without the agenda program, what 99% of towns are doing that I work with is they're using Microsoft Word. They're creating an agenda document. Then they take a copy. Then somebody's typing that up in you know, the minutes. If there's any changes, you got to go, you know, email everybody a new copy or print out, you know, copies for everybody. You do everything in one spot. The agenda minutes are tied together, and then the program splits out those different documents and updates the website. So the content is only touched once. So there's two things. One, it's one version of the information, so it doesn't have to be uploaded to the website as a separate step. So that's something that will immediately give you quicker access to the minutes here, while being less work for the town staff. And then the other thing is the actual steps are faster.
When I go on other towns' websites to look for their minutes, I can click on their minutes and see their minutes. When I go on our town's website, when the minutes are there, I have to download them. Is that going to continue to be the way it is?
No, that's what I was trying to show earlier.
Okay.
That you're going to have the option. So if I want to download them, say print a copy, either through here or directly from the website, right? So we're just using Paris as an example. If I want to download the minutes, I click the minutes. I can either print them out, download them, but if I want to view them, like you pull it up on your phone, right? If I want to view them, I can click View Agenda, and it's right there.
Not view agenda, view minutes, if you would.
Correct. So it's
Same thing,
yeah,
for
well,
sure.
what it is when the minutes are published, the online agenda actually shows you combined, but you can still get the separate documents. So you get the separate agenda, the minutes, the separate package.
I think I get it. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions about, wait, let's see if there's some, yes. I'm going to recognize, because, you have already spoken, and I've said that people who have not spoken will speak before. Yeah. Go, yes.
He hasn't on this article. He hasn't spoken on this
You
article.
haven't spoken on this article? I guess all righty, then you can go, and then I'll call Claudette.
Yeah, so, Tim Foley, so can you do polling and, how would you do that? For example, if the town were looking into a new website, could you poll and gather information through that?
Polling is not part of the agenda application.
Okay, but that is an application that you guys have?
It's not, only because we haven't had that as a request from any of the towns that we work with. I
Okay.
mean, I have seen that typically. What I tend to see for things like that is oftentimes they're using the integrated functionality. Usually someone's already standardized on a platform like Teams or Zoom or one of those, and they're using the polling functionality that's included. If that were something that we had, towns approaching us about, it's absolutely something that we could add. I mean, we have many ideas of what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
What we actually build is going to be based on what the towns ask us for.
Okay. Then the other question is, I just want to kind of get this on the record. I think I know the answer, but Standish is one of the fastest growing towns in Maine, and it's coming this way. So as we grow, how does that affect cost and customer service and all that good stuff?
It doesn't.
Okay.
We again, because we invested in a platform that is user friendly. And I mean, I know it sounds markety, but what it translates to is this: I don't have to have a whole call center of people to help you do your basic job, right? Like once people are up to speed, which usually it's like by the time they've done their second meeting, they feel like, hey, I've got this, I'm good to go. It's not hard it's not hard for them, and therefore it's not hard for us. So, I mean, if we have somebody that reaches out to us and, has a question, in most cases, our response time is under 60 minutes. I've helped people Friday night at 7 o'clock. I've helped people on Saturdays. So, we have, a team that obviously supports our customers, but because we made the deliberate decision to avoid anything that is complicated, the support is low. So you're good. You guys are growing. It's no problem. And we're not, the price isn't a factor of your budget or your tax revenue or your population base. These are the modules, and you get a flat rate.
Good enough. Good answer.
Thank you.
Claudette, excuse me, I think.
Claudette first.
Claudette,
Claudette Townsend.
can you pull the
Milton-
mic up, Claudette?
Claudette Townsend, Milton Road. So just looking at what we invested in the website in 2025, is this replacing some of that, or is this in addition to? So, we spent, Town Cloud, we spent $1,900 last year. Does that go away? Is it really just an increase in the subscription amount?
This is separate. These are separate apps that tie in together with the website.
Okay, so we'll still invest $1,900 to have the website that we're investing now.
Yes, but you just renewed, so that, the money that you just paid for the website is actually you paid for 3 years.
So, sorry, what's the $1,900?
3-year.
That was the 3-year contract.
So it's not
Okay.
every year.
Gotcha. So the contract really is going from $1,900 to $2,775 a year. That's really what we're talking about.
It's the 2775 is on top of the 1900.
Okay.
But the website, what you paid, I mean, you actually have an even bigger discount on the website because Limington was one of our earlier customers in the state of Maine.
Yeah.
We had, many customers outside of Maine. And so you guys are actually getting very generous discounts. But these apps, to answer your question directly, are a separate subscription from the website.
Okay. All right. So then my next question.
So the 8,300 is for the 3 years.
And I understand that.
Yes,
Yeah. So
okay.
it's another $27.75 a year on top of what we're paying to get these apps.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Patty
Yeah,
says,
2775 a year,
A
8,300
year.
for the 3 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's 83 if you divide it by 3. So, okay. Then my second question is just, we have something here from the Finance Committee work that we were doing about broadcast. Is that included? Email, SMS?
We had talked, Matt and I had talked about that, and he felt like these would be the applications that he asked for the proposal for. So it is not included in this proposal.
Okay. Because then that would be the other thing I would say, that just as a resident, I would love to be able to subscribe and have stuff pushed to me.
That's an option. We have that.
Yeah.
yeah, I think there's questions as to what you meant by broadcasting, Claudette.
Yeah, so there's another application. I'd say
Yes.
there's another portion of the software called Broadcast that does email and SMS text, but that's not in this proposal.
Correct.
There are some very techie people here and some like myself who aren't, so we appreciate any explanation.
We discussed it, and the request was to start with the agenda and the 311.
Yeah.
Chris, yes.
See, she doesn't.
You're newly elected.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chris, I have to apologize. No.
You might answer, a lot of people have asked the questions that I have, but go right ahead, Chris.
Well, I have a couple questions. One is, are we gonna keep up with getting the stuff in the computer? Because as of right now, we don't. Which is a problem in my mind, because last year we talked about this at town meeting and we were assured that all these minutes were gonna go we had somebody doing that, and yet our website still doesn't have all that stuff current. My other question is there a reason we're looking at the 311 side and stuff instead of things like permitting, online payment for permitting and stuff? Yeah, 311's great, but who's getting the alert that there's an issue on the road? Is that actually alerting somebody? Or is it just going into a email queue that when, sorry, gonna pick on you, Emil, that when Emil comes in, he's gonna have emails that say, oh, okay, now I gotta look at this, or is he actually getting some kind of an alert that says, hey, there's an issue, there's something that's been submitted? I'm just really concerned about buying or spending the money to do modules that we're not keeping up with the stuff now. We spend this $8,000 and the minutes still don't get posted into the system, then it's a waste of money. So.
Someone want to respond to that?
I've been putting the minutes in every week, so. I don't
Christie's been putting the minutes in every week. Claudette?
I have to fall on my sword. We've been a little slow in getting our minutes submitted, so that's probably part of the delay, certainly from a financial.
The select board minutes I've been putting up every week.
Yeah. I will say, if we do this though, and we can do it live, boom, we will do that. We'll bring a laptop and we'll do it live.
Did Tammy?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Notification part was one of my questions, was, are there notifications when something goes into the 311? The other thing, I just wanted to address to Howard Allen, about the Teams thing, thank you. But that's been an issue we've talked about ad nauseum, because there are several people in the town, we've asked several different ways, how do you watch us, right? And so there are cable viewers only, there are YouTube viewers only. There are ways that people that are available to them that they're using right now. And so, yes, do we need to address it again and see how many people want to see us in a different format that's easier for them? That's a question. But there are so many different ways right now that people are watching us. We're keeping up with cable, we're on YouTube, things like that. So we have thought about it, we have talked about it, we've addressed it.
David, did you have something?
The notification, though, I would like to ask Mr. Hayward about when someone puts a pothole into 311. Does that just sit on the website? Do we have an administrator that are going to be watching this all the time? How are we going to know when things have been uploaded and put there?
Sure, I can answer that for you.
Thank you.
So there's two ways that you would be made aware. So you would designate that for a particular issue type, there would be someone to receive an email when new submissions are made, and that automatically goes out. There's also a dashboard that you and any of your department heads or whoever you designate to keep an eye on it can instantly see where everything stands. And you can filter on it, so you can say, I only want to see everything that's still currently open. It'll automatically drop off as they're closed out. You can adjust those. Each person can adjust their own view. So it is separate from the other thing that we were talking about, which is the outbound communications to the resident. But yes, it will be pushed to you, and you can view it on your dashboard.
And this is all part of what we're paying for?
Yep.
Okay.
No change orders.
Okay, yes, Judy. Yep. Watch it. Who's moderator here? Judy.
Judy Weymouth, The Long Way, Limington. I think I just have two questions. One is, I noticed in the voting on this article, the Financial Advisory Committee abstained on this one, as opposed to other, everybody is in favor, everybody's opposed, or somebody's in favor and somebody's opposed. In this one, everybody has abstained, and I would, may I have an explanation for that, please?
Yes. So we actually hadn't had the benefit of seeing this presentation yet at the time of the vote. That's why. We just weren't familiar with really what is the software intended to do. I mean, we were getting our votes done, and there really wasn't time to have a separate presentation. So we're hearing it today.
Okay.
That's why we're asking questions too.
My second question is, how generally, how does the select board and the office staff feel about this? From my point of view, Mr. The presentation I think is good, but half of what you have spoken is in tongues or Greek. I do not recognize it. I'm a digital dinosaur, and I don't give a damn that I am. Honestly, when Donna said she's an old lady, I'm an old lady. I know what I'm good at. This stuff I'm not good at, and at this age, I don't even care. So I do find the website, the current town website, very difficult to navigate to get the information I want. I don't blame the website so much as my obtuseness and stubbornness about I don't want to know this stuff. It's the 21st century and I need to get over it. So that's why I'm asking, how does the select board and the office staff feel about this? I can see where some of this might be helpful. Does Ema want to be getting a call in the middle of the night that somebody hit a deer and it's in the road and the person across the street from it says, I want that messy thing out of my sight before my children get out of bed? And
Do it now.
and that disrupts his weekend,
I already do.
We all have it.
Yeah. Well, I lugged the last one home that I'm aware of, so anyway, how is this going to be?
To get to your
handled?
question, I think we need a response from the select.
Yeah, from somebody.
For me, these two items that he presented today do answer some of the citizens' questions as far as like accessibility to our agendas, our minutes and stuff like that. Because this seems like it might be easier for people to navigate through the system if it's upgraded from what we're currently doing. I was big fan on the SMS because people asked us that they wanted information from the town, right? Other than posting on the website or coming to town meetings, we can push things out to people if they want to. This is not in that proposal. The other thing was people telling us what is going on in town, concerns and stuff like that, because we heard complaints. We did get complaints about stuff, about how it's gone through the town. Either they call the office to speak to the ladies, goes on a post-it, might make it to the chief, it might make it to the CEO, it might make it to somebody. So, but if there was one area they can go to on the website that would easily fill in, take a picture, looks nice, and goes to one person. So instead of having multiple hands touch a complaint or a concern. So those do answer some of the questions from some of the town. We didn't have a lot of town people come in and say, hey, other than your website sucks. You know, it might be a little outdated. We might have to upgrade it a little bit, the basic website, but we still have to input things, which requires time. This shows that it might just go a little faster for Donna or Christy when they're doing stuff, but it's
Or
one
even-
step towards
I think, yeah.
Or even for
managing it.
She
I
could,
think,
she could
so.
type it herself and upload it,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah, we would do it live.
Right,
Like,
correct.
literally, we'd
So
do
it would,
live.
it would increase the speed of things getting up there.
If you watch town meeting or select board meetings, Matt is typing as we go. So
Yeah.
literally we sign it the next Thursday and it's on. Like he literally has it done that night. We could probably sign it before we leave office. But it just might just make it easier for him, Donna, Christy, whoever's doing minutes and adding stuff to it. So it's just one step, I think, in the right direction. I don't think we're all going to be happy because we do have people that are not computer suave, don't have iPhones because we can't afford them anymore. You might want to get a Samsung. But yeah,
It sounds like
it's just one other step. So.
And it sounds like we can add on, there is availability of other modules.
Yeah.
So if people, okay, this is a start, this is at least a start in the right direction. I mean, I agree with the website.
I mean, we're
is-
currently with you, so,
Yeah.
I mean, the website does work. People do have problems with it. Maybe we can address that with you as far as more user abilities.
Well, as I said, I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, people say that the
Yeah.
website is difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
I won't say that because I know what I am and my attitude towards
I think all town
devilish
websites are difficult
satanic
to navigate,
devices.
so.
They're all different.
Yeah, they're all different.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Does any other selectmen?
But again, it comes back to, if you have an issue, we're here every Thursday. We have a town manager that's here on his scheduled times that is available for complaints and stuff. We are listening. It might be slow to get certain things down. He was instructed to fix certain things, and this is his first step to fixing some of the complaints, so. So this is the presentation to the town to start that way.
Yes.
Addie Trevero. I think that it would be helpful in regards to efficiency, especially for the department heads, select board, and town manager, to have that 311 portal to be able to address issues. I myself, in my professional life, have had portals like that where you're essentially handling maintenance tickets or a ticket. You can track and see where things are. It provides transparency to the townspeople that are submitting those tickets. Ultimately, I think that it would be an effective improvement to communication aside from just ranting on the Limington community page about potholes and other issues. It gives a more direct feed to your local government to be able to address issues.
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, Tim Foley. Just sort of in the interest of time, I'm wondering if we can vote on this.
Move the question?
And then also, like, in the future, can we, set up some kind of tech subcommittee or something like that to like really look into it? Because I think, I don't know, just a lot of unknown, a lot of questions we had, and we took the town meeting time to answer those. So
Yeah. I would just suggest, if you have questions, please come speak to our town manager. We hired him for you guys to be here while we're not. So, questions, concerns, come speak with him. He can make notes, he can make decisions on meetings and planning who to get with.
Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays.
Yeah.
Wednesdays, currently, he's remote until he's here in town permanently. But Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Matt's always in the office. That's what he was hired for.
But reachable every day.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
His cell phone's on the website, sorry, and email.
Yeah.
His email, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what Matt's here to do for you guys, so.
But I like the idea, get people together. You gotta get like-minded people together, but you guys gotta come to, we're here,
Okay, we're going to move forward on Article 20. We're ready to vote, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $8,325 for a 3-year upgrade package for the town website. These upgrades will allow better two-way communication between the town and departments and residents. All in favor of Article 20, please raise your hand. Those opposed? One, keep it up. Nine? How many do you count? Nine. All right, thank you very much. The article did pass. Okay, now we're going back to the budget, to the original.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. Okay. Okay, everybody, let's, I would urge you all to, I notice we're doing sort of a mass exodus. We have not that many people here, and for those of you who don't show up, I don't want to hear any complaints directed at me about what went on if you're not going to take the time, if you can. There are circumstances where some people can't. Anyway, we're at Article 3, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $867,356 for general town operations. Said funds to be allocated, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to read down each one. Is there a motion? First made the motion. Zach Plumley. Yeah, made the second. Who's?
Chris Mullin,
Matt.
Plummer.
Matt is going to speak to the budget articles. Matt?
Well, I guess I'll address any questions.
Okay.
You can see there that the total has decreased by 7%. Part of that is because things have been moved around. A big chunk of the decrease comes from the fact that we've eliminated one full-time position in the office through some restructuring. I currently have been doing 2 jobs. When the administrative assistant left, my first week on the job, second week on the job, I took over that position, and I've been doing that and being town manager. Some of those tasks now I'm offloading, but that's why there's a big chunk, big decrease there. Plus, I also don't take health insurance, and the full-time person that left was taking health insurance, so that's why there's a big decrease there.
Okay, yes, in the back. Yep.
Matt Plumley, 1324 Cape Road. I just had one question. Last year, that bookkeeper line item that you're talking about, the select board at the time wanted to give that person a bigger raise than the ladies out front that we see doing work every day. And since you've taken over, you have shown that that's only a 10-hour-a-week position. I just wanted to thank you for saving us that money and help cleaning up our budget. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for that. So.
You're welcome.
And is there a reason that that warrant for last year is not in this book?
What do you?
Yeah, the budget and then the actual what was paid out for that position last year. Like I said, they asked for a big raise, we denied it, but then they told us they can move money around however they wanted. And I just noticed that line item is blank for 2025.
Page 21.
I'm on 20, so line item 01-1201-123, bookkeeper wages. For 2025, the warrant is blank, the actual is blank, which I'm assuming because they worked for part of the year, they got a paid amount. And then for the recommended 2026, you've got an amount in there, but there's nothing in the 2025.
I don't know what blank you're talking about. It says the warrant amount was $53,040, and the actual amount spent was $34,000.
Where do you see that? Because I'm looking on page 21, under town clerk, tax.
Oh, no, you have to go up, because that position used to be under the town executive.
It's a different position. So it says office assistant.
Under select board.
Office assistant.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just saw the part-time remote bookkeeper work.
Yeah.
And that was part of that position. That's
Yeah, we do have a part-time remote bookkeeper, and that's now under the town clerk's part of the budget.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I saw your hand first. Bonnie will be next.
Hi, Tim Foley. I wanted to talk about the part-time bookkeeper too, and just I was looking through, and so the part-time bookkeeper is for $20,000 for 10 hours a week. Is that right?
Actually, she hasn't worked that many hours. It's been more like 5 hours a week. Yeah.
Okay. And then the 40-hour position that was eliminated was approximately 38,000, right?
No, it was 54.
Oh, it's 53. So I'm hearing that you guys are all really stretched thin, and you're not able to potentially get to the 311s. So why would we eliminate a full-time position?
I wouldn't say that we're stretched too thin right now. I think
they're saying.
I think we're doing things differently. I think we're doing things better. I think the technology will allow us to respond faster.
Yeah.
The part-time bookkeeper, it's budgeted for 10 hours a week. She's been only working about 5. She works full-time for the town of Elliott. So we're saving a lot of money. Some of the problems we've had, and if you read my town manager's letter there,
I did.
back, we needed somebody who had more experience with Trio, which is the software package we use, and previous employees didn't really have that experience. So I reached out to all the town managers in York County, said, does anybody have a bookkeeper who wants part-time hours who could assist us? And we snagged somebody from Elliott. So she works remote, part-time, and is doing the things that we really need somebody to do with Trio.
Okay, I can hear that. I guess my question is like, if we're struggling to get the minutes on the website, why are we getting rid of a full-time employee?
I can tell you that every meeting that I have sat in, those minutes are on the website.
That's an example.
So,
Just an example.
That's 95% of them. So I don't know what struggle is you're referring to.
They're referring to.
We're getting the job done, and we're doing it efficiently and effectively. And
so who's taken over the things that person did?
Me.
And what did that person do?
She was the assistant to the select board, and she was the bookkeeper. And answering phone calls, and accounts payable, and payroll.
And payroll.
Yep.
So who does that? You do all of that now?
Yep.
And town manager stuff?
And town manager. Although the part-time bookkeeper does some things. So I said to the board, when the bookkeeper / select board assistant resigned, I said, I will do accounts payable and payroll until town meeting. Because I'm a manager. I've done that before. I was a selectman for 15 years.
And you did payroll?
No, but I learned payroll, and I learned accounts payable, and I learned how long it actually takes, and I've streamlined things. And Christie now, after town meeting, will be taking over accounts payable. I'm gonna continue to do payroll, because I'm also the HR director, so payroll and HR go hand in glove. So I will continue to do that. And again, I've streamlined things, and I've saved you all some money.
So how is morale?
I think that's outside of the, I'm sorry, but that's outside of the parameter of the article. I will also add
How's
that,
morale in the?
I think that is outside the parameter of the article. All right?
I'll
Thank you.
answer the question.
No,
From
I
what I
think
hear,
that
morale
is
is
out.
good, and the new people that are coming on board are working hard.
Does morale cost money?
Addie Trevero. I guess a more constructive way that we could frame that would be, what are you, because you are spread so thin with some of these other duties that you've taken on with the lack of staffing, correct? What are you doing to support your department heads? How frequently are you meeting with them to see what their needs are, to be able to address some of their concerns? So instead of looking at it from a morale standpoint, looking at it from a time management standpoint, which time then converts over to finances and money and staffing.
Sure. Yeah, I converse with the department heads daily. We just had our first quarterly department head meeting last week.
Why was that the first?
You said quarterly.
Well, I mean, you've been
Quarterly.
here for 8 months, though, correct?
I have, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because there are a number of things that have come up that now require us all sitting down and having conversation.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Howard. Yeah, Matt, you'll be next.
Howard Allen, Secocas Ave, Limington. Legal services, which is the line above the total, went from $77,000 to $53,000 proposed this year. We're still on page 13. Article 3.
12. We're on page 12.
12, sorry. I have macular degeneration, so numbers
Okay,
don't
we'll forgive you.
work always as well as they should. Question, though, is what are we getting for our legal services, and why did it drop 31% this year to year?
I'm going to let the select board answer that, because I wasn't here last year when
Sure,
there were
no,
some legal
understood.
issues that have been put to rest, but I'll let them respond to that.
Last year, issues were expected to arise that we would need legal fees for. They did come up. They've been handled, and we don't expect those going forward.
These are related to the payroll issues, right?
No.
No.
You're talking legal fees, correct?
Yes, yeah.
No, no,
Because the town isn't expecting to be taken to court for anything, or?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct. That's why we dropped them this year.
All right, and who gets the money?
You mean
Where
what,
does this money go?
what law firm does the town employ? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, does that go to a town
Bernstein
contracted?
Shore.
Sorry?
Bernstein Shore is our lawyer.
So that's the annual cost that he
They
would
bill us,
subscribe.
they bill us hourly.
Right.
We expected
We get billed
2026 to be less than 2025, which is why it's dropped.
Okay, I have not worked in the town before, in terms of select board or anything like that, so I'm not privy to what goes on behind the screen door. So, we, as a town, on an annual basis, pay a lawyer as issues come up, and issues come up all the time. Is that
Correct.
what we're hearing?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so we're expecting the $53,000 worth of issues are gonna come up this year, as opposed to last year was 77,000.
There are policies that need to be rewritten, because they're old, and we're having them review them
Okay,
to keep current.
so legal review.
Yes.
In-town C code office,
Yeah, they're.
taking people to court for not cleaning up places, violations, that's all taking a ramp up. Now that the town manager's on board, we need to really, make sure that things are addressed. In the past, it's been swept under the rug, and as you hear on Limington all the time, lawless Limington. Well, no, unfortunately, it's Craig's here to do his job, and the board's backing him. And so as the town manager, we need to take care of the things, there's laws and rules that you all voted on for a reason. It's got to be followed, so.
Okay.
And that's taken a fair amount.
Yep, thank you for that explanation, appreciate it.
Matt?
Thank you, Howard.
Matt Plumley, Cape Road. Just to follow up on the question about the part-time, I think you missed at the beginning. We've hired another full-time clerk, and Bev has now gone to part-time. So technically, we've gained 2 part-time employees. So I think that's what the confusion is we've got a bookkeeper and we have another part-time clerk. So we actually gained 2 part-time positions for that 1 full-time position.
Any other questions? Bonnie?
Bonnie Laughlin, just real quick, this is another example of when the budget that we were shown, not actual, or as it was printed in last year's town report, 2025, is different than the budget as it's printed in this year's town report. And it's hard on us to figure out, gee, is this just a misprint? Is it a typo? Is it something? Was there a letter that I should have remembered about a special town meeting? So I really appreciate the explanations that are being done for us, but to help us
But
compare.
what happens is when we vote last year at town budget, this was printed. The book you were holding last year was printed. Then people make motions and lower the amount of the article. So that is why the price, that's why the end result, we couldn't print it the same day and hand you a new book. That's why the book's different, because this is reflecting what you guys voted for last year. That's the difference. The amount of difference is the difference that you guys voted to take away from that article.
That's obviously the conclusion to be made. I'm still saying that instead of that general, well, folks, if you see a discrepancy, it's because you voted on it. It just seems to me that that would be a place for an explanation. Just like you've
I mean,
gone to the trouble to do, as David has done, and I think as Matt explained. That's all.
Yeah.
And Patty, I think you saw those numbers when we were first talking about Article 8. I mean, you agreed that this one had a lot of changes.
Right,
Lot.
right. There was
Yeah.
a big decrease made in that article last year.
So it'd be very helpful if we could be reminded, that's all. You can say we should remember from a year ago, and I wish I did, but.
Not everybody compares books like you do.
Good point, Bonnie.
Emo?
We'll remember that
No,
next year.
I was just gonna make the point that I think what Bonnie's getting at is now that we have that notes section in the detailed section, that is something that could be added, just like these changes for this current budget, that's all.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I can appreciate that the bottom line is lower. I can appreciate that. What I propose is that the town figure out a way to quantify morale.
Sometimes I think, if I might add an unmoderator-like comment, don't always believe everything you read on the Facebook page. But, so are there any more questions pertaining to Article 3? Donna? You have to get up close to it. There you go.
Why is Saco River Community TV gone down 19% from last year? I'm on the board of directors for Saco River Community TV. I'm not aware that we put a budget together that was 20% lower.
There was a mistake in the budget last year.
Yes.
There was a art line for postage for $5,000.
That was in Saco River?
That was in Saco
Yes.
River. I have no idea. I didn't make the budget, but there was $5,000 for postage for Saco River TV, which doesn't need to
There
be
was
there,
something wrong
so
last year.
eliminate the 5,000, and that's a big drop.
Okay, so you're not cutting
No.
anything this year?
We just took a line item that didn't belong there for $5,000 and took it out.
Maybe that should have been an explanation too. Thank you very much.
It actually says account not necessary.
Okay, are there other questions pertaining to Article 3? Seeing no hands, are we ready to vote to see?
No, go ahead. We'll vote, and then I just want to explain the notes section real quick.
Okay. To vote on Article 3, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $867,356 for the general town operations. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Unanimous. Thank you very much.
That wasn't unanimous.
Pardon, one
One
opposed? I
opposed.
beg your pardon, I didn't see it. One opposed, that's, and David, you want to?
If I may, Madam Moderator.
Yes.
So I suggested the notes section for this year's budget process because we were making changes to what the book looked like last year with the new departments, where things were being moved to. I don't foresee it going forward past this year, because once the new format is in place and everybody's familiar what the new format is going to look like, we can remove that. But if you're looking on page 12, that is not the full note section. You're going to have to go to the articles within the book, and you'll see where things are moved. You'll see that the $5,000 line was removed and why. So you might have to reference both while we're going through the process between the
Page
first.
21 and 22.
Yeah. So the biggest thing, like I said, the notes section was just to inform you of the format changing from last year to this year's, the new departments where things were being moved around. Because I had a feeling there would be a lot of questions like, why is this shorter now? Why the dollar amount's different here? It's because it got moved to a new department that is being developed. So you just see the move over. Does that make sense?
Okay.
We could possibly move it on till next year and continue on and explain every movement from this vote. But I think if we're here making the vote, we probably should know what we moved.
Yes, sir, in the back.
But I love that you guys love the note section.
Jack Partridge, 13 Evergreen. I hope, sorry to belabor this subject, but many of us, when we look at these books, the percent of change is an important data point. And if these numbers, let's say this 2025 budget is what was printed in the last book, that is, some changes were made to that during town meeting. So that changed number is not reflected here, because this percent of change is based on a potentially incorrect first column. 2025 budget is what's in the book at the beginning of the town meeting. So all these percentage numbers on the right side are potentially incorrect. And that's a big data point that all of us want to know is, how is our spending proposed for next year versus actually approved for last year? Not proposed. This 2025 budget is a proposed number, not the actual.
No, the warrant article is the actual.
Yeah.
The first line that says warrant, that's the actual 2025 versus, that the warrant was asked, the actual is, go ahead.
I was just gonna, to your point, I think it might go back to what David just pointed out. I haven't done the work to compare, but the article that we're voting on may not reflect the detailed section. I don't know, but
Yeah.
that might be why there's some confusion.
The total for each article is
Yeah,
correct.
because last year we voted just an example, because we've already voted. We voted 965, 335 last year for Article 3, right?
Okay, now.
This year it says 2025 is 935,335, correct? But you have
Right.
two things that are in there that been moved to new categories.
Because of the, yeah.
Because of the
How
move,
do you deal with that?
that
Yeah.
portion of last year's budget moved to that new department, which is municipal complex overhead, or a new expense category for utilities. That's what that note thing, that's what we're doing the note section for, so you guys know where the move was for. So, if the number for 2025 in the new budget book is gonna look lower because we moved it to a
Moved
new
it, yeah.
category.
Well, that's hard to, how
But
do you
it's,
keep
yeah,
track of that?
that's why I was
Trying to
hoping the
make
note
comparisons.
section would
Yeah,
Explain all of that.
explain this or help explain the moves, why the numbers
Clear
look
it up.
different.
yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Which is to see if the,
Sorry.
that's okay, no, he wanted to question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to move back to the vote.
Did that answer your question?
It does,
Yeah.
it's.
It's gonna look a little wonky this year, and that's why I was hoping the note section would help.
Things around
So,
between departments, it's gonna be a problem.
yeah.
Okay, let's move forward, folks. Are we ready to vote on Article 3? All in favor, as read, please raise your.
We did.
Sorry.
We did, Joyce. Thank you.
Remember, there was one.
David got out of line.
Yes,
I got out of
David.
line. Sorry.
That's okay. All right. All right, we're moving on now to Article 4, Human Services. And let's please, this requires a motion to amend because on the very last line, it says Limington Grave Markers. It should read Limington Historical Society. So the article is to see if the town will raise and appropriate $30,924 for human services, said funds to be allocated to. Will someone please make a motion to amend that last line?
Look, can we bring it?
Is there a second? Howard seconded it, Bonnie. Howard moved it, Bonnie seconded it. Is there a motion to correct the wording on the last line to read Limington Historical Society? Howard moved that, and Jake seconded it. All in favor? Unanimous vote. All right, now we're ready for Human Services. Does someone wish to address that in the beginning, or do you just want to respond to questions?
I'll take any questions if there are any.
Anyone have questions on Article 4? Yes, Howard?
I'm going to just rehash a common complaint that we've heard over the years. This town is asked to vote on various items, most of which we have responsible people here to tell us what we're voting for. And I am a little bit disappointed if we don't have somebody from Kids Free to Go, York County Community, Caring Unlimited, Maine Health, Day One, Southern Maine Agency of Aging, on Aging. Do we have any reps for any of those folks here?
Yes.
I'm not a representative, but I did benefit in the last 2 years from Caring Unlimited, and I'm thankful that they were available to myself and my family.
Thank you.
For domestic violence.
These folks do come in, they either come in to see the town office or they bring in their their request to us every year.
Bonnie?
Thank you. Bonnie Laughlin, that was my question. The numbers that we see here that look so low in some cases for a town growing every year as ours is, and we voted on pretty much these same amounts, but did these requests come from the representatives of these places, either in
Yes.
person or by letter?
We get a letter.
We weren't just rubber stamping.
We get a letter
You're not offering
requesting.
to us, well,
Yeah,
We got a letter.
They
We get a
send
letter.
us the usage of those dollars from these different organizations. They tell us the number of people who benefited from them and the dollar.
Great.
And typically, these numbers don't change year to year, hardly any.
That's another issue, maybe. Maybe,
So.
yeah. But, so everything we're looking at are current requests actually generated from the various agencies. Thank you.
Yes,
Just a comment to that point, that is something that's asked every year, and if those letters don't divulge too much personal information, maybe those are something that could be added to the town report, so that people do know when they come to town meeting that it was requested, and even the services that were given to residents of town.
Yeah, that'd be great.
okay, is that duly noted?
Yep.
Okay. All right, any other questions on Article 4? If not, we're ready to vote to see if the town will raise and appropriate $30,924 for human services. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Unanimous vote. Article 5, public safety, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,183,399 for public safety. Said funds to be allotted as stated in the warrant article. Is there a motion? Matt moved it and Chris seconded it. So, do you want to address first, Emil?
I can briefly. The biggest change within the fire EMS budget was a COLA increase of 3% for all the areas. If you look at, it's listed as per diem account number 102. I think you'll see that it's a larger percentage, but that's not just for COLA raises, it's for added time that we've put in either for fire calls, meetings, trainings, things like that. So the actual benefit to the employee is a 3% COLA, just like every other pay section. There were, if you look through the budget, you'll see there are a lot of areas that were over last year, so there were some increases in those lines just to make up for that. In a big way, what carried us through for last year was a vacant position that I held off filling, knowing that we were running tight on money. So this is just to be able to, well, we filled the position now, but to make up for those areas that we didn't have enough in. Anybody that follows the town meetings over the last few years, both last year and the year before, there were increases to the fire EMS budget, but I also showed the areas where I had made cuts, so the impact wasn't as great as the changes that were made in the certain areas of the budget. Animal control is not my thing, but the town manager may speak on that. Emergency management, you'll see there's an increase, but that's just the COLA. That's the increase is for the stipend of a deputy emergency management director position. And then there's $2,000. One is to buy equipment, things like mattresses, bedding, things like that, if we have to have a shelter. And then the other 1,000 is in the event that we did open a shelter and needed to supply food, things like that.
Any questions on Article 5?
I just want to say,
Yes,
as far
Matt.
as animal control goes, you can see on page 30 that we're entering into a regional agreement with Standish. You know, it's really incumbent upon us, those of us who serve you, to find new, better ways of doing things at times. So we've reached out to Standish, and we're going to be in a regional agreement with them. So that's why there's a savings there.
Any other questions? Yes, Matt?
Matt Plumley, Cape Road. Just a real quick, this goes for 5 and 6.
No, we're doing 5.
I understand that, but this question covers both. I see that the fire EMS and the public works director are the same person. Is there any way we can make that one position so that they have oversight over both, and then hire, it looks like we've hired a full-time EMS director who is dual qualified. We've got a part-time assistant fire chief. Is there a way to combine the public safety and Public Works program manager, so that we can have, because right now he's stretched thin. He's covering 2 departments. If we have a major storm out there right now, he's either plowing or he's the fire chief. He's not both. Is there a way that he can become the program manager, and then we can hire positions to fill those positions so that we're not losing one or the other? That's my only question. And then when the fire department needs a new truck, the fire chief, EMS director, whatever, can give him the quote, and he can do the negotiations with everybody, and then they can focus on their department. Same with Public Works. He would be able to get the trucks or deal with the sand company or whatever, and the Public Works director can focus on Public Works.
That's what he does now. That's exactly what he's doing. Admin.
Right, but he's also the fire chief and Public Works director, so.
He's a
either
Public Works
plowing-
admin. He don't plow.
Okay.
Yep, no, you haven't plowed other than in your personal vehicle.
So I didn't know if Matt wanted to speak on that first.
Sorry.
I'll let you speak and then I can follow up.
So you're right, Matt. It is more administrative than it was before. And this idea, I'll take the credit or the blame, whichever people feel about it. We were paying good money for the Public Works director, and there were a lot of complaints coming out of that department by the way it was run from staff level. I don't know as far as the public goes, but, and so this was my idea to restructure the department and hopefully improve the way it operated and not add a ton more money to that. Most of what was lacking in the director before was the administrative side. And I just feel that most of that is stuff that I already deal with within the fire department as the chief. And I didn't think that it would add much burden to my position by consolidating that and hopefully prove that it doesn't require 2 full-time positions. But as part of the complaints was they needed somebody to direct them more at the field level, if you will. And so we do have a foreman now, and that that's full-time. They are a combined crew of 4, and Junior really directs the groundwork. We meet every Monday morning. I collect the payroll slips, things like that they've done throughout the previous week, get a report what they did and what their plans are for the week. And then, I take care of all the payroll, things like that, forward it to Matt. And so to back up a little bit on the fire side, part of the reason I wanted to do this was knowing that we had the vacant EMS director position and that was morphing into a more across-the-board position for the fire EMS department that puts more of the daily operations of the department onto that position, which takes some of that off from my plate. And so, just so everybody knows, been very adamant that the select board check with the staff and make sure that the staff is okay with the way this is going, and if there's a point where it isn't, then we do need to separate that again, which for me was why we didn't consolidate the 2, because if that point comes, we need to be able to break the job description and the finances, all those things. And so it was originally for 6 months. They've added another year to this. But I'm very clear that if at any point during that year we determine, whoever determines that it's not the way it should be, that it goes back to the way it was. So I don't know if there's anything more to say to that, but.
It was just more the fact that you're doing more administrative, and if it sounds like you're already doing it with the Public Works, you're that middleman for getting the equipment and stuff, and they can focus on their job. I was just wondering if that could apply to the fire side, where you, like you said, you've got an EMS director that is dual qualified and you've got that assistant, so really you could step back and focus on that acquisition part and just help out that way.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't know if there's been any official change, by the select board or anything like that, but I think you'll find that in the fire department with Corin coming in as the new deputy chief. He is taking on a lot more of that, so.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Matt, did you have any further comment, Matt?
No, I think Emil
Answered
offered
it.
a thorough explanation.
Okay.
And, we're doing things differently. Other municipalities might come to us and say, wow, we never thought of it that way. So kudos to Emil. And, you know, somebody brought up morale. I can tell you morale in the DPW is very high right now, and it wasn't a year ago, so.
But on the flip side, Matt being on the department and now Chris, if morale changes within the fire department, we need to know that too, right? So.
Yes, Nancy.
I was simply going to ask Emil, do you feel effectively supported and compensated for the increase in duties?
I do.
Okay.
It's
Because
really.
that is a lot. I mean, to take on all of that. Yeah, ultimately, you know, it benefits all of us to be sure that your time is compensated effectively and that, because that all trickles down, end of day.
So I'm not sure how much the moderator will let me get away with, but.
You'll know.
So all of this is my idea, the pay, all of that. So I feel very supported both by the town manager and the select board. I think overall by the staff, I don't hear a lot, but they certainly have the opportunity to speak up. I didn't put in for an increase for either of those positions this year because it's kind of new. The public works side of that. Originally, it was supposed to be $800 a week stipend that cut in half as I got going. Felt that was too much, so it's $400 a week there, and then the salary that you see in the budget for the fire side. So I'm doing about an average of 50 hours a week between the two departments combined, and now having the deputy chief position filled, I think as the year goes on, that will wane back closer to the 40.
Yeah, because you are still like responding to calls and doing things like that. So just making sure that that's recognized, that our chief is out there in the field with his people.
Okay.
I also want to, first of all, I want to thank everybody, all of our department heads, everybody, the volunteers, everybody that walks into this building every day. I want to thank them all. I hope that they feel that they are supported by the select board and the town manager. We make it a point to ask them, how, you know, are you doing too much? We make it a point to ask. So, I don't see you, Donna. How are you doing, Donna?
No, we're not, this is outside the parameter. No, it is outside the parameter of the article.
Can I also make
Yes.
I just want to make a point in this budget too, and I'll let him clarify his reasoning. But when the budget was proposed, as you can see, there is no increase in the fire chief's pay. And that was his choice. We agreed against that. We wanted the COLA, but his thought process is that he's doing a little less on the fire side because of the new job, and he didn't think that the townspeople, you know, that it was warranted. And with the amount that he does, we thought so, but at the end of the day, it's our department head's choice of what they want in the budget. So I just wanted to make that clear right here. It's pretty, he did not take a raise this year, so.
Yeah, and it's not the select board's fault.
Yeah, okay, well, we were arguing
Thank
against.
you, Emil.
Chris?
Chris Small, 145 Doles Ridge Road. I guess this would kind of be a quick question for Emil. I noticed that, and I don't know if it's a mistake in the back of this, but it looks like fire apparatus maintenance has moved around. Which department does
Yep.
that actually fall under now? Because
So that went to the fleet maintenance section of DPW.
okay, because that doesn't show any maintenance from last year's numbers in that section, so I was curious.
Oh, like actual cost, you mean?
Yeah, so that.
That I don't
noticed
know
it
if
was in
Matt
both,
can.
but I didn't know if that's all moving, wouldn't there be a decrease in
Yes.
the fire EMS side?
Yep, so, there's I thought I had it here, but, so 21,000 in vehicle maintenance didn't go up, but it moved to Public Works, under the fleet maintenance section. Building maintenance moved out, that went to buildings and grounds under the Public Works section. Then there was a decrease in the paramedic intercepts, fire.
So I guess my bigger question, just for clarification, is it shows that we have a 2.1% increase in the fire EMS department. If we're moving all that stuff, what is the increased part of the fire EMS?
If it were the old budget structure, it would be a true increase of 49,000, which is 4.42% of last year's budget.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious, looking at, things are moving out, why wouldn't the budget numbers change on that?
Yep, so, the actual increase would be 49,000, but because of those things moving, the increase is 23,232, I believe.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, Matt?
Paul McCabe Road, I just want to clarify, the reason I was asking about combining that is so that he was compensated for his time on both those departments. I wasn't trying to remove him or anything, it was to get compensation for the time he's putting in, and if it's too much of a load on him to be able to have that part-time position.
We've had these conversations with him
Okay.
on numerous occasions about it.
I just
so.
wanted to clarify that, so. It
Thank
seemed
you.
like people were like, hey, I just wanted to clarify.
Any more questions on Article 5? Seeing none. Ready to vote to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,183,399 for public safety. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Seeing none, it was a unanimous vote. On to Article 6. Public Works, formerly Roads and Highway, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,412,552 for Public Works, said funds to be allocated to as printed in the warrant. Is there a motion? Jake motioned. Is there a second? Howard seconded. Does anyone want to address it?
I'll start, yeah. So this looks like a humongous increase in the department, but that goes back to the accounts that have been moved or consolidated. So the true increase on this, that all applies to me. I want to make sure I wasn't misspeaking. So the true increase in the article is for $12,670, which is 0.9% actual increase. And so I don't know that everybody wants me to go through the details of it, but I pulled every balance that was in other departments last year, consolidated that into one, and that's what the difference actually is. So.
Matt, did you want to make a comment?
Nope.
Nope.
And again, we have two new sections here, buildings and grounds maintenance, and fleet maintenance. Those are, we've cobbled together, all the vehicles into this section, parts, supplies, labor, and the maintaining of the buildings and grounds and cleaning. That used to be spread out across different departments, now it's all cobbled together here.
Okay. Any questions on Article 6? Bonnie?
I've asked this before, and I can't remember. Kindly please remind me what LRAP is.
LRAP, Local Roads Assistant Program. So that's funding that comes back to the town from the state, and it's based off there's different numbers for each type of road we have. So we have town roads or town ways, we have state aid roads, and then we have state highways. And so they look at the overall mileage in each of those categories, and we get an amount based on that. I don't have it printed off, but I do actually have an informational thing on that I can print off for you. I think I gave to the board a month or two ago. So
I see it also in the treasurer's report, and I remembered I needed to ask about it there. So there is a block grant involved in that? And
So-
That's what it used to be called.
Yeah.
LRAP block grant balance on page 49, in terms of, it's money that comes in.
Correct. And so that has historically not been used as an offset, but it's been held essentially as a reserve account for major road projects or storms that come in that we hadn't anticipated that require a lot of road repair, things like that. It's been used in the past to cover what is sometimes reimbursable through FEMA once the process goes through. It just usually takes 2 to 3 years to actually complete the process. So we have to be able to do the roads before we get the funding, and so that serves for that.
It didn't go well a bunch of hours ago when I suggested we take $2,500 from one of those designated fund accounts. But I'm looking at this LRAP block grant balance in that designated fund balance place, and it says $151,000. We can't capture any of that unless we've already paid
No, I
something
mean, that's the people's choice. You know, this is where that would happen. I personally would not be in favor of it, and I'd say because road projects that we've done in the past, a good example of that is the little bridge right between Axelson Road and Pine Hill Road on Boothby Road. That was a pretty expensive project, but it was paid for out of this reserve account. So much like why we do capital reserve, we need to do these projects periodically and not annually. So it would bounce our tax rate all over the place if we did those projects as we needed to, and then the years that we didn't need to, there'd be a huge decrease. So this just helps to keep that balance.
So I think at 151,000, it's gone up a lot more recently, hasn't it?
I think at the end of '25, we received $71,000 from the state.
That's a lot more recently, yeah. And you advise that we keep it there for a rainy day situation?
Yep.
Okay,
So,
and,
yeah, those funds have to be used for
Right.
roads. And so, like, it's not something we could put into capital reserve,
Yeah.
because then it would be even harder to track
Yeah.
what was there, so.
Okay. Well, I hope I remember next year. Maybe I will.
any more questions on Article 6? Howard?
Howard Ellen, Secocas Ave, Limington. Street lighting, $11,000. My power bill has gone up 15 to 20% by month this year. So I was a little surprised to see that still at the same rate as last year. I guess this is a question to the Public Works Director. Is there a plan to convert all of our street lighting to LED lighting? And that, also the same question, is there a plan to update all of the internal lighting of the buildings that we own to LED lighting?
So our street lights were converted maybe 3 years ago to LED.
Okay.
It was back when Dennis Dowdy was here. I think he was the one working on that project to get them swapped over.
Okay.
A lot of the town lights have already been swapped over to LED. I know several years ago, there was talks about, getting a quote to redo all the lighting and go for the efficiency refunds and things like that. That included like replacing the actual light fixtures.
Right.
We've done a lot of bulb replacements that hopefully accommodate that without having that big cost. So I can't say that we've done them all, but we are working to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I want to point out too that the actual expense for street lighting was less than $8,000 in 2025. So we should have enough money in the budget to cover this year.
Yeah, I think if you went back like 5 years, you'd see that it was still $11,000 back then. We did the transition to LED, and I think it has generated the savings to absorb the increases, and we just never changed the budget.
Yes, ma'am. Ooh, be careful.
Hi, Cape Road, Mary Ann Foley. I'm a details person, so I see that under the fleet management, we've cobbled it into a different category, or it's been moved. When it's on page 35 and these are all blank, does that information still live somewhere, like specific to where it goes? You know what I mean?
As we spend the money, it gets assigned to the vehicle. So we're asking for an appropriation for $181,000 there. As the money is expended, it gets assigned to a vehicle.
So like next year, we may see.
Yeah,
what we
you'll
spent on
see
that
how much we
vehicle.
spent. That way you as taxpayers can see, oh, truck 5 cost us this much money, the ambulance cost us this money.
That's what I'm curious about, not
Yeah.
just this category, but all of
Yeah.
them.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just to explain, it does show it in there. So if you go to page 31, which is still like engine 1, engine 2, engine 7, you will see an actual cost there. And then if you continue over, it's blank. And that's because it got moved to the new fleet maintenance side. Yeah.
Jake?
So it's still within the original budget, but we,
Jake,
I just wanted to address
would you
Howard's-
state your name and street?
Jason
so-
Smith, Morgan Lane. I just wanted to address Howard's comment real quick. Like Home Depot and Lowe's no longer even sell a fluorescent bulb for these lights, so they're all LEDs now. That's pretty much all you can get. So when I first started, we bought a box of 50 of them, just to replace the ones that were out. And anytime I opened up one of these, if it had a fluorescent tube in it, I replaced it with an LED. So they're very easy to do. And then we've had a couple of instances in town where, like down at Public Works, some of the lights on the front of the big salt shed out there were no longer working, and they just replaced them with an LED. So we're definitely moving in that direction.
Any more questions on Article 6? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Public Works, formerly Roads and Highways, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,412,552 for Public Works. All in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Unanimous vote. On to Article 7, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $599,701 for sanitation, said funds to be allocated to the description below. Matt, would you like to address that? Is there a...
Well, if you've been watching the meetings, you know there's been a lot of talk about the transfer station. We've reorganized things over there. Jake Smith is now acting as the supervisor over there, checking in with the guys. And we have a new document out with the new pricing for bringing items to the transfer station. So we do know that tonnage rates are going to go up this year. We've heard that from EcoMaine. That starts July 1st. So I'll take any questions if you
No,
have.
first of all, the moderator has to back up and ask for a motion on the article. Jake moved, Claudette seconded, okay. Now, I apologize for that. Must be that I'm getting hungry. Are there any questions on the sanitation? Yes.
want some goldfish?
I got some. They make me cough.
Chris Small, 145 Dole's Ridge. Where do the roll-offs fall under the transfer station? Because I don't see that listed back in the other section either as far as what we're paying. I just learned the other day that we've gone to a different carrier.
It's on page 37.
Page 37?
Yeah, hauling roll-offs.
Got you. Thank you very much, Matt.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I had heard we went to a different carrier, and I'm assuming we're saving money, that's why we did. But I didn't see a breakdown.
Yeah.
It said tonnage, but not the roll-off, so thank you.
Yep.
Bonnie?
Bonnie Laughlin, and to follow up with what Chris just asked about, do we also keep track of each individual roll-offs amount? We must, to get to that total?
The tonnage that each one costs us as
Uh-huh.
it's hauled, that's on the bills every month.
So we know what the mattress one is charging us, as we're going to vote in a little bit.
Not, it's just
I don't know that
per roll-off, it's just the tonnage, not
Oh,
what's in it.
We don't know what, is it demolition? We don't know demolition separate from the roofing?
We've got new information.
Jake, we totaled those up for 2025. How many mattresses did we bring in?
Was it 55?
I'll just hold on to this now that I'm here.
There we go.
So the mattresses and couches and things like that are separated into their own container, but it's just a demo container. And then EcoMaine sometimes, most of the time, will charge us per mattress. So it's just a demo container, but they separated it for convenience so that like one didn't, like a couch with 2x4s and things like that. So I think they're just separating it by convenience, but it's all just demo.
So 54,000, on the detail page on 37, the actual for 2025 was 54,561 for hauling roll-offs. But we don't know what individual roll-off would be.
I mean, we've got all the records.
All the statements break it down.
I mean, it's a
Well,
stack.
so we do or we don't, I'm sorry.
So
I don't know
That's
this.
under tonnage.
We don't by specific roll-off.
Joyce, okay.
When it goes to Eco Maine and it gets on the scales, we do get, in fact, I've got, the most recent one right here. It tells you, the date. Yeah, it's all broken out right here. But not like this is, roll-off 1, roll-off 2, it's just demo. There's demo and then recycling. We get a bill for demo, we get one for recycling.
Still, we're going to be trying to address the mattress situation. Wet, saturated, soggy, weight increasing mattress situation a little later.
We're gonna solve that problem later.
Emil has a comment.
Yeah, so I don't have it right with me. I could probably find it if we wanted it, but just a week or two ago, maybe 3, Jake and I sat down and went through all of 2025's statements so that we could calculate what was our demo, how many mattresses did we do, what are we doing for recycling, things that I want to know. I would think that other people would too, but it helped us adjust our fee schedule down there. If anybody's been following, we're enforcing an existing fee schedule, but we have reduced those fees. So we believe that we're going to be able to cover the cost of the roll-offs and the tonnage from the people who actually use them, instead of having the burden be all on the taxpayer. That remains to be seen. We have to go a year to determine that. But by getting these numbers, we've calculated a fee schedule that we believe is appropriate, and then throughout this year, I'll be tracking those revenues in comparison to the fees, just to make sure it's working.
Any more questions? Jay?
I'm sorry, Emil asked me a direct question.
Yep,
I didn't
that's
answer.
okay.
To the politician. I think, rough guess, it was about 120 mattresses or something that we took in up there last year. So, yeah,
Okay.
and those just went in the regular demo container.
Okay. Howard?
Quick, Howard Allen, Limington, 178 Secaucus, yeah, okay. Sorry. The question I have is on the fee structure.
What page are you on, Howard?
I guess we're still on Article
Yeah, we're on
7,
Article 7, yes.
Page 13. So, and this has to do with transfer station, that's why I'm asking the question. A 15-inch tire used to cost $4 to get rid of it, and a 16-inch tire costs like $15 to get rid of it. I don't understand why there's $9 difference between them, because I can go down to Chad's and he'll take it for $4 no matter what size it is.
Yep. So that's part of the things that we've adjusted, and it's truly through doing the research. What do we pay per tire? We found that tires above light truck size are more individualized in their cost. So some, we took in a tire and it ended up costing us something like $50 to dispose of. So we have eliminated taking the large tires, like tractor tires,
Sure, that makes
things
sense.
like that.
Commercial tires, yeah.
Yes, and so we've capped it at no larger than light truck, and it's one fee for that now. Do you remember what the actual amount is?
Is it $6?
I think it,
Up to 20-inch?
I think we're paying $5 to get rid of them, but then there's a fuel surcharge
Yeah,
for
so
them
the
to come get them.
$6.
So that's why we've got to do $6, and that's exactly how they charge it, is that it's that much up to a light truck tire, which is exactly what we've got on the fee schedule.
Okay, great, that's a good improvement. The
Yeah,
other,
just real quick, so our goal in reviewing all this at the transfer station the last couple of weeks was to make the transfer station a direct transfer station. You transfer your trash, we transfer the cost to you. Hopefully not to all of the taxpayers, other than just kind of the operations of it, because as a town, we've decided we want a facility. So some of those facility costs we have to absorb.
Sure.
But anything that gets dropped off of there, if it costs the town money to get rid of it, we're gonna transfer that cost on to the person that's dropping the stuff off.
Yep.
That's our goal.
okay. The other question, and Tammy and I have had discussions about this, so I'm sure the conversation has been through the select board already, but the town for years has encouraged people to recycle. I find, and I do, I recycle every week, every Sunday. I'm down at the transfer station. I used to say hi to Wayne all the time, and now it's Mike. But my sticker used to be $10 for me to save the town whatever amount of money it was for the recycling. Now the town wants me to pay $20 to save the town money for recycling. Only now I know that recycling no longer saves the town any money. So, my conclusion is, it's going in the trash can. I'm not going to bring it down to the recycling center.
So, listen to what Emil has to say.
You're going to be full of happiness.
I already bought my $20 ticket, by the way.
We've heard you. We've heard you.
Yeah. So,
We won't have to next year.
I wish I had thought to get the date of what meeting it was, because I encourage you to go back and watch it. Knowing that we need to encourage recycling, and knowing that we get some sort of kickback at some time. We don't know those answers. The state has made changes. We want to encourage recycling even more and reduce the tonnage of curbside specifically. And so Jake and I made a proposal, thank you, to the select board to drop the transfer station sticker fee to 0 starting 2027 and allow, because we're already into 2026 and we can't possibly reimburse everybody. That's about $12,000 right now. So going forward, you can get as many transfer station stickers as you have registered vehicles, because we have to require that the stickers are affixed to the vehicle to ensure that you are a resident, because even recycling, as you pointed out, costs us money. So we can't have non-residents coming in there. And so when you get the sticker, the clerks confirm that you are a resident in order to get that, and the attendants are going to require that sticker on the vehicle. And knowing that's inconvenient for people who have multiple vehicles, the stickers are endless, I guess, as long as you have the vehicle registered. There's some things with that. We know that people own property that don't live in town, like around the lake.
Yep.
So the clerks know that, and there's room for common sense, right? So hopefully the free sticker encourages people to recycle. We can boost those numbers for recycling, reduce the curbside tonnage, and hopefully get some decent kickback when we actually get a reimbursement from the state for recycling. So,
Once we have detailed records.
right. And so we're trying to find ways to put more and more into the recycling category so that we can get more for reimbursement.
Okay.
Okay.
May I make one suggestion?
Absolutely.
To address the question with people with multiple vehicles. My sticker is on my little Ford Focus station wagon, but when I bring in some larger stuff, I have to put it on my big black Jeep with the big trailer. A second sticker for $5 would be really appreciated.
In the current
You mean
year.
instead of 20 or instead of free?
I already have the $20 sticker.
Right,
That
right.
sticker, that's on record with the town.
Yep.
I'd like, I mean, Wayne was always like, yeah, I know, and I could give him what it was, and that was a different story. Now
Right.
with Mike, I'm not sure if I say, yeah, if it's 0110, remember, you see me every week, and, you know, I don't wanna have to deal with that. So,
Yep.
$5 for the second vehicle, for people who already have a sticker for the first vehicle.
For
would
this
be
year.
Really,
For this year.
yes, for this year,
Yep.
would
Yes.
really be much,
Probably a
much
good idea.
appreciated. We used to do that down to Momodeo for people who bought that season sticker,
Yep.
and they needed a second.
I think we talked about that Thursday night, actually.
Okay.
Because the issue came up,
Yep.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
The downside with that, though, is you have to trust people, because otherwise they're buying it for their neighbor, and hey, I get you a sticker for
Yeah.
And that's
$5.
why we're gonna enforce the
Okay.
existing policies that has to be affixed to the vehicle.
All right.
So-
Seeing no more hands on question 7, ready to vote to see if the town will raise and appropriate $599,701 for sanitation. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Unanimous vote. We've already done Article 8. We'll go on to Article 9. To see what sum of money the town will raise and appropriate to deposit in the capital improvement reserve account. Requested amount, $500,000. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Howard moved and Chris seconded. Does anyone, town manager, wish to speak to that? Matt? Well, who's going to speak to it? Are you asking a question or speaking to the article of why the
I don't
amount?
know, Jake, you want this one? You've been relatively quiet today. You want to
So
give
you're speaking as a finance committee member, correct?
Yeah.
Now?
No.
No. Well, wait a minute. Someone has to tell the town why they want $500,000. Now, is it going to be the selectman, or is it going to be the town manager, or is it going to be me saying I haven't a clue?
Well, every year the town appropriates,
Yes,
you know,
thank you.
X number of
I
dollars
understand.
for the capital reserve account.
Right.
This year, the number is 500,000. And then you can see in the articles below how that's going to be spent.
All right. Jake?
And the $500,000 limit, or the $500,000 total amount requested, is just to continue on from the previous year.
And you can see, if you go to page 20 in the town meeting warrant here, you can see the 5-year capital plan, and you can see the $500,000 up top.
Okay, Jake?
Doesn't say 20.
So, the first thing is, I just have a question. We go through this kind of every year since the way this article's been worded this way. Article 9 says to see what sum of money the town will vote to raise and appropriate. So, any motion for this article should include a dollar volume,
It should include what?
a dollar amount. Because there's a recommendation there,
Right.
but any motion should address a dollar amount.
We didn't write the article to say, will the town raise 500,000?
No, it's a
It's
recommendation.
requested, it says.
That's the
it's-
requested amount, right.
And does that leave it open that if the town wishes to put 400,000, they
What,
can?
what leaves it open is the wording "to see what sum."
To see what sum.
Yeah. So if you wanted to make a motion that it be 400,000 instead, or as an example, you could do that.
So this,
I guess can you go higher though, because
I guess
in the
it's-
past we've been told
Yeah.
you
It-
can't go
You
higher.
can't go higher.
so there's,
If the amount is in the article, you can't go higher.
Okay, if
The amount
the,
isn't, so they can put any amount they want in here.
in here, because it's not stated in the article.
I just wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
because in the past, we've been told they can only go down.
In an article that's correct, it can only go down.
That's why it
So
was
it-
written this way, Chris.
so I guess the
Specific.
question is Howard's I think it was Howard that made the motion. Is that a valid motion at this point? Because it didn't have a dollar value in it.
Howard didn't make a motion on this article.
That's correct.
Well, to put it on the floor.
To put it on the floor, you did.
But I think
Yeah.
she read it with the request of 500,000.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
I
that's
read
what
it as
Howard's-
it's printed
yes.
in the warrant.
So Howard
So
was
it's
going
up-
along with that as well, that it's
Okay.
with the recommendation of
So it's up to
500,000.
you folks to decide whether you want to increase, decrease, or keep that $500,000.
I'd like to make a motion that we change that to $800,000.
Would you like to explain why?
I would love to explain that. Joyce, I'm glad you asked.
Is there a second?
Wait a minute.
Is there a
We gotta get
second?
motion and a
Is-
second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
So my
Jake
motion
has
is to
made a
raise it to
motion.
$800,000.
has made a motion
And
to,
who's the second?
to raise the requested amount in Article 9 to $800,000. Is there a second to that? Tammy seconded it. Jake, would you like to explain why?
So, and again, this is something that we've come up with just in the last week, and I haven't got Patty's approval for it yet. So, assuming, she's, I did buy you flowers though, so. So, currently, in our undesignated fund balance, I believe, there is $5,123,156.
What page are you on?
Guide us.
Well, I don't know what page it's on.
Treasurer's report.
Yeah, 49.
On the treasurer's report.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct. So, page 49, right-hand side, 2/3 of the way down. Ish. I have the numbers, I'm just not sure where in the book to find them. So, currently, our proposed offset, which is on, I know we're not supposed to talk about future articles, but it directly relates to this one. Our future offset articles, we're proposing to take $1 million from the, sorry, that's Article 33 on page 18. $1 million from undesignated funds. So if you take the $1 million from the $5 million that's in there, and then if you calculate what we need for a rainy day fund in the undesignated funds for 4 months is $3,446,000. That leaves an undesignated fund balance of $676,000. So my proposal on that future article is going to be to make the undesignated funds offset be $1.5 million. So that'll give us $500,000 more towards the proposed budget, which would include this $300,000 going into capital funds. So the purpose is that we're never going to have enough money in capital improvement. Stuff costs more and more every time we turn around. We've talked about new fire stations, new front end loaders, new trucks, things like this. In my opinion, there's never enough money in there. Having cash on hand is always better than getting a loan. And by moving this money from the correct me if I'm wrong, Patty, from moving the money from the undesignated fund balance to a capital improvement fund, it's a better interest rate.
Yes, it is.
So even though that money is in the capital improvement fund, we're not spending it until the town votes to spend money from the capital improvement fund. So this is just moving it from one fund to another, partly because it's a better interest rate and partly because at some point we're going to need it. And also, through the work of all the people sitting up here in front, and Madison, who's not here, we've put a lot more money, there's a lot more money coming into the town than there ever used to be. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but so I guess my proposal is just that we use some of it and put it in a better place that's interest bearing, and still preserve the 4 months of the rainy day fund, I think we've always called it. And yeah, I guess that's my proposal.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that be in the form of a motion, your original motion?
Well, no.
It was.
His motion was to have $800,000 be stipulated to raise and appropriate.
Right, but it didn't say where the extra 300,000 was going, that it was going to be taken from the undesignated fund.
Because that has to,
Well,
that has to be voted on in that
It's in
article.
a separate article. He's explained it, but you'll have the opportunity to do that when we get to, I forget which article it is.
He'll
now.
add that to Article 33. He'll
When we
add
get
that.
to Article 33,
Yeah.
I will request a change in that amount, because if you notice on Article 33, it says to see what's on. So we can make up a number there as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's,
Well,
It's the same body voting.
it's the, yeah, I mean, it's the same people here. I mean, if you don't want to pull it from undesignated funds, I guess you shouldn't vote for it here, because otherwise you're going to get taxed for it. And even if you do get taxed for it, we're not spending it yet.
Yeah, that's worse.
You're asking for.
okay, all
I mean,
right.
if you, I'm not, but if you'd like, I can make a motion to take Article 33 first.
No, we already have a
We already
motion
have a
on the
motion.
floor. So we're going to deal with $800,000 be raised and appropriated. Chris? Yes, and then Steve.
Just as a quick question, when this 500 get put in as a request amount, where are we pulling that number from? Do we look at our capital improvements and say, in the next year, the next 2 years, that we feel that this is going to suffice to only put that number in? Or I'm just trying to understand where the because the 500,000's been in there for the last, 10 years anyway, that I can remember that we boosted it up, but, I mean, the number seems to be the same, so I was curious how we come to the
Do you want to address that,
amount we're
Claudette?
requesting.
Claudette on the finance.
Yeah, so, actually, if you look at page 20, there's a 5-year capital plan.
Yep.
And so at the top, you'll see what the trend has been since 2023, added warrant funds. And so the 500,000 for 2026 is there. And then you follow this down through and you'll see what's being planned to be spent for this year. And then down at the very bottom, capital balance, 2026. You know, if this plan gets executed the way that it's written here, there'll be about $900,000 left. And then, again, you look toward 2027, 2028, 2029, and you'll see what's forecasted to be requested, purchased, and then what the balance is at the bottom.
I was just wondering where that actually,
Yes,
if people are looking at that data and saying, we think that if we only do 500,000, that's gonna get us through, or should we really be putting it out there so people understand when they look at it, they say, well, million, I don't, let's just use that as an example, and people say, well, why 1 million? Then that's where we get to, this is why, rather than, sometimes it gets voted through before anyone realizes that, hey, 500,000 may not be enough.
Chris, I've got historical data behind me here, going all the way back to 2019. You can see it was about $100,000 in 2019. Last year was $600,000, so the budget we put together was 500 less. But you can see the capital has gone up considerably in this decade.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And that's the input of department heads, select board, and now town manager.
I was gonna say, and the idea is to revisit this plan every year and refresh it.
Like I said, I think it was more of a clarification so people know where this number is coming from. It's not just Ema went out and said, hey,
Yeah.
500 sounds good, but there's no data to back up that A, either we're really low, or B, we're really high, one or the other.
Joyce?
Yes, Ema?
So I'm going to be bold and say it's because what the people have voted for in the past is what we were comfortable asking for. I think everybody will acknowledge that the plan exceeds the $500,000 a year plan, which is why Jake does that, because one, the interest makes us more money. We made like $42,000, I think, on the capital reserve account in '25. But it puts us in a position to be able to afford the things that we know are coming without having to burden the taxpayer as that time approaches. And just to give an example, I had, for 2029, I had an engine replacement in there, and I had slated 900,000, just out of the air amount. And when I signed on the contract for the new tank truck back in April, they told me at that point I should plan on 1.3 million. Now, that's assumptions that the taxpayers are going to say, yes, buy a new truck. We can't say one way or the other until that time comes, but.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, if we're thinking that we need more, then the people have the right to change that number, but if as a group, whether it's financial committee or select board, whatever, thinks we need more, then it should reflect here, not just because in the past, we're comfortable with this because in the past, the people have voted it. Put in what you think we need, then have the discussion, because then at least you don't have people going, yeah, it's a sticker shock, but people don't realize what we're buying with this. I don't think a lot of people taking the time to realize that, a plow truck, if you don't want to put maintenance into it every year and get a new plow truck, is X number of dollars. Fire trucks are exponentially, no matter where you go, EMS vehicles, everything has gone up so much. And I just think we need to try to put a number that you guys feel comfortable realistically is going to cover it, and then we can do the jabbering, whatever you want to say about it. But I'd rather see us start from a high number than, because then people start going, well, at 500, if they only think we need 500, we can go to 400. And now we're already in deficit, we're just working that deficit higher.
So, if I may,
Yes.
It's been in the news lately, the departments, especially in Maine, but nationwide, who don't have the funding they need to get the equipment they need, and what they're trying to do to suffice. We've been doing that for a number of years. This is number 3, I think, on used fire engines that we've gotten. But it's all to get us in a position that we aren't one of the people in the news. I think we're getting ourselves pretty secure for our future needs, so.
Yes, Jake. Well, actually, I recognized Steve first because he had his hand up and I didn't.
Steve Young, River Road.
So this five-year capital plan is a significant part of what this board tries to do. Just what you're talking about, Chris, that we try to anticipate the town needs with input from each department and make sure there is money to cover that so that it isn't up and down. It isn't, oh, $1,300,000, oh my God, this year, and we don't need anything for the next couple of years, like that's gonna happen. I would invite anybody who has an interest in this to join this board and have input into it. We welcome input from the citizens of Limington. Thank you.
Jake?
Just wanted to also point out that the increase that I'm proposing isn't tax dollars. It's money that we already have sitting in a bank account. It's just moving it from one to the other. So it isn't gonna have an effect on like increasing taxes or anything like that. If anything, it'll help reduce them in the future.
Are we ready to vote? To see what sum of, no, to see if the town will raise an...
Second on his motion.
Oh, we already did.
Was that an amended motion?
Yes, there
Yeah,
was.
we're voting on the amended motion.
Could you read the motion,
Yes.
please, so it's very clear?
To see what sum of money the town will raise and appropriate to deposit in the Capital Improvement Reserve Fund. The amount requested is $800,000. Or do you want me to read it to say, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $800,000? Pardon?
He said there was no second. I said, yes, Tammy.
Yeah, Tammy did second it, yes. So we are voting on $800,000 in Article 9. It has been moved and seconded as an amended article. All those in favor? Motion passed. All those opposed? One opposed.
Donna, you opposing?
Yeah. All those opposed? All right. Now we're back to the original article, which will read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $800,000 to deposit in the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All those in favor? Those opposed? Opposed? One? No, okay. Well,
Bonnie,
let's-
write that in your town report
Yeah.
for next year.
Okay. Yes.
Are you gonna break for lunch?
It's 12:15. We
Will
have,
you all stay?
you know,
If we do.
sometimes if we break,
Nobody comes back.
nobody comes back. And we are only, we're not even halfway through the budget.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Huh? Pardon? What?
There are cookies for sale out there.
You can take a vote.
Can we discuss that?
10 minutes?
If we're-
Well,
Is it a
okay,
motion?
how many people would like to take a 10-minute recess?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, that's it. You better go grab a cookie now.
Did we finish this?
Excuse me.
10 minutes.
Did we finish this motion?
Yes, yes.
12:26.
Town meeting will come back to order. Thank you all for returning. Hope everybody's returning.
Count it, make sure they're all.
Okay, now we're all fired up to go to the fire department. What's that?
We're sugared up so we can go fast.
Exactly. All right, we're on Article 11, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $65,000 for fire department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: forestry truck. Any funds spent less than the $65,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a move and a second? Yes, Chris seconded it.
Oh, you want me to speak on that?
Of course we do.
So, over the years, there's been a lot of changes in the department, some good, some not so good. One of the not so good was getting rid of what the fire department knew as Engine 3. It was a mini pumper. The previous chief made that decision, and it didn't work out so well. But since then, we've been without any forest vehicle. So we have equipment that we cram on as much as we can onto the engines we have. The engines aren't really designed to go off-road, and they have a bunch of stuff on them for firefighting, structurally. So it's divided, what we can fit is divided over 3 trucks, and then there's a bunch of stuff up at the village station that we count on people with personal vehicles to grab in the event that we have a woods fire and need that equipment. We're generally lucky not to have a lot of woods fires. When we do, we will always call mutual aid. This isn't intended to change that in any way, but it's trying to get all the equipment onto one truck that can get in off-road better than the equipment we already have. And I'm not looking to get something new. I want something used that may already have dents and scratches and a few miles on it, because that's what we're going to do with it anyway. And ultimately, it'd be something that can be more versatile for, like the winter months, have equipment that we can remove and be able to use it year-round. That amount, I haven't picked a vehicle and made that amount. I've just done some searching and realized that with that amount, we should be able to get what we need. And I think that covers it.
Any questions? Howard?
Howard Allen, still in Secaucus. So being a car guy, are we talking a half-ton truck, four-wheel drive? What are we talking about for our vehicle?
So four-wheel drive, 1-ton minimum is my goal. If we were to find something bigger that wasn't crazy huge, I don't want a big truck. We have big forestry trucks, mutual aid, Cornish, Standish. I guess those are the two that have multiple large trucks to get in. I want something that's designed more to go on trails and get down to the area. Haul the side-by-side that we have, that we don't really have we have the squad that can haul it, but that doesn't go off-road. And so 1-ton minimum. And
we talking a crew cab?
It really depends on what's available. So.
Okay, and it's going to carry a tank of water with it, right?
Yes,
the 1 ton.
Probably like, well, if it were big enough, it'd be like 300 gallons, but I don't anticipate it being any larger than that.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Bonnie?
Well, you said you didn't know for sure, but you thought it could be bought for this amount, and it led to my question. When we approve something like this to come out of capital improvement, are we approving whenever you can buy it, or in this calendar year of 2026? Are we approving for this money to be available for this purchase always until the end of capital improvements, or only for this year?
So I believe the way this article is written, it's open-ended that way. It doesn't have an expiration. So a capital article is different than the operating articles that we have, because they are based on our budget year. This commits the funds until we spend it, and then that can only be approved by going to the select board to make sure they approve of what we're proposing to use that money for. And then, as the article says, once we've made that purchase, the money that we have not spent remains in that account and is no longer committed. So it's committed for the item. Once we have the item, whatever that cost is, anything outside of that goes back to capital reserve.
You're saying, once we have the item, if it costs less than 65,000, that goes back. But at the same time, if you don't happen to be able to find a forestry truck suitable for us this calendar year, we're still approving the amount for you to do it next year or the year after?
Yep.
But nothing over that for now.
You could make a motion, I think, to put an expiration on it. It just isn't in the article the way it is now.
Well, if it's standard operating procedure that capital improvement funds are open-ended, I think it would be best logically to leave it that way.
To change the vote so it does reflect that?
No, I personally would suggest that we not have a date. What if you can't find one in, traditionally, capital improvement reserve accounts are open-ended, so why change it, I guess, Jake?
I believe in the past, we've had some end dates on these.
But traditionally, all right.
I think last year we put end dates because we were running into an issue with stuff just hanging out there.
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
Did we not put end dates on them?
No.
Didn't we?
We
I know we
only put
discussed
end dates on
it.
those 2 plow trucks that were being built.
Well, that was from 2 years ago, 2023's budget.
We didn't have end dates on those 2 plow trucks, and I think that's what spurred the conversation, but.
I am a little uncomfortable. I don't know, to me, either it should be reflected in the capital plan, asterisk, didn't get bought this year. You're saying, Joyce, it seems.
Well, I'm saying that you have the opportunity, but traditionally, in my remembrance, which
I'd
is
like to know when we're buying when, myself,
Well, but
what
if
we're
it's
buying
not-
when.
You know, you can't, there are some things you can be very specific about. There are others that you just have no way of knowing what's going to become available, when it's going to become available. So you need to have some leeway if we really need it, and it doesn't become available until January 1st of 2027, then bimbo, we're back at, either losing it, not getting it, or having to go through this vote again.
So please educate me. Shall I be the person to mark my town report this year to say, please know going forward that anything we allocate for in this year from capital improvement is allocated until whenever it comes,
Until it's purchased.
until it's purchased, and that's known
Yes.
by everybody? Okay, that wouldn't be bad to include whenever we see a 5-year capital plan.
Bring your book back next year.
So are there any more questions? Seeing none.
Have it in.
Seeing none. We are ready to vote on our Article 11. To see if the town will vote to approve $65,000 for the fire department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for a forestry truck. Any funds spent less than $65,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed?
Abstain.
Unanimous. 12, Article 12, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $30,000 for fire department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: central station repairs. Any funds spent less than $30,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Chris and Howard seconded it. Chief O.
So this is an item that got moved out, and it was a good thing. I had thrown in an amount, hoping that we could get this project done, and after having our buildings and grounds person, he went out to get quotes for this, and I would have had it too low. So the goal is to redo the epoxy on the floors out in this station. It's chipping off. It's got bumps in it from different layers, things like that. The water doesn't generally run to the drains, which I guess is common in concrete floors, even though they're designed to. And so we squeeze the water to the drains that are too small, and then it goes under the epoxy, and we can't get it out. It just keeps seeping out from under. It's chipped. Welcome to come out and look at it. The other side of that is the day room is an afterthought, because when they built this building, they didn't anticipate on staff, I guess. And so the room was built, and so we have walls on the concrete floor that were designed to be open space, and so the water runs under the wall and rots that wall out, and has also removed some of the tiles in the day room area. And so $23,000-ish will do the epoxy on the floors, and we're hoping to at least take up some of that wall where the rot is, get to where there is no more rot, and replace that. It may mean the whole wall, I don't know, I don't believe that, but the goal is to fix the wall and then create a barrier so the water doesn't continue to do this like it has been for the last how many ever years. Jake, you want to add on that at all?
I think you said it perfectly.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions on Article 12? Seeing none, we'll vote to see if the town will vote to approve up to $30,000 for the fire department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for central station repairs. Any funds spent less than $30,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article 13, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $50,000 for Public Works Department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: tractor with various attachments. Any funds spent less than $50,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Chris seconded. Emil?
So this is new this year. It wasn't in the 5-year plan. It's a tractor that I have some information here on. Jake has gotten a couple of different prices. This happens to be the best one. The tractor itself comes in at $47,140, and we've proposed attachments to make it most beneficial. One of the attachments is a set of pallet forks. We get items that come in on a pallet and we have to unload it, and we don't have forks currently, so it's either manhandled off or they rig something up with the loader that's probably not compliant with OSHA to remove it. The other thing is the snow pusher. This one would be smaller than the one we have for the loader, 8 feet wide. And the idea behind that is to do the larger parking lots, like this one, for example. Transfer station, another area, it takes a very long time to clear the snow because you're carrying it long distances and kind of limited places to put it. And then lastly, a flail mower that would attach to the back. And there's a couple intentions with that. One is the curbside mowing. So this summer, I came in July, August timeframe, and in the weeks that I was here for the summer, 13 weeks, they used the forestry head on the excavator to clean back 8 roads. I'm not sure how many roads they did before I came in, but in that 13-week time frame, if you take their hourly rates and say they worked an average of 30 hours per week over those weeks, it would pay for what I'm asking for. And so there are a lot more roads that need to be done with that forestry head. However, we need to maintain what they've done, and it takes literally the whole crew to go around with that excavator because traffic control, things like that. This can be done by one person, and I think they can do all 8 roads, maybe 2 weeks, but probably a week. And so it maintains what they've done with the forestry head. There's still purpose for the forestry head because there's a lot more work to be done. But it makes us more efficient as a crew. And outside of that, talking about the transfer station, the hill, and how often we maintain it, this would do that quicker than a lawnmower would. And it's not a finished mower, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake. So doing projects like the transfer station hill is what this would be ideal for. The other side of that is with the tractor itself. Right now we have a loader to load the winter material in the trucks. We had a time when a tire had a hole in it and it was going flat extremely fast. And the only alternative right now is to use the excavator to load the material into each truck as they need it. This isn't ideal, but it would serve as a backup if there were a breakdown with the loader that they use now. I think that covered all the points that we had
Okay.
intended.
Any, Bonnie?
Correct.
Bonnie?
Sounds like a resounding vote of confidence there, email Bonnie Laughlin. At the same time, one select board member intriguingly was opposed to this. Could we hear anything about the select boards sorting through all the options for this $50,000 expense?
Well, I wasn't opposed, but I'll just say, I
believe it
own.
was me, but it was a-
I own the tractor that they're buying. Personally, I've owned it for 3 years now with no issues, so.
You don't own this tractor, you own one like it.
Right, yeah.
We're not buying it off the select board.
You're not buying.
Yeah, no. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I own the same exact model, same everything, and it's been a great piece. Because I use it to grade my road, and I have 35 acres, and it's been very,
Robust?
yes, it's very bulletproof, what I'd call it, so.
Yes, how, I'm going to ask Judy, then you have.
But real quickly to Bonnie's, I think my biggest thing was the attachment for mowing. We're asking for a zero-turn mower. We have 2 mowers. Now we have a tractor with a mower to do the transfer station. That the zero-turn is supposed to help with the transfer station.
The mower's for the
For the
flail,
mower.
for the sides of the road.
So, and then I'm not sure if the other thing I had a thing was sides of the roads, because we have the head for the tractor. Why do we need another mower for the side of the road? So, those are my concerns at the time that it was brought to us.
Judy.
Judy
If I could
Weymouth,
just
The Long Way.
respond and-
I have a few questions about the tractor and the attachments. What make of tractor is it?
It's a TYM.
Okay, and the horsepower?
Is it 65?
There's a
specs are over
flyer
there.
going around.
The
about-
specs are coming
50,
around. The
50
specs.
or-
50, is it four-wheel drive?
Yes,
Okay. The flail mower, I assume it's a 3-point hitch, is it one? It's not.
Offset.
Okay, offset behind it? Okay. I would address the thing about the Devastator head that was used to do the roadside. That is a scary piece of equipment, but I would think that the flail, thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you. The flail mower, the proposed flail mower is much more efficient for maintenance after that gross beating takes place. And to do a rough field, if that's going to get, my thought is once a year is enough on that because of the wildlife thing. But the flail mower would be better for that job than using like the,
a fine cut, right.
yeah, you don't want a finish mower for doing that, especially with the rocks and stuff, so,
Is this a bush hog?
no, it's not the
It's
same
a,
bush
it's a
hog.
hydraulic attachment that goes off the back of the tractor. It can be lifted and adjusted based on the terrain.
The bush hog is like a giant.
A bush hog is
normal
fixed on the
rolling
back.
Blades, as opposed to this thing that,
All
I
right,
like
do you have any
tractors.
other questions?
okay, thank you.
Can I
Yeah.
just, I want to just address a couple of those things. I agree with Judy 100%. And one area that I forgot to mention was the overflow parking at Moy-Medeo. We don't really maintain that because it's pretty rough, but it does grass in, and it's not an area we would want to park cars if we didn't maintain it. So we can use that flail mower to clean the edges, like the pine limbs and stuff, but also maintain that on an annual basis. And just to clarify David's point, we have the hill that we don't maintain on the weekly at the transfer station, but we have the transfer station actual area that we do maintain, and that's where the lawnmower would be used.
Eddie, do you have?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for like looking at this style of attachment versus simply using the excavator with the mower attachment, because as a property owner, I'm still cleaning up mess. We'll say mess. Still cleaning up. I know it's not the days where, Keith Martell used to go along with the sickle saw on the side of the road with his own tractor. But I think this is a great option to help keep down that brush.
We've got a picture up on the screen of.
Who's gonna use this?
Well, that's not the tractor, but.
No, the mower itself.
The mower.
Any farmer knows what he's doing.
Okay, all right, let's get back to, are there any other questions? Are there any other questions on Article 13? Seeing none, we're ready to vote, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $50,000 for the Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for a tractor with various attachments. Any funds spent less than the $50,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? One opposed. Okay, we're moving on to Article 15, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $200,000 for the Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: a plow truck. Any funds spent less than $200,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. Is there a motion? Chris moved, Howard seconded. They happen to be right in front of me.
Boy, if they don't already, they're gonna think of me like Jake.
So. Way to go.
Talk too much.
We need a new plow truck.
You may remember a few years ago, there was an article to replace one of the trucks for $100,000. It was voted down. And then we were in a crisis because all our trucks were junk. And we've been trying to dig out of that, and I think we've done okay with that, but we shouldn't go back. So the idea behind this money, originally was for one truck, and the amount is based off a truck that I saw as a demo up at the fair. It was like $189. And so knowing that fair prices sometimes vary, I went with the even dollar amount. There's been conversation since then, though, that the crew would be happy if we were able to get 2 used trucks that were good, of course, and stay within that amount. I would ask for the ability to do what is felt is best. And then the funding for that is actually consolidating 2 years of the capital plan. There was, I want to say, 100,000 this year and 125 next, or vice versa. So by consolidating the 2 years into one, we're reducing it by $25,000 and being able to get at least a truck in 2026, hopefully. The other side of that I forgot to mention is the $25,000 in savings goes towards offsetting the cost of the tractor that you just voted on. And the rest of the tractor is offset by the savings in the fire department from equipment that we got through grants. So we're actually saving money in the capital plan.
Any questions? Chris? Yes, Steve?
Chris Small, 145 Doles Ridge Road. It's actually more of a comment. We got to the position we were in because we kept buying used, and I really think at this point it's time for us to buy a new truck. I get one to be able to get a couple of trucks instead of one, but the problem is then we spend that other money in maintenance and we can't afford it the next time that we need it, and we gotta come up with another 200,000 for a truck to replace 2 or 1, depending on what's there.
Steve?
Steve Young, River Road. It seems to me the way this article is written is one truck.
Right. Well, it says plow truck.
Plow truck.
It doesn't say plow trucks.
And also I echo Chris's comment that we need to stop buying used stuff.
Any other comment? Seeing none, we'll vote to see if the town will vote to approve up to $200,000 for public works. Did some?
We're talking about 2 trucks for $200,000, and then the article says $200,000 for a truck. What are we voting on? Right.
You're voting on what the article says. Plow truck.
One truck, new, $200,000.
Doesn't say new.
It doesn't say new, it just says plow truck.
Okay.
The sentiment was new. Right, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $200,000 for Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for a plow truck. Any funds spent less than the $200,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Unanimous. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $9,000 for the transfer station to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: trailer to store and haul mattresses. Any funds spent less than $9,000 to be returned to the capital improvement account. Is there a motion? Howard moved, Jake seconded. Anyone want to comment on this? Jake?
So with our research with the restructure and everything at the transfer station, we figured out that the mattresses, when we haul them in demo, we're paying the weight and per mattress to dispose of them. So the idea of the trailer is to separate the mattresses so that at least we keep the weight down, because every time it rains, you end up with a mattress that weighs 300 or 400 pounds instead of 50 or whatever they weigh. So this is just simply a mechanism to store mattresses in. When the trailer's full, any full-size pickup could haul the trailer into Eco Maine. We don't have to pay a hauling charge for one of our dumpster companies to take them in, and then it's just a load of dry mattresses. And yeah, hopefully will save us money in the long run. And if we decide to discontinue this service at the transfer station, we have a trailer that we could use for, repurpose it for something else or sell it.
Comments, questions?
I would just add that it's an ongoing, whether it's true or not, it's spoken a lot that the transfer station isn't big enough, the cans are always full. So by reducing the bulky waste in the cans, we can fit more in and actually have less wasted space. We pay for the haul no matter what, and then the tonnage, outside of that. So it allows us, I think, to be more efficient without costing more.
Any more questions, concerns? Patty?
How is the loading and unloading of this gonna happen?
So when you go to the transfer station, whoever brings it in with the attendants would stack them in it, and then whoever takes it to Eco Maine drags them out onto the floor.
You mean a mattress?
A mattress, yeah. Yep.
And Eco Maine will allow that?
Shh, wait, Patty's asking a question.
I just asked if Eco Maine would allow that. I don't know. I thought
Would they
everything was
allow
dumped
that?
when you got there.
Jake, they would
Yeah,
allow
as far as
that.
I know they will, because I had conversations with Steve Kelly, and he said that it sounded like a very reasonable idea.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll vote. Bonnie?
I think you've already figured this out, but you said you will then haul it, drive the tractor to Eco Maine, full of mattresses? Trailer on a truck.
Trailer, it's a
Oh, it's
trailer.
all a trailer. This is, wait a sec now.
It's a trailer.
I'm sorry. Somebody will tell me. $9,000 for a trailer, a covered trailer, covered,
Yes.
enclosed, right.
Cargo trailer, yeah.
And then we will drive that to Eco Maine when it's full. That's the idea. And you've factored in how much each of those drives to Eco Maine will cost us, and
Just labor.
I'm just making sure,
Yep, an employee in a truck for, even if they stop for coffee, probably an hour and a half round trip.
Great.
Is much cheaper than what we're paying a dumpster company now to haul those dumpsters.
Thank you. I'm glad that's on the record, and glad you explained it.
And the weight should be much less
Significantly less.
for those items, so.
All right, we're ready to vote, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $9,000 for the transfer station to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for a trailer to store and haul mattresses. Any funds spent less than $9,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Unanimous.
No.
Oh, opposed. I beg your pardon, Claudette. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. There needs to be, I believe, an amendment under Article 7. Are we on the same page with that, Matt?
Yeah, it should be 8,500.
Yeah. Okay, so, hold on just a minute. The way the current article is written, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $8,500 for the transfer station to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: a single mechanized roll-off cover. And it currently reads, any funds spent less than $11,500 to be returned to the capital improvement account. It should read, any amount less than $8,500. So is there a motion to amend Article 7? Claudette moved, Jake seconded. So the amended article will now read, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $8,500 for the transportation to come out of capital improvement reserve account for a single mechanized roll-off cover. Any funds spent less than $8,500 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Chris seconded. All in favor?
Wait.
You want discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is on the amended article.
Yeah.
This is on just the amended.
changing the wording.
We're just changing the wording. So all in favor of that change? Those opposed. Now we're back to the original article. To see if the town will vote to approve up to $8,500 for the transfer station to come out of the capital improvement reserve account for a single mechanized roll-off cover. Any funds spent less than $8,500 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved. Howard seconded. Discussion. Howard.
So we have, how many, 4 roll-off containers down there? Is this going to cover just one of them, and why just one?
I'm putting it up, yeah.
Oh, did I jump over? I beg your pardon.
Nope. I'm finding a picture of what we're talking about here, and then I'll let Jake take it over.
So it would be the second one on the photo. So it's a standalone unit. And the reason just one is,
Sufficient?
this is a trial basis.
This is what?
It's a trial.
Oh.
So we're gonna get one and see if it works. And I'd just like to shout out to Bonnie for this, because we were talking about building a roof over all of the units up there, and it was gonna be $160,000 or something. So Bonnie came to me one day and said, sorry to throw you under the bus, but Bonnie came to me one day and said, what if we just got something that would flip over the top? So I did a quick Google search. I'm like, by God, they do make them. So there is a concrete base, metal frame, and kind of a poly kind of cover that has an arm on it and rollers, so it can be, it just kind of counterweights and slides over the top of it. And then when you are filling it, you pull the arm over and the thing drops up, tips up, and you throw your stuff in it. We considered one like in the yellow dumpster there, but that's just a fabric thing that takes a lot more kind of manpower to just kind of roll it up like a pool cover.
And we already have those, and they're not used anyway.
Well, yeah, this is a much different style on that yellow one because it's a little bit easier to operate, but yeah, so we decided to go with, let's try one of these that are on the red dumpsters and see how it works and see whether there's enough savings, and that will keep snow, water, and everything out of the dumpsters. We did have an instance this winter where they hauled our dumpster all the way into Eco Maine and dumped it and nothing came out because it was frozen solid. So this will hopefully, yeah, so they brought it back. So, so this will hopefully solve a number of issues.
No tonnage.
Matt, did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, that was a good explanation.
Any more, Bonnie, and then Chris?
It's all part of our transfer station reorganization plan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin. And I want to thank the various people in the town. That would be Tammy, Jason, David, you've been in on this too, Mike Barden before, who took the time to really add up what probably was costing us with dry mattresses being moved and sofas being moved out of there to be weighed at Eco Maine, as opposed to saturated, wet, snow, ice, rain, and everything else to be moved out of there, and the taxpayers are paying. So this has gone on for a long time, and I know many people have been trying, and Jake has sat here with various designs. And I just also want to point out for for the interest, it was 6 years ago, this town meeting, that we voted for $7,200 for the installation of covers for the roll-offs at the transfer station. That got us 2 covers that turned out to be hard to use. So I think it's wise that we try one at a time. And that'll be now a total of $7,200 6 years ago and $8,500 now. But hopefully we're getting there. And I do think all of you understand the problem, which is it's money we don't have to pay. Okay, thank you.
I think ultimately, we really need a building that everything can go into it.
That's big money.
That's big money.
Chris?
Does that cover it while it's in use, or only when it's not in use? Is it up high enough that you can dispose into it while it's over it?
Basically, it rolls right over the top. Is there a video?
I mean, because if it's snowing or raining during the day, it's going to be open anyway.
Right, and I guess that.
So I mean, and I'm not trying to squash what we're doing. I think it's great what we're doing. My concern is, okay, we put all that water in there during the day while it's open. We close it, now at night it just freezes up anyway.
But if it's simple enough to close, then I would expect that Mike or one of the transfer, it's not like we got 30 cars deep all the time, so leave it closed until somebody.
I guess that's kind of where.
If it flops up and it's easy, then.
Checking with.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's, the video is like a one-handed, one-person operation, grab a bar, fix it down.
Okay. Well, like I said, my concern is we're gonna leave it open all day, and we're gonna do the same thing of what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're gonna spend $8,500, and then in another 2 years, we're gonna say we need to build something over it, we're gonna be at $200,000.
Okay, that's,
So,
thank you, Chris. Any other questions about this article? Seeing none, we're going to vote to see if the town will vote to, excuse me, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $8,500 for the transfer station to come out of capital improvement reserve account for a single mechanized roll-off cover. Any funds spent less than $8,500 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All those in favor? Those opposed? Unanimous vote. Down to Article 18, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $14,300 for the municipal complex to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item, a ceiling array microphone system. Any funds spent less than $14,300 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Howard moved, Jake seconded. Matt, did you?
All right, so if you like pictures, you'll like the video. This is David Blaze. He couldn't come today, but I asked him if he could put a video together to show you what this system would do.
Not speaking.
Volume would be good. Okay.
Remote in front of you, Matt. Probably need to turn the TV.
What are we looking at here?
Mute, unmute your volume.
You can turn it up.
His volume.
It's
Now it's unmuted.
The volume is off. You gotta move it all
The
the
TV
way.
itself is muted.
It's a Samsung thing. Let me see. When I
The
was on
point is, this
vacation,
is why we
renting one of
need
those.
that?
It's gonna be loud, but we need it loud.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Groupings called lobes
Well,
of
why don't
these.
we
And-
start from the beginning?
Hello, everyone. I'm David from Saco River Community Media, as well as Blaze Media. And I was asked to do a brief overview and description of the new proposed microphone system, what it is and how it works and why it's beneficial. So what it is a ceiling array microphone technology that camouflages neatly into the ceiling of any drop ceiling, fits perfectly at the space of a tile. And it consists of 113 microphone elements or capsules. So the way it works is I map out the room and program what's called a coverage area that is unique to your environment in the meeting room and your needs. So when a person speaks, the microphone system will take little groupings called lobes of these individual capsules and deploy them towards the sound source. It has the ability to triangulate, XYZ coordinates of any sound source, which is the humans, the people speaking of the various boards, select board, budget meetings, planning board, etc. So it hears someone speak, it will deploy and pick up that sound. And when the person is done speaking, it will automatically mute them, or what's called gate them. And this system works dynamically across the entire coverage area, from floor to ceiling, wherever I basically tell it to. So what are the advantages? So there's a clutter-free design that eliminates all cables and microphones from the desktop space, which allows you to have more elbow room, allows you to have more space for meeting materials without having to pay attention to a microphone being in the way, or it eliminates the big thick cable. There's an audio snake cable that comes from the control room out underneath the desk that patches into all the mics. That is a trip hazard. So it eliminates that. It also frees up space in the control room. It would eliminate an entire rack. When you walk in the doorway to the right, there's a big black rack of audio equipment. It would eliminate all of that. Ease of operation. So this is a set it and forget it type of system that frees up the operator to focus on one task, which is just to monitor the live streams and operate the cameras. Traditional microphone systems like the one you currently have really require a certain level of audio engineering expertise. You really got to listen and make real-time adjustments based on the speaker's natural inherent volume. If they're soft-spoken, you got to turn them up. If they're too loud, you gotta turn them down. If they're too far away from the mic, you gotta turn them up. If they're too close, you gotta turn them down. And if they're leaning back in their chair, so on and so forth. This really eliminates all of those issues. It will instantly and automatically and dynamically adjust for smooth, consistent, clear audio. Also, you aren't limited to your seated location, so you can get up, move around. Say if you gotta hand out meeting materials, the system's going to track your movement and pick you up. So the viewers at home will still be able to hear you, and it will eliminate any disruptions to the flow of your meeting. So this system also has advanced intelligent noise filtration technology. It will eliminate any sounds from HVAC systems or machine noise, or if you have a fire truck and fire barn revving up, it's not going to be heard. So I'm sort of mapping out an exact coverage area of the space that you're in that I want you to be heard. Anything beyond this space will be eliminated. So now that you have a basic overview and understanding of what the microphone system is and how it works and what the advantages are, let's hear some examples.
Assessing, also met with GPCOG and is working to, there's a new, I don't even know, law bill, something going forward, and our assessor's been helping with that and working towards the Brookfield grant.
I do want to say the bonus to possibly breaking this down into an additional phase is next year, part of it will start.
We're still waiting on DEP for amended site location. We've been expecting that now for a few months.
He stated the dilemma we were having, left it at that.
Are you experiencing about the same amount of calls so far this year than you were last year?
We look at calls on a calendar year and we're in a fiscal year.
Instead of sending it out, it got fixed at Public Works, so that was a good thing.
Now, we hear through the grapevine that this committee has been formed.
I will say the new sound system here is awesome. It's coming, he's working on it.
Yeah.
He's, trying on some of them every week on it. And now, when you sit over here during the budget committee meetings, you can hear. Sometimes you hear too much, but.
We've had a ton of great feedback from both Buxton and Standish where the systems are currently in play, and both from the select board members as well as members of the public. So in conclusion, the whole goal of capturing and broadcasting these meetings are to deliver the information to the public. What the government is doing is public information, and the system helps facilitate the delivery of that information with clearer, cleaner, more consistent audio. Because without audio, you got nothing. Video, we can take a hit on, but if people can't hear at home, they're not going to get the information. You're going to get calls. So I hope that's helpful. If there's any questions, you can email.
One thing he didn't say is that he can set up multiple arrays, so like this meeting obviously would be different than a regular select board meeting or planning board meeting. So you can have different arrays set up, for however the room's going to be set up.
I'm going to take a bit of moderator privilege, if you will allow me that, and speak as chairman of the planning board. This is desperately needed. We have one person sitting, we have a 5-man board. It's not in a horseshoe. This person down here likes to sit like this person up here likes to sit like this, and this one talks like this. Very well. So I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone, but if you sit on a board or a committee here in this room, please, I would ask you strongly to vote for it. And also, as someone who sits at home and watches select board meetings, sometimes I can't always hear David, but I can always hear Jason, and most of the time I can hear Tammy. But, it's this in and out and back and forth. So from a perspective of the planning board, I would ask you to vote for this. And thank you for letting me speak, even though I didn't ask you.
Moderator privilege.
Are there any questions? Howard?
Howard Allen,
Yeah, we know.
same thing. My only concern is this, and we have a system like this set up in one of our major conference rooms at work. And what I find is that if there's a sidebar conversation going on, that gets picked up as much as the primary presenter. So has anybody actually gone to Standish or Buxton and checked this out?
He sent us, and I wish we had the other video, he sent us a link, and I watched the whole thing. I'm the one that voted for this, for the board. So you were just standing there at that podium. His zoning will zone that podium. And you two could be talking to each other perfectly fine. You don't hear it, it will not pick it up. It's very impressive. I was really shocked because he was doing the test, walking around, and he had his buddy there standing talking, and then he stepped 2 feet back, and you couldn't hear him. He's still talking, but you couldn't hear him. That's how zoning it is with its technology. It's pretty crazy to see.
The idea is that, and I voted against it, the zoning would have to be preset for our podium here to avoid the sitting traffic.
Which it usually is.
So in this moment in time, we would have to have this rezoned so that we wouldn't hear the people talking, and we'd have these two podiums and us.
Well, if I may, I think that there's a lot of that is the chairman's control of the meeting. And I agree 100% that if someone is out there and you want to speak, you need to ask permission to speak, because that's another thing in listening, is that someone will ask the question, and nobody hears the question. And so pardon me, I talk with my hands. But anyway, that is a chairman's prerogative to control it. Yes, Chris, you had your hand up.
Chris Small. Is this something where they can have preset zones where you can go in and say, we're doing a planning board meeting versus?
Is that, I think he can preset different presets. He could have the planning.
So it's not
maybe
something we
label
have to pay somebody come in every
Right.
time and say,
It's
okay,
planning
tonight we're
board.
having this, so we gotta do this.
Yep.
They just
programmed, and then you just pick the meeting.
pre-program and you just pick it out back as to what it is. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
this lady knows what she's talking about.
Danielle Brown, Cape Bird. Just to touch base so people know, getting rid of, sorry, Donna, getting rid of the microphones would be incredible. I do record planning board meetings, and Jake can attest to this. It is a mess in that room. It is a mess. If something were to go wrong, I would not know how to fix it. We would have to call in help to fix the problem with the current setup. That is all.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Bonnie Laughlin. So I think all of us are just, we're kind of hadn't had this before, so we have a few questions. One is are there times that it might not work at all? And like right now, Joyce, earlier, you know, we can tell this is on or not by tapping it. Is there a way to tap the microphone with this one to make sure that it's on? And will we still have an audio person here recording our meetings who would know what to do if it were not on?
Yeah.
Matt?
They'll be trained. Yep.
And they would know how to change one zone to the other if it had been
Right, 'cause if
mistakenly
it's
set
a
up.
planning board meeting versus a select board meeting, they're gonna need to know what to press.
Mhm.
Yep.
From my understanding, it's right integrated into the computer.
Yes.
So it'll be right on the dashboard on the computer too, so, which is pretty cool.
Jake?
So I have some questions. The first one is, have we explored any other options? I'm definitely in favor of getting rid of the mess underneath there, getting rid of the mess in there. You know, and I know Ben did get the table mic, and I talked to him a little bit that, you know, he seems to think with like 2 of those, you could get rid of all the mics on the table. And my concern is that by voting for this, it kind of locks us into buying that system without maybe exploring some of these other options that might be just buying a couple of mics that would be considerably less money. And then I guess my other question is, you know, setting up for this meeting yesterday, if these podiums are in a different spot every year for town meeting because there's different people setting it up, I mean, how localized is that mapping? And if that, do we have to like put a mark on the floor where these are so we make sure they go back every year? Because if it's a couple of feet, does he have to come in and map it? Is that something we can do in-house and then we just change which meeting we're doing? Or can we locally map that? Like, can we get into the programming and change like where that mic stand might be this year over next year?
Matt? It sounded to me like they could, but I don't know.
All that can be done, but I'll be honest, I can't answer some of those questions, Jake. I don't know. But if town meeting approves that amount, you know, there might be something out there cheaper.
The problem is it specifically says the array,
Yeah,
but.
I think we have tried less expensive things. Someone suggested getting earphones for everybody. You all know my stand. I think it's time for us to address that issue and spend the money for it.
You know, if we go with the system, Jake, you know, we can work with David to set up the room and be trained to do what we need to do if something's gonna be off by a few feet.
Claudette, you have?
I happen to notice that 2 select board members were not in favor. I'm just curious. Finance committee was not either. So just curious why.
Yeah, I think I already said why.
I
No, for me, it was just, it's obviously a cost to the town. It's an array. These seem to work pretty well, I think.
That's one man's opinion.
It's just my opinion. But for the amount of meetings that we actually do have in town, do we want to spend that much money for something we use 4 times a month for select board meetings, twice a month for planning board, and when you do your financial? So,
right.
Other than that, it's going to sit dormant until we have a meeting here. So that was my portion of it. So
No, I'm the same.
Yeah.
I wanted this to be the townspeople. I wanted them to be bought on it, if they wanted it or not. I left it so that it was their decision.
Yeah.
So for me, I'll speak for me too. It was about the frequency, and you know, I think it's neat, but I just think it's a lot of money, and then you know, we're a town of 4,000 people. I'm not sure how many people actually watch either, right? So I'm not sure how many. $14,000 for probably a pretty small percentage of the town feels like a lot.
If I may, once again.
Your privilege has been exempt.
Right. I think that one of the things that I have felt as a listener, as a townsperson sitting on my sofa, is that if I can't hear what's going on and what's being said, turn the bloody thing off because it's wasting my time. We desperately, this is a minuscule amount of money compared to what we have been spending that will benefit not just the boards. We're not just doing this for the select board, planning board, we're doing it for the community to be able to hopefully be more willing to listen to us as we do our thing. Donna had her hand and then you.
Donna Sawyer, Shaving Hill Road. I only comment on things that I know about. Let's move into the next century. $14,000 is probably wasted every month in this office.
What?
I have sat through meetings and I just tried to concoct a set of minutes from no sound coming out of the room.
Yeah.
I spent 3 times the amount of time trying to concoct what happened. Just move beyond the $14,300. Get rid of this junk. Let's get this place cleaned up.
Yeah.
And I'm a person that sat through meetings that half of it we had the audio, the other half we didn't.
Yeah.
Nobody knew it until I went to transcribe. Let's get what we need and stop complaining about $14,000.
Thank you.
We're buying new trucks, we're buying da-da-da. $14,000, you can fill a coffee can with it. Thank you very much.
I will just point out that Donna was not.
Shots fired.
No, she was not saying that you guys waste money. And I can attest to this, what she's saying.
She was pointing at me.
Yeah, we're pointing at Tammy.
The money was being wasted from wet mattresses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
We
Okay.
can afford to have it.
Okay, all right. I think we've settled that. Are there any more comments? Addie, I mean.
Always thinking about potential revenue. It may make this a more attractive space for other groups to rent, to be able to utilize. We can't rent it? Oh,
Let's put it in Old Town Hall.
It's not available.
Old Town
All
Hall,
right,
baby.
is there any more? Bonnie?
No, get rid of the
Bonnie Laughlin. I wish that we could rewrite this so it said ceiling array microphone system or another system that would deliver us excellent results. Also, I'm just saying that I'm feeling the frustration in the room that this is going to be the best thing, and I've been in this room for those kinds of votes before, including the aforementioned $7,200 to help with the saturated mattresses 6 years ago.
All right,
So I'm just saying, I would like to, can you suggest how, do you have faith in the Hoobie-Doobies?
That is a good point, in the doobie-doobie. Yeah.
Jake
Not
has
that
done
I'm
some,
prejudiced, ladies and gentlemen.
Jake has done some really good technical research, and he had some faith in these other types of microphone systems. So I was just going to suggest an amendment to the vote that allowed the one person on the select board, not the other two, they're not entirely for it, but whoever can do this, to proceed to try to get us a good new system, but it could be rewritten so that it was a ceiling array
Try to do
microphone
that
system
before?
or other, up to 14.3.
So,
Is that a motion?
But, excuse me, wait a minute, yes, Claudette.
I mean, the select board can decide to purchase these. We don't need to approve that in this, right? I think this was being brought forward because of the amount and their desire for everyone to have
a voice.
visibility.
The amount of
and
times I
transparency.
get text messages at our meetings saying, no sound, bing, bing, no sound.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and these things are ancient, they're old,
Yeah.
they're out of technology, and it's only to benefit the people. That's why I voted, they didn't for it, but we all agreed it needed to go to the people. If the people want to buy it,
Right.
great. If they don't, we'll still use these things.
Have the questions been asked of David and others, had there been any experiences where people did not have good results with it? We were given, a selective group of positive.
From what I
feedback.
understand, the surrounding towns that have them love them.
As far as I know, it's just the two towns.
Yeah.
Two towns.
Two towns.
Right.
Buxton, Standish.
Right.
Yeah, Waterboro.
All right.
Waterboro.
Waterboro's getting it.
Okay, anything further?
So I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion that we say up to 14,003 for ceiling array microphone or other system that would enhance our audio ability here.
Is there a second to her motion? Steve seconded it. Any conversation about the motion? Ready to vote on the amended motion, Article 18, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $14,300 for the municipal complex to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following items: ceiling array microphone system or other compatible system?
Comparable.
Is that what you said?
Or other audio system, I think is what she said.
Or other audio system? What did you say, Bonnie?
I said other audio system that would enhance our.
You said other audio system, okay. Any funds spent less than $14,300 to be returned to capital improvement reserve. So we're voting on the amended article. All those in favor?
We're voting on the amendment, right?
Yes.
Just an amended
Yes,
wording.
yes, we will go, yeah. So there's two, how many people are in favor of the amended wording? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I count 10? Or possibly 11?
You want them up, Sam?
Yeah, keep them up if you would, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
11.
15. Yeah. Another one on the back.
Okay.
Ben, too.
Ben.
Okay, so 12. Okay, so 12 voted for the amended article. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the amended article is to see if the town will vote to approve up to $14,300 for the municipal complex to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following: ceiling array microphone system or other
Audio microphone system that
enhances
our.
Or comparable audio system.
Comparable
Yeah.
audio system.
other comparable audio system. Any funds spent less than $14,300 to be returned to the capital improvement fund. All in favor?
Wait.
What, excuse me? We voted.
On the
Vote
amendment.
change.
Voted to amend it.
We voted to amend it, and now we're voting on the
amended
original,
article.
on the amendment.
Not discuss.
Would you like to discuss it?
Yes, I would.
Okay, fine.
That's a good point, yeah. We didn't, I thought we discussed it.
Okay. Howard Ellen, you know the drill. I voted against the amendment because, in my view, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of what we're trying to do here. A couple of the things that were mentioned as we went through the discussion. We get rid of the stuff on the floor. We get rid of the stuff on the desks. And there's a human perspective that I'd like to just bring to you. I've worked with audio equipment, public audio equipment in the past. People are afraid or intimidated by microphones. I don't care what kind of microphone it is, same with cameras, right? They're intimidated by that. I think it restricts public participation because you'll have people that are afraid to come forward and speak in front of a intimidating microphone. So I really hope that the town seriously thinks about the original intent.
Any other comments on the, yes, Bonnie?
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin. I'm just not convinced that all the variables that have gone into this have really been parsed out, and that is, there are many leaders of meetings who, like you, Joyce, ask people to come to the microphone, ask for them to do all the things that you do. And when you see people who aren't doing that, you ask them to do it if they're back like this. There are many other variables. We've had times when, for whatever reason, many good reasons, there hasn't been a person here. Might be other issues going on with the equipment. So I think there's a lot of variables that deserve to have their day in terms of appreciation of what goes into this. So I think structuring it the way it is, the amendment, which still allows the town to buy the 14,300 ceiling array if it deems to be the best one, is the right way to go.
Any other comments before we vote on the original?
I'd like, just a point of clarification.
Sure.
Is that this is just giving people the opportunity to see if there is something comparable to this. And if it isn't found,
Then we buy this.
then we buy this. This is the option.
Yeah.
So just a point of clarification on the question.
And I hope that the research is done in a reasonable amount of time.
Like tomorrow?
Before the third Monday.
I know I'm out of place as moderator, I apologize and thank you. So we're ready to vote on Article 18. To see if the town will vote to approve up to $14,300 for the municipal complex to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following items: a ceiling array microphone system or other compatible audio system. Any funds spent less than $14,300 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All in favor?
Was that compatible or comparable?
Comparable.
Comparable. Did I say compatible? I'm sorry, comparable.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And those opposed?
Sticking to my guns.
Keep your hands up.
Sorry.
1, 2, no, come on. Now, this isn't this isn't funny. How many people are opposed to the article?
Why are you voting against?
Yeah.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't want a compatible one.
Well, okay. Donna, are you going to raise your hand or not?
Say the vote again, I'm confused as to what we're voting.
You want to vote?
We are voting on the article as I read it, that they're going to be either a ceiling array microphone or other comparable audio system. All right. So the article did pass, whether Donna raised her hand or not.
Pass.
Yes. We're going on to Article 19. Yes.
Can I make a motion to take one out of order and then group a bunch that are more or less housekeeping? So that we're not here all day?
Yep, that sounds like a good
Sorry,
idea.
I'm sorry. Chris Small, Dole's Ridge Road. I'd like to take Article 24 out of order, because that's not a housekeeping one. And then group 19, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32, and 33, which all are more or
Not
less
33.
housekeeping.
No, not 33.
Not 33, sorry.
Because Jake's going to finish.
Okay.
What was 33?
The offset.
The offsets.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
So-
not 33, 32,
yeah.
my mistake.
Have 34.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to take Article 24 out of order, and then Articles 19 through 32, excluding Article 24, as one vote. All those in favor of his motion? Those opposed? Okay, so we'll turn to Article 4 first.
Article 24.
24. I'm looking at Grace to see, I need more than
We ain't going
Cheez-Its here. Article 24 on page 17, to see if the town will vote to change the town clerk, town tax collector, treasurer position to an appointed position effective at the March 2027 annual meeting and subject to the completion of the current incumbent's term. Is there a motion? Chris motion, Jake seconded. A discussion, Matt?
The reason we have this article on here is to make sure that we always have a qualified person sitting in the town clerk's office. We don't want to see Patty go. We want her to stay a long time. We'd like to appoint her for life.
10 years, at least.
But there is the chance that, since it's an elected position, that somebody comes along and without any qualifications at all, and runs and defeats Patty for that position. I can tell you that, the skills and the knowledge and that you need to be the treasurer, town clerk, tax collector, it's amazing. So we don't want just somebody coming off the street trying to do that job. So putting it in the hands of the select board to appoint a qualified person to always have a qualified person in that position is in the best interest of the town.
Okay, select board have any comment?
No, I agree. With the big thing, I guess it's been in front of people before, and they thought they were trying to get rid of Patty, and, I mean, I wish we could sign her, like I said, for at least 10 years, you know, but it's not the case. It's, when she leaves, we want to be able to, or whoever's here, be able to hire a qualified person, because it's just, that's the key factor, you know, it's qualified.
Bonnie, you had.
Not saying that somebody couldn't be elected here, but there's a high possibility that we can, there's a skill set for that, and
Bonnie, then I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin. This is just too tempting to resist. This is one of the problems we always run when we are electing people who might be qualified for a position, not only in our town, but in all the governments that we elect people for. So the other side of this is that, and it's too bad Patty is the person in the middle of this discussion, but the other side of this is that there would be an agenda that a select group would have to appoint, not you, a person, as opposed to those of us in a democracy who elect people, however ill-suited they might be for a job. To that point, do we have a good job description for the many jobs that Patty has? And those job descriptions would prevail if we continue to vote for people to run?
Do the voters ask for a job description?
Let me think about that. We've voted for a road commission in the past. We've voted for, I don't know, we vote for planning board people, and I don't think we have job descriptions.
Can I just say, presently, because we do not have a town charter,
Yeah.
my job is mostly run by the state.
By state criteria also that
State
determine
rules.
what, yeah. Okay, so there sort of is a job description, set of criteria somewhere.
By the state.
I guess I'm just trying to raise the other aspect of people who may have a different agenda to appoint people. And I am totally hypothetical about this. I'm not personally at all implying that today.
Howard, oh, wait a minute, no, I said I would recognize Grace next.
I think I kind of get it now.
Get it, Grace.
Grace Davis, Shaving Hill Road. It was the word appoint, because appointing just has that connotation of, can I appoint my brother-in-law, can I appoint a friend, et cetera. And so I guess, you know, if it's a legitimate hiring process, yes, with a good job description and a committee that, you know, comes from a cross-section of people versus, you know, so that was really and I think it's been somewhat clarified now, but I just don't want any nepotism here, you know?
Howard,
You know the drill, Howard Allen. So to Grace's point and Bonnie's point, I would like to move a change to the wording of the article, because what Jason said, I believe, was really the intent of the article, and that is to change it from a voted-in position to a hired-in position.
Yes.
At-will employment. So if you would bear with me, I haven't put this in my head, so I don't know what it's going to say. Patty, could you help me out here? How should this be really worded to to reflect what we're really talking about here?
Just change the word appointed to hired.
yeah, change the word appointed to hired.
The only problem I have is I think the state only uses two terms, appointed and elected.
Yeah, I think appointed is still hired, but that's in the states.
Can we at least specify
Appointed to an appointed.
appointed by hiring or something like that, kind of merge
Not
the
if the
thing
state
in together?
Recognize that.
Maybe through a hiring process or something. but-
Appoint by a hiring process that the select board should create.
Probably be
If I could say something,
appointed
be-
after a hiring process, yeah.
Okay.
Appointed
Say that-
after hiring.
All right.
That's a good point.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd like to formally make that as a motion.
I would like to hear what Matt said.
Appointed after a hiring process.
David wanted to say.
Appointing
I just want to.
through a hiring process, maybe?
Well,
After? Okay, I'm good. I'm
All
good.
right.
I just want to inform you that the select board does not hire in the town anymore. That is through the town manager.
Okay,
So
well,
you keep referencing the select board, we don't do that.
But it's still a hiring
okay.
process.
It's still a hiring
So,
process.
so the town manager, which I believe does not create policy, somebody in this town has got to write up a job description for Patty's job.
And we create the policy for it.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
jobs.
I see where you're going,
And then Matt's got to hire per
Yeah.
that description.
Correct.
per that
Yep.
policy.
And then
We're working,
Absolutely.
Howard, towards employment agreements.
So it just professionalizes the
Yes.
whole process.
Yeah.
So you end up with a qualified person sitting there.
All right, now we'll,
Made the motion anyway.
all right, well, I don't have a clue what you made. So, please, Matt, could you please
So
tell me
is it
what?
appointed after the hiring process?
To see if the town will vote to change the town clerk, tax collector, treasurer position to an appointed after a hiring process position.
Yep,
There you
okay,
go.
that's what I've got down here, okay. So just to, not to say, let's do what she said, I guess I have to read it as moderated. To see if the town will vote to change the town clerk, tax collector, treasurer position to an appointed after the hiring process position, effective at the March 2027 annual town meeting and subject to the completion of the current incumbent's term. Is there a motion?
You said the hiring, after a hiring position, process.
After a hiring process.
After a hiring process.
A hiring process.
Is there a motion? Jake?
second it. He made the motion.
Yes, okay, thank you. So do we need further discussion? I don't believe so.
So we're voting on the amendment.
We're
today.
voting on the amendment now. So all those in favor of changing the wording to include after a hiring process? Those opposed? Are you opposed?
I was opposed to the whole thing.
So,
I'm sticking to my
one
guns.
one opposed, okay. All righty. So the amendment passed. Now we're voting on the original amendment to see if the town will vote to change the town clerk, tax collector, treasurer position to an appointed after a hiring process position effective at the March 2027 annual town meeting and subject to the completion of the current incumbent's term. All in favor? Those opposed? One opposed.
Two.
Oh, Tammy, I'm sorry. Two opposed. All right, now we're going back to 19 through 32.
Not 20 either, we've already done it.
We already voted on 20, correct. So Articles 19 through 32, excluding Article 20 and 24. Do you want me to read them all?
We also have 34 on
No.
the back page.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Jake moved, Howard seconded. Discussion. Emil?
Excuse me. I'm not opposed to the article, however, I believe that Article 25 is just a little too open-ended, and I don't know if adjustments can be made to that on the floor or not, but who justifies what the unanticipated expense or emergency is? You know, what qualifies? We don't really have
Oh, I think
anything.
I would assume that it would be the select board that would make that decision.
It's an assumption.
How do you know, how can you say, what was it, 25? Well, how can you say what something, if it's unanticipated, that leaves it wide open, who knows what that might be? I mean, unanticipated is unanticipated.
Yeah, and I think wanting something
that's less than $50,000 and not currently in your inventory, or, you know, you're not replacing something, could be an unanticipated expense, and is that fair?
What do you mean, is it fair?
I want another new lawnmower.
No.
And as long as it's less than $50,000, that's unanticipated.
How are you going to clarify what unanticipated is?
What are you saying, remove expenses and just leave emergencies?
Or is it a lower number?
No, what are emergencies?
Well, I mean,
Well-
anything like we ran out of salt, or the roof's leaking, or, I mean, an emergency.
The 50,000, it's too loose, I agree.
Could put maintenance.
What do you mean, too loose?
Well, 50,000.
Well, if you're going to speak, you have to get up to the microphone.
Bonnie Laughlin, I appreciate, Emma, what you brought up, and I was furtively looking to see if we've ever voted on this article before, an article like this before. I don't think we have, so I think it's,
This was a
Thank you.
recommendation from the MMA.
I think the reasoning I feel for this article is like the special town meeting we had to have because we went over tonnage on Eco Maine. That's unanticipated. We didn't anticipate spending more than we were supposed to, so we had to have a special town meeting.
And that's costly.
Yes,
That's when we
have
moved
special
the
town
funds.
meetings, they're costly. It was to move $15,000. We had 4 people show up. It's like,
did anyone select, may I ask, did anyone select the $50,000 sum with any, with any sense of why 50,000?
Was it
15,000.
MMA's recommendation, Matt?
15,000 for one
They
meeting.
didn't
Wait a
give the
minute.
number.
Okay.
I think you guys discussed the number.
Also, we had to move funds, like Patty said. And we had to have a special town meeting just to move it from one section to another because of unanticipated trash went up.
Yeah.
I mean, that could happen again this year. We're trying to keep the budget as close as we can that gives you all the services that you need and under an affordable number, right? But sometimes we make it a little too tight. And that's for that. That was the intention anyway.
Yeah. And the
Because
50,000
making it too tight.
The 50,000 is 1% of the budget.
All right,
and it's
if we're
not
gonna do
money we're
something-
raising, it's coming out of undesignated funds, so it's not money we're raising.
It's
This is-
coming out of undesignated. Mhm.
Right. And to me, common sense tells me that if Emil says, well, what if I want a new, well, that's a want, that's not unanticipated.
Expense.
Emergency expense.
I wake up one morning.
So just call me old-fashioned. I believe in the system that we have, and I know it's inconvenient and costs a little bit of money to advertise for a special town meeting, and sometimes only 4 people show up. But it puts it out there for the people to have the opportunity to speak on where their money goes. And that's my issue with it. There's a reason we have the process we've done forever. And this just changes that because it's inconvenient to do a special town meeting. But people don't get to speak on that when you do it this way. That's all.
They don't come to speak on it anyway.
But they have the opportunity.
Okay.
They're not here to speak on it right now.
But those of us who are here to speak on it are speaking on it.
Right. Thank you, Bonnie.
Grace, you,
I feel that it is very reasonable for a town this size, and I feel like that time and time again, the department heads have proved they only spend money if it's necessary. They don't just do it, well, there's that amount of money there, so I'm going to spend it. So I think it should stay as is.
Chris, you had a comment?
When we do have to go to special town meeting for something like this, I heard the cost. Where does that cost come from? What pays, where out of our tax money does that come from?
Well, the advertising is under legal fees.
Okay, and this is literally a curiosity thing, because I think for what it costs us to do that, to have 4 people show up, and I get, giving the people the chance, something like trash, what are you gonna say? No, we're not gonna pay it?
Exactly.
I guess I think we're kind of splitting hairs, sort of, and maybe that's just my viewpoint, but I think if we're spending money out of legal fees, and we're paying for that trash pickup, and we're paying for whatever money goes into having a special town meeting, whether it's advertising, people's wages because they have to be here for it, whatever. I think we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't.
Eddie?
Hi. We've also sat and argued, and this is just to Emel's point, we've also sat, even just in today's meeting, and spent considerable amounts of time on dollar amounts and expenditures that are much less. So 50,000 is a large amount for a PO, maybe 10,000. Like, I'm not sure what type of expenditures or how much you oftentimes go over or come up with these types of issues, but I don't think that it's unreasonable to want that input if it's over a certain dollar amount. And 50,000, you know, we just argued for 45 minutes over a TV audio system for 14, so.
All right, yes, Steve?
I fully support the intent of this. I want to highlight again an antiquated bylaw which is in effect now, that nothing of a capital expense, at least the intent of that, can be spent by the town. I know it can be done by the unanimous agreement of the select board, but the intent is...
Speak in your mic, please.
The intent is if a large amount of money is spent for a capital improvement, it should be done with the voters' approval. At the same time, I support the intent of this article, but it's confusing when you combine it with that bylaw, which has needed revision for the last century.
I think the other thought process to this, I don't care either way, it's here in front of the people, for the people. In the case that you have to have a special town meeting, you know, we're talking a few weeks minimum to put out a special town meeting. Are we gonna let the roof continue to stay leaking? Are we gonna let, you know, we just bought that $200,000 plow truck, or $100,000 plow truck. Say, God forbid, we're in the middle of winter and we lose the engine. $25,000 to fix it. Now we wait 2 weeks, 3 storms. It's just, it's an emergency. I understand the people have the choice. And for me, the only reason
Not
why.
like we wouldn't say it on air either.
Right, I mean, it would be brought to the people as well, but it's just trying to avoid having that time. And if you guys want to have the time, that's great, and that's, so be it. It just, my thought process is, in the case of emergency, take out the other part, just have it in emergency, then I think it's a good idea. But
Howard, you had a...
Howard Allen again. I personally trust the select board to know what an emergency is, and I'm going to vote in favor of that for that reason alone. I do believe, though, that there is some confusion, if we can use that word, as to what an unanticipated expense is. I would like to see it just say emergencies and have it done with that. So that would be my motion, to change that article to cross out unanticipated expenses and just have it emergencies. That's my motion.
Is there a second to Howard's motion? Chris seconded it. Is there any discussion on that, Bonnie?
I'm warming up to what Howard said. And I also would like to amend it to say, and it will be...
We're not going to have an amendment on an amendment.
Well, I'm just speaking with the invitation you made for me to come up.
Yeah, right, but I'm telling you that if you want to make an amendment to this, you have to wait until we vote on Howard's amendment, and then you can amend Howard's amendment.
Where I'll be going then will be that the select board reports back to us about the emergencies that happen, and that somehow we come up with a way for this to be an account. Or, Patty, you may have to help me because I know it's coming from an undesignated, but some way where that we the people can still see that emergency funds were spent out of something that we would authorize. So that's my feeling. I guess we're going to vote on the First Amendment first.
All right, we're, without, yes, Jay.
The money should be moved to a specific account for this somehow.
Okay. Okay, well, Jake has the floor.
Question, it might be, maybe Matt had the answer to this, but any money spent in an article like that, from what I understand, had to have a financial advisory board recommendation on it, and I don't know if that's actually the case, or if that's, I think I asked you about it, but I don't know if we got an answer on it, about whether or not we needed. A financial advisory board is not required by state law, but from what I was told is that because we have one, we're supposed to have a recommendation on all expenditures. And I'm not sure where this falls. I mean, I certainly don't, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that we're doing things the right way.
Maybe that verbiage should be included.
Well,
Well, you got to vote on his amendment.
yeah, we have to, we have to.
So add the
yeah.
financial
Yeah.
advisory, we have to
All
support
right,
it.
let's vote
No,
on the amended article, then we can go back to,
This, it's not, it's, my question is whether or not the article itself is valid because we didn't give our recommendation on it.
We took the wording right from MMA.
I know the wording, yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that, but I'm just wondering.
oh,
whether
you're
or not-
wondering because there is nothing in here that states how the Fin Board voted, that the article itself is just, that disqualifies the
That's
article?
my question. I'm not suggesting it is or it isn't, I'm not sure.
Well,
Because I was, from what I understand from being on the board for a while, is that all of those fiduciary, anything you're spending money, I think it's required to have our recommendation on it.
None of these are.
Is that, does it make a difference if you're an elected or an appointed finance committee board?
You can
I'm
make
just
a
asking.
recommendation right here.
Well, I guess if that's legal, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
You can make a recommendation or not right here.
All right, what we're,
It's just a question. I don't know.
well, right now, we have to vote on the amended article.
So, if I may just,
Yes, David.
I know that you want to vote on an expenditure, but there's no expenditures listed here. It's just for a cost to an emergency, which could be a bill. Is that have to go to the financial advisory committee if we're paying a bill that got overpaid, say, for example, like our mattresses?
Is that what?
And it ain't expenditure.
It's not
This may never get spent.
This
It
may
may
never get
never,
spent,
ever get
so
spent.
I think that's why the financial advisory committee wasn't involved, like,
Right, but
it's not considered an
if you,
expenditure.
if you think about it that way, none of these items could get spent.
Yeah.
Like any overage at the end of the year, the money goes back into the general fund. So that's what happens to money that doesn't get spent. But we vote on all of those. With this, it may not get it spent, but it is money that if we vote in the affirmative, it could get spent without, unless you're bringing the bill to us and you're getting our recommendation that way.
Which would slow down the process, which is why we have the.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
we should do that.
Yeah.
But I was just checking about the legality of it, and I know it's a valid article, but whether or not it's a valid article without a recommendation from the board, the financial advisory board, is what I wasn't sure of.
So make a recommendation.
Yeah, we can make a recommendation right now.
Chairwoman?
Yeah.
I guess if that's okay with that, Chairwoman. I don't know.
Well, the other thought that I have is that MMA usually does not recommend something like this unless they, I would assume, do their homework. And I would thought if they felt that a FinCom, I don't care if you guys vote now or not, but if they thought that a finance committee recommendation was necessary, they should have included that in the recommendation to Matt and the select board.
I didn't see anything. Patty, did you see anything in it? You and I both looked at that.
No, and actually, I think we, select board, Matt, whatever, we talked about it. We added the 50,000, and I think it might have come from MMA without a dollar figure, but we wanted to put some kind of cap on it.
You're right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
then.
put, yeah. We could have left it open.
Okay, so that answers my question. So if the finance committee would like to call a meeting and vote before we vote on the article.
Okay. Financial Advisory Committee is in order at 2 PM.
This is strange.
Yeah.
That's all right. No, wait, they're in session.
On March
Actually,
7th,
technically, you've been in session the whole
2026.
time.
Yes. And so I'd like to call a vote for, are we in favor of Article 25? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
We're authorizing the
25.
select board to spend up to $50,000
For emergencies.
undesignated surplus for emergencies.
We're voting in favor of the article.
Yes.
Yes.
For unanticipated.
Those in favor?
They voted unanimously in
Opposed?
favor. Okay.
Unanimous.
And again, I had an idea that's how that was gonna go, but I just wanted to make
Right.
sure.
And
Well, it's best
we
to
are
clarify.
concluding the Financial Committee meeting at 2:01. We're adjourned.
All right.
4 in favor,
Back
1
to the
absent.
regularly scheduled
Yeah.
program.
So we're now back to Article 25, which reads, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to spend up to $50,000 from undesignated surplus for emergencies. This is the amended article. All in favor? Those opposed? Okay. So the corrected article we are going to vote on now, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to spend up to $50,000 from undesignated surplus for emergencies. All in favor?
Oh, point of order. We're doing one group vote on all the articles. That was just.
Yeah, that was
just
just
changing.
changing.
Pardon?
Remember, we were doing one vote.
Right.
So he's just changing one.
If we approve the amended article, now we can vote on the whole.
On the whole.
On 19.
Yeah, okay,
19
19
through
through, okay, so we, hold on. We just voted to amend Article 25. We do not need to vote separately on it. We're now under discussion 19 through 32, excluding 24 and 20 was the other one. So any other discussion on 19 through 32? Yes, Jake?
Just like to, I guess, make a comment that Article 19 about purchasing the gym, I'm wondering if, I know there's nothing we can do this year, but next year, I guess I would recommend that we just pay that thing off.
Yes.
We should have done it this year, too.
We should have done it this year.
I did speak to one of the academy trustees, and he said that they would not, they did discuss that, and they'd have no problem taking the money in one lump sum.
Right.
That's an unofficial conversation, but in the future.
No, it's official.
Although it is an interest-free loan right now.
All right, Bonnie, you had your hand up.
On 25, I still have an issue about what the mechanism will be. I guess 25 just passed, and it was changed to...
No, it wasn't passed. The amended, the amendment was
Okay.
passed.
What's the wording?
You're right. The wording was amended, and we voted on that. So I would like to add another amendment to that article, that we authorize the select board to, that if indeed, that if the select board is authorized to spend up to $50,000, that whatever amount the select board might spend in Article 25, that's what it is, that they will report to the town for those expenditures.
Well, does that require an amendment to the article?
I don't know what the mechanism is for taking money out of undesignated funds and up to a certain amount.
An expenditure is an expenditure, and they have to report it.
Talk about onions.
Yeah.
It'll be in our weekly
It would have to
warrant.
be approved on a warrant, so.
So it would be in their weekly meetings that they would, that everybody would know what they're doing.
Their weekly meetings, which they approve the minutes, for which they approve the minutes.
Right.
And the warrants.
And the warrant. And is the warrant going to be available to all of us when we go on the new improved?
Website.
Well, yes, they're,
The whole agenda will be on there.
yeah,
Already is.
Yeah, the warrants are available.
yes.
Okay, so you won't fail to mention what comes out of the undesignated funds. Thank you.
Correct.
Are there any more comments? On any of the articles from 19 through 32? Hearing none, we're ready to vote.
Except for 20.
24.
And 24.
All those in favor of voting on Articles 19, 21, 22, 23, 24 as amended, 25 as amended, 26, 27, 28, 29.
24 we already did.
I said,
We have voted on 24.
did I?
Yeah, you said as amended.
We took it out of order.
As amended,
So skip
okay.
24.
Skip 24. 29, 30, 31, and 32. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. Now we get to 33. Almost there, guys. Patience.
No, there's one more after
No. To see, Article 33, offset, to see what sum of money the town will authorize the municipal officers to transfer to offset the 2026 tax commitment. The Select Board recommends from revenue sharing, $500,000, from unassigned funds, $1 million, from excise tax, $850,000, from tree growth reimbursement, $40,000, from EMS billing, $150,000, and from Leander Moody Trust Fund, $11,300, excuse me, for a total of $2,551,300. The offset for 2025 was $2,201,400. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Claudette seconded. Excuse me. Anyone want to speak to it? Jake?
I'd like to make a motion that we change the unassigned funds to 1.5 million, which would bring the total offsets to 3,051,300, if I did my math right.
All right, so your unassigned funds, I'm sorry, I was sipping. Can you say that one again, please?
We're changing unassigned funds from, the amount coming from unassigned funds from 1 million to 1.5 million, making the total offset $3,051,300.
Is there a second to Jake's motion? Chris seconded. Is there discussion? What was the total again?
$3,051,300.
551.
No, 3,051,000.
Oh, 51, yeah.
So 3051, comma 300.
Yep.
3051.
$3,551,300.
No.
All right.
He's adding 500,000
Yeah,
towards those.
all right.
$3,051,300.
$3,051,000.
Yep.
Yep, I got it. And does anyone want to speak to that? Bonnie?
Sorry, Joyce, but I know no other place to speak to this because we are about to wrap things up and get ourselves a bottom line, maybe. May I just ask the board, the town manager, the auditor's report on page 79? Is the company, Smith and Company, telling us that they're reviewing for the year ended December 31, 2025, actually, not
No.
2023?
No, it is 23.
It is 2023?
Yes.
But last year, that same company told us they were auditing for the year ending 2024. So what happened to 2025?
They haven't done it?
Next.
But we didn't do 2023 either?
Nope.
The 2023 audit is just about done.
Okay.
In 2 weeks, the auditors are going to be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, working with Patty and I on the 2024 and 2025 audit.
Okay, so the 2024 that was shown to us last year hasn't been done yet either, in last year's town report.
Correct.
But it sounds like 23, 24?
23s should be wrapped up very soon.
What about
We're just-
23 and 24 and 25?
Well, 25 just ended,
Right,
so that, 2024 has to be done first before that, and 2023 has to be finished before
so
2025.
when in the 2024 report, when we sit at town meeting in March of 2025, like we're sitting in town meeting March of 2026, and we're told that the audit is being done for the year ended 2024, just a few months before, it wouldn't really have, the audit for that year wouldn't have been done?
They'd started on it, but they hadn't.
Yeah, it's underway, but there's a lot to it.
Okay, it's a reasonable question.
It is very reasonable, yeah.
and
It's
2020
confusing because there's three now happening in parallel. 23 is almost done, 24's been started, 2025 is going to be started in 2 weeks, so
Okay,
all these things are happening simultaneous.
but it's reasonable to wonder why we were told a year ago that 2024 was auditable. Oh, I know he wasn't here, but others were here. And I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, so it sounds like we're going to be caught up after very soon. We're going to be caught up with 2023, maybe 2024, and then 2025 will be done.
The hope is that by the end of summer, all 3, 4, and 5 will all be done.
Okey-doke.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then we'll have processes in place so that we don't fall behind again.
And we're glad you're here now.
Yeah.
Any more questions on the amended Article 33?
Can I just add a comment?
Yes.
That there's been no discussion today about the SAD 6 assessment that's going to be coming in at some point soon. We heard it might be a 9% increase. I doubt that will stick, but it's going to be a big number. So you might want to consider that as you're talking about increasing the offset, maybe making it a bigger increase to help offset the SAD 6 assessment that's going to be coming down the pike.
Well, let's do that. 9%. Jake?
That number was based on a 7% increase, so you're within 2% anyway.
Okay,
So
all right.
And the people need to vote against it, so.
Yeah.
Say that again, sorry.
I said the people need to get out and vote against the school budget. So go to the school budget meetings. I think your voice would be heard. Seriously. Yep.
All right, we're ready to vote on Article 33 as amended. To see, yes, please make it quick.
Yep. On page 49, this is the treasurer's report. Am I correct in seeing, over in the right-hand column, about halfway down, this tells us what's happened in 2025. Not the audit, but Patty's good reporting here. Okay, middle of the right-hand column, general fund balance. Then we have the income added for a subtotal now of 16 million. Then total expenditures in 2025, 10,836,000. And the general fund balance that we've sort of been discussing in relation to other things, 5,305,000. When we look at total expenditures 2025, that helps us know how much we appropriated and how much the school payments were also. Is that right?
School, county. This also
That's right,
includes-
county.
This also includes some state funds that we have to reimburse the state, like when you register your car, they get the $35. So that's part of the expenditures. That's why those expenditures look more than what you vote on, because it includes stuff like that.
Where is our county expenditure, Patty? We used to see about $200,000 that we pay York County. I've lost that.
273.80.
273.80 on page 47.
Oh, you're so good. Oh, yeah, these things, okay. So the effort you all have made to keep our increase this year at 1.9%-ish is going to be under a big threat, a big bunch of pressure from the school, as it always is, but.
With the 2% spread as
What did you say, Eddie?
Emil had clarified that there's already been the 7%.
Oh,
for that,
seven.
So the 2%, not the full 9.
Thank you. All right, ready to vote on the amended article. Offset, to see what sum of money the town will authorize the municipal offices to transfer to offset the 2026 tax commitment. Selectmen recommend from the revenue sharing, 500,000. The amended from unassigned funds, 1,500,000. From the excise tax, 850,000. From tree growth reimbursement, 40,000. From EMS billing, 150,000. From Leander Moody Trust Fund, 11,300, for a total of $3,051,000. All in favor of?
300, right?
What, Oh, I put it.
$3 million.
$3,051,300. All in favor? Those opposed? Pass unanimously. All right, Article 34 is a quickie. Well,
I got a question. I'm just joking.
good thing we're about ready to adjourn. This is a non-binding vote to gauge public interest on whether town entities and SAD 6 should follow the permit process for a mass gathering as laid out in the proposed mass gathering ordinance to be exempt. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Chris motion, you seconding? Are you seconding it, Howard? Yes. All right. I'm going to ask Grace from the planning board to speak to this.
I will never agree to speak on the very last one again. But anyway, here I am.
There's one more.
Anyway, for the last few months, the planning board has been working to develop an ordinance called mass public gatherings. We studied the state ordinance and also the ordinances of towns in the area. And we held public hearing. Then it went to our select board, which also held a public hearing, and it will be voted on in the future by the town. Article 34 is to hold a non-binding vote prior to the official vote, as there was an area of disagreement that has not yet been resolved. The issue is whether town entities and MSAD 6 should be required to follow the permitting process for mass gatherings or be exempt. As a planning board, we came to the conclusion they should be exempt, but then when it went to the select board, there was some disagreement as to whether or not they should be exempt or not. So we felt like the best thing to do was to put it out to you now before it went to a formal vote and do a non-binding vote. So I'll welcome questions or comments.
Howard, I have to come to the mic.
Of course. Could we have a definition of what a mass gathering is?
Certainly. So we have a whole thing about it, but I'll just tell you basically, this came about after the Country Music Festival at the airport last year, and we realized we had no ordinances in place to make sure things ran well. So a minor mass gathering is 300 or more. A major mass gathering.
A minor is 300 or less.
No,
No.
no, a minor.
I misunderstood. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
a minor mass gathering is if there are 300 or more people. A major mass gathering is if there are 1,000 or more people. And it puts into place safety and, logistical things for the space to make sure that they follow all the ordinances. The ordinance is available for people to look at. I don't know.
It's a conditional use permit process that
Yeah.
everybody, businesses
It's
go
a
through.
6-page paper, and I'm not going to read it to you, I promise. But it's available if people want to look at it. We have had, as I said, 2 public hearings on it, one for planning board and one for select board.
Okay.
So,
So the fee, if I may?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm speaking as chairman of the planning board now. The difference was that when a conditional use permit is required, there's a fee associated. These entities would not have to pay the fee, but they would have to make an application, the planning board would select it, 2 weeks later, we'd have a public hearing. They would have to go through this process, even with the 4th of July, or if Madison had an event going on, or if the Historical Society, or whoever, if the school wanted to do something, they'd have to go through this process. We felt that it was a waste of time, to be very honest with you, and that it's pretty well handled. I mean, as an example, on 4th of July, if the planning board had to go down there and draw out parking spaces for how many people would show up, those are the kinds of things that we have to address. If I may speak for the selectmen, and they can correct me if they choose, they felt that the townspeople should have, or that the town boards should be treated like every other organization and have to go through the process, once again, without paying the fee. But I'll let them address their issue if they want further explanation of it. David?
Yeah. I felt that the town itself and Emmett and the school system should follow the same process, but not pay the fee, because we're not going to use tax dollar monies to pay the fee, just to give it back to tax dollars. Most of our events are already pre-planned. We know what there's going on next year, so I feel there's still process to go through the process. Normally, what I've seen through a cup, your continuing use permit, the abutters get a chance to talk about their dislikes, agreements, disagreements, well, what's going on, i.e. the music festival, right? That's why this all came about. So if I want to throw a fireworks party down at the Historical Society's property that doesn't really belong to the town and have over 300 people, the abutters around there to have no choice but to listen to the fireworks. They have no voice to come in here and say, I don't want this, right? If I go over to Blake Memorial Field and hold a concert, everybody down South Road has no voice
Yeah, but
because
who's the I you're talking about?
the town itself.
Okay,
Right?
just that, you said.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
If a
representing the town
private-
right now.
Yeah, okay.
So if Madison wants to throw a country western party across the street, none of the abutters around the park will have a voice whether they want it there or not, because the town's not following the same process. The school system, if they want to do something over there at the school building, that's more than 300, right? We're still following the same guidelines. There are a few people in this room that'll have no voice what's going across the street or next door. So that was my idea, is just we go through the same process, let the people come in here and vent their agreements or disagreements for it. They could still get the permit from the planning board, which they probably will, and then we'll move forward. But at least the process is being held to the same standard for the town and the school system.
Thank you, that's a very good explanation.
So that was our disagreement, so.
Yes, Chris?
We still love each other.
Yeah.
I'd like to make an amendment to this.
You need to come to the mic, please.
I know it's the last one, we gotta follow the rules.
I'd like to make an amendment to this to basically to say mass gathering ordinance and be exempt from the permit fee.
We already,
Well,
that's already.
That's all part of
That's
it.
already.
That's, all right, well, this is saying either ordinance, so that's part of the ordinance. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I
Yeah.
guess I missed that
So
part.
in the ordinance, the ordinance, it's already been established
Yeah.
that they don't pay the fee.
Okay, so what we're voting on
It's
is
just
the
whether or not they
ordinance
have to come
without the fee
before
for
us
them.
and get a
Okay.
permit.
Thank you.
That's all.
What we're voting on is whether or not Madison or any other town committee or the school committee, if they want to hold a gathering of over 300, whether they come through the planning board process or not. That's basically what we're voting on. Yes.
And we're not really voting on it.
No, it's
No, this is
non-binding.
not-
It's
It's
not-
non-binary.
This is just.
We're getting a feel of what
Yeah,
you think.
yes, this is-
Temperature in the room.
Just a clarification, I know the fee part is being removed for
Yes.
public sponsored type things.
Yeah.
Like school and or town. But the safety item should be obeyed. Is that most of the ordinance is about safety type things, and the part about money is only a sentence or two.
Yes, so if
So
we don't,
most of it, I want most of it, in my opinion, most of it to be complied with by everybody. And the fee, only difference with the fee is town and school things don't pay.
Correct.
But the safety should be applied to everybody.
that's not implied in the ordinance. So if we were to hold a, say, our 4th of July event, right?
Right.
We're not required to have toilets to the amount of people. We're not required to have fire EMS there. We're not required to have
Yeah.
security. Even though we do have them, right? We do that as a town, but we're not required to. Where if it's MSAT 6, they might not have the same mindset as the town and say, hey, we need enough toilets, security, or maybe even let the fire service know that they're doing this. So that was my thing behind it also, but, you know.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Because we
that,
have
but-
other things in the ordinance that are required by our citizens.
Right.
As far as the fees that they need
Yep.
for, almost said bondage.
To make sure they clean up.
to make sure they clean
Clean
up,
up.
right?
Exactly.
I don't even know who cleans up
Yes.
after 4th of July,
I don't think we have lawyers.
right? The volunteers, volunteers go and do it, but that would
Okay.
not be required.
Okay, we've got side conversations, okay. Any more comments? Yes?
Yeah, actually, I just have a question. So, for example, the 4th of July parade, I understand the safety piece, but from a butter's perspective, is there a possibility that landowners could disrupt it and you can't have it through that process?
That would, well, they could still get the permit, but they're at least coming here and voicing their disapproval.
But I mean, if
Right.
butters, I don't know what the process is for a butters through the ordinance process.
What happens is they give us their application, and then we hold a public hearing, and we listen to whether it's pros or cons, and then we decide as a board whether we're going to allow the process to go forth, and if the allowance is given, we write a notice of decision which states all the conditions that have to be met, the requirements for the toilets, the bathrooms, the noise, all those kinds of things.
Yeah. So could people who own property where the 4th of July parade goes through stop the parade? Could they stop it from happening through that process?
I think potentially if they're loud enough, they can speak against them. If there's enough
If
of
the
them.
whole street,
So I guess if they're able to just speak their piece, then the board says, we hear you, but doesn't matter.
Well,
If that's part of the process, I understand that, but if anyway, just something to consider.
We often put conditions in place after we hear from abutters. And it might not be that we say, no, you can't operate, but we'll put added conditions, like you can't park on this person's property, or you can't, those types of things.
Or like for the parade, we throw candy, right? They might not want to see the candy after you're done. They might have a
Exactly.
condition in there to make sure that the candy's picked up,
Mhm.
right? So, yeah,
some of it's common sense.
A lot of it's common sense, but not everybody has it.
but not everybody's common or sensitive.
All right, are there any more comments on Article 34?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jake?
I just wonder if there was a kind of a compromise where for the MS 86 municipality that they only needed one for is it the large mass gathering or
Oh,
like
the one over
1,000 people?
1,000?
And again, I'm
No.
not suggesting that, I'm just wondering whether or not it would be more.
300 is a lot, yeah.
I mean, 259 is a lot.
True
The reason that this,
299 is a lot.
the reason that this 300 number, and over, like, we didn't want to say that people who were going to have a wedding in their backyard had to come and get a permit for it, or if you're going to throw a birthday party or whatever it might be. So there has to be some common sense applied here.
I would just say that I think that the town should not be any exempt from anything more than we require our townspeople to come and do, because all that's doing is gonna create tension in the long run. Because if the town doesn't have to follow the process, then why should I, as a taxpayer, have to follow that process and go by those rules? I don't think, I think we're talking public safety was the whole reason for this, that the town shouldn't be exempt from public safety any more than me being a homeowner going out and deciding I want to have a big birthday bash for 500 people, or a concert, or Dole's Orchard having a bluegrass thing up there or whatever. I think it's only fair that everyone abides by the same ruling, because otherwise people are going to start saying, okay, the town says, okay, and they get their thing, and they do, let's say, something very similar to what somebody wants to do at Dole's, and then Dole's gets told no. I mean, I just don't think that's really right all the way around, that an ordinance is there. If we're taking the time to write an ordinance and approve an ordinance, everyone should be held to the same ordinance, not just some.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just one.
Yes, Patty.
School, if you got students and staff, they're already at 300, so how does that play into effect?
It's not a mass gathering.
It's not a special math.
Well,
It's not a special event.
Well, no, but like,
We'll
like
never do one
parent-teacher
for town meeting.
conferences, is that a mass gathering?
Wait a minute, we're getting out of control here. We're going to vote on a non-binding article to gauge public interest on whether town entities in SAD 6 should follow the permit process for a mass gathering as laid out in the proposed mass gathering ordinance to be exempt. Is all those in favor of Article 34, please raise your hand.
It can't be written that way because
Yeah,
it's
it's
or
because-
be exempt.
Or be exempt, it says both.
So we have to make a motion that
Just vote yes or no.
it should
Yeah.
be.
You can-
Yes, they follow, no, they
the mass
don't.
gathering.
Should they be exempt or should they not be exempt? That's what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Should the town and SAD 6 be exempt or not be exempt?
So that's the question. There's two votes.
To
not
be or
or,
not to be?
It's just should it.
That is the question. Should it be exempt? Make it easy for us to know what we're voting on. Is that what we're voting on?
Just
Should it
strike or be exempt.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
strike or be exempt.
Strike
Okay.
or be exempt.
Well, okay, all right. That's an amendment to the article.
By the vote.
That's an amendment to the article to remove the words "or be exempt." So it would read a non-binding vote, I know, to gauge public interest on whether town entities in SAD 6 should follow the permit process for a mass gathering as laid out in the proposed mass gathering ordinance. This is the amended article to remove to "or be exempt." Those in favor of the amended article? Those opposed? Follow the rules. Yeah.
No, we just.
No, this
taking
is,
out the
this is
wording.
the,
We're
this is the
just taking,
fixing.
this is an amendment to the article to take out "or be exempt." That's all it's doing. And then we'll vote on the final wording.
Nobody seconded that amendment, but I think we're for it.
I second that.
You seconded?
Jake
Who made
seconded.
it?
I made it.
Okay.
And Jake seconded
Tammy
it.
made the
Yep.
motion.
I said,
Yeah.
yeah, to
Yeah, right,
move those
Tammy.
three words.
I'll second that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Now
So,
we're gonna vote on the.
voted on the amendment to take out "or be exempt." All those in favor of taking out the words? Okay, we've got that one there. Those opposed?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Now, we will vote on the article, a non-binding vote to gauge public interest on whether town entities in SAD 6 should follow the permit process for a mass gathering as laid out in the proposed mass gathering ordinance. All in favor?
All in favor means yes,
Yeah.
they should be exempt. No, they have to follow the
They have to go
permit.
through the process.
A yes means they have to follow
All
the
right.
process.
Yes, follow the process.
A yes, follow the process.
Yes, follow the process.
Be clear about that. They have to follow.
All those opposed? One,
It's
two, it's passed, okay. So from now on, whenever there is a gathering in town, there will be a public permitting process through the conditional use permit.
Only if the ordinance passes.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ordinance passes.
I mean, we're doing it already.
Pretty much Yes, right, right. Now, just let me say, just one thing. The planning board is proposing this ordinance is going to be up as a referendum question at the November town meeting. Then is when you will do the actual voting. And all this does is that it means that we will go back as a planning board and discuss it. They will discuss it. We may still disagree. And, you know, we'll take it from there. But the final wording and the final vote will be in November. Okay? Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn? Make the motion?
Yeah.
Jack Partridge again. Okay, how do you gauge public interest?
How do we gauge
Well, that's the
public
question
input?
is, the question is,
Non-binding vote.
Yeah.
by,
That's what we just did.
That's what you just did.
Just gauge public interest.
Yeah.
oh, by us.
By us. We're the public
majority of
interest.
townspeople.
Yeah. I mean, people who want to show up,
Group of us.
yeah.
Yeah, the non-binding vote to gauge public interest.
Yeah.
And it's by this vote that we gauge the interest.
Yeah.
Vote really don't mean anything, it just,
No,
It's just
it's non-binding
for the-
anyway, that's right. It is non-binding, yeah, all right. Okay.
Yes.
17, down to 17.
Yeah. Wait, just one moment, please. Howard, what is this about? Article 35 is a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you.